Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by guidance of electronics.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Rowie is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You got footwork looking for the 18. There it is.
And now Derek. 4 O's at a main. Yep, that'll play.
Now Hugh has actually made his way in. He's closest up and is able to take care of Ange because of that. Swings back on the shot next. He's on the back. Oh man, 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things after he was the one called into...
And welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America. It has been a fantastic week of Valorant so far as we've been kicking off stage 2, and on our final day, it's time to see what teams are going to be the front runners to be starting off our second stage. My name's Sierra Dawn. I'm your host for today. Join me on the analyst desk. We have Roy and we have Emily. Emily, how are we doing today? Are you excited?
Oh, I'm so excited, especially now that we're in stage 2, where I feel like a lot of these teams, we got to see like what they're made of, and now we just get to watch their progression rather than, you know, maybe getting some upsets, maybe having some expectations get crushed. But I'm very excited now that everything's kind of stabled out a bit.
Is stabling out? I feel like we're still kind of back in the chaos of it all. We've gotten to see a couple roster changes, a little bit of ups and downs, and Roy, already it's been really interesting to see how these teams have been faring, especially too, calling back to yesterday. That very first round of Swiss was kind of rough for a couple of teams, but yesterday was that opportunity to show that it was just a fluke, and it was going to be the face-off between Sleepers and Sad to try and get a win under their belts.
Yeah, and I absolutely loved every minute of the Solana Duelist debut, and we talked so much about him last play, about how, you know, how much of a crazy mechanical player he was. He was sort of stuck on the Clove jail. Now they put Leo in that spot, and he's actually just on the Duelist, which looked so good, and I feel like with even more reps, with even more time, Solana is going to be absolutely scary, and so is this team Sleepers. I mean, everything that we saw on Split was pure domination on their end. It looked so good, and then you move on to Bind, one of their home ground maps, and the unconventional composition of the Jet, of the Waylay looked so good in their hands. It looked phenomenal. And of course, at Esports, they're still trying to, you know, get Paint integrated into the lineup. And you know, these things take time. You know, it takes a little time. We did see a lot of moments of brilliance here from the SAD Esports side, but wow, Sleepers, phenomenal looking team right now.
Yeah, I was very surprised to see the transition from their first match in stage 2 going to that second one. I felt like they actually woke up. But moving on to EG and Evictix, I think EG played really well. And although they had a little bit of a rough first match at the start of the week, they really brought themselves back and saw the composure that I wanted to see out of a roster that has insane players, super experienced. I mean, we brought in B-Dog too, which I was a big fan of him back on the Dayskis in TSM. I think he's a phenomenal duelist, and I think he definitely brought a lot more of aggression and just firepower to the roster.
And when you look at that first loss coming out from EGA, B-Dog talked about it yesterday, and that it was something that they got to learn a lot from Roy, because of course they're bringing a new piece in. And if you're going to take the loss to then have a result like they got yesterday, like I think that's well worth the trade.
And I think you're actually both mistaken. They didn't add B-Dog, they added B-God. So that's the player that actually joined.
Our bad.
Yeah. Let's not forget that one. But yeah, he absolutely popped off. I mean, it was a crazy back and forth between both of those teams, but it did end up in EG Academy's favor. And I think, again, it's just one of those teams where, you know, they're bringing in a new player, you know, there's some moving pieces, and these things take time. And I think that's kind of the story for a lot of these teams, right? And as part of the fun is like discovering how these teams are going to develop and how these players are going to fit into these new systems, and just kind of just seeing these teams grow and seeing the level that they can reach before, you know, it's crunch time and playoffs suddenly is upon us. So it's fun times. I'm excited, and I'm excited for even more Valorant today. Let's get this.
Let's get this. The YFP undefeated so far, and after today, we'll find out what other 3 teams are off to a hot start here in Valorant Challengers. Of course, for our main broadcast coverage, is going to be M80 going up against SRB first, and I cannot wait for that. But before we do, Roy, I tuned into your watch party for a little bit yesterday.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you did not shut up about this word game. To the point where we're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. Yes, we are.
God.
Oh, no.
Roy was a big fan of this one, guys. So if anyone's, you know, not terminally online,
oh my God,
the word pops up, you say the word. And Roy, since you're an expert at this point, I feel like you should go first, right?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Listen, I will say I'm not an expert. Please lower your expectations. I'm probably going to mess this up severely, and then we're all going to be wondering why I get paid to yap on stream. But hey, that's okay. That's part of the fun. Let's get this.
All right. So whenever you're ready, cue production in.
Ready. Stage. Oh, yup. Oh, I gotta do it twice. I always forget. There's a second round. Clove, cove, clone, cover, clove, clone, cove, clover. Oh, so close. Raise, ace, clove, clones. Oh my God. Clones, gecko, ace, raise, echo. Hey, not too shabby.
Yeah.
I'll give myself a 6.5 out of 10. What do you guys think?
I was thinking the 4.
Okay, well, yep,
Right?
the facial expression say it all. No worries.
A 3, a 4. I don't want to like underrate because I feel like I'm not gonna do too well. I can go next. I was waiting for like the similar like beeps like they do in like all the other videos. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get this one, but I'll go next, Emily. We'll give you a
Yeah.
You didn't sign up for this, so we'll let you go last on this. You ready? Okay. Do you want to go next then?
Nope, you got it.
All right. That's what I thought. All right, Prod, let's roll it. Let's send it. All right. I'm not ready. Stage.
Yup. Easy.
Clove, cove, clone, cover, clove, cover. It's too fast. Oh my God. Okay. Raise, ace, clove, clone, gecko, eco. Gecko, ace, raise, eco.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Your favorite round.
They give you 1 beat for a word that has 2 syllables.
Yeah,
how are you supposed to do that? Okay.
Right. I'm not a god over here. All right.
Yeah.
Can we agree that I did better than Roy, though? I think so.
Oh, no. She's just straight up gaslighting you.
Okay. Twitch chat, let us know. All right, Emily, show us how it's done.
I'm ready.
All right, let's send it.
Okay. Stage. Okay. Clove, cove, clone, cover, clone, clove, cover. Why is this so hard? Raise, ace, clove, clone, gecko, stage, eco, clove, cove, cover, clones, gecko, ace.
Oh,
Okay,
that shit was
I did pretty
not
good
bad.
though. Wait,
Yeah,
I'm actually
that
really
was-
surprised. I feel like I had to zone out to get that.
So
Wow.
we agree. Emily just wins that,
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
That
she just
was-
cleared. She cleared effortlessly.
As always,
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Oh, okay. Hey, if you're gonna talk that big of a game, we're gonna bring out this game again. You're going first next time. All right. But good job, Emily, on winning that one. Maybe we'll bring that out, but it's time to get serious, guys. You know, two teams winning their first Swiss stage, now looking for the second victory. It's M80 going up against SRB. I mean, two teams here, Roy. You see these org names, you know the caliber of players already on this team. Like, you just know you're going to be in for a good match.
I mean, this is the grand finalist from stage 1 versus the revamped M80 with Kaplan, Caillou, and Uncle Nismo. I mean, he's rejoining the ranks. SRB obviously picking up smoke after losing to him in the grand finals. I mean, I think the caliber of players, the coaching staff is S tier. There's some of the best players we have in the region. There's some of the best players we have in this league. It's going to be an exciting match. I'm very curious to see what level we're going to be seeing from either of these teams. And I think this will be a very good test, specifically for M80, to see, where they stand in the team's progression, because obviously they brought in a lot of pieces into this roster. So, things are moving. And I'm kind of curious to see where they're at and how their map pool fares against a team like SRB that has a bit of a longer standing core, if you will.
And for M80, taking a look at this roster, I feel like M80 is the more things change, the more they stay the same. Stage 1, we got to see the Nismo coaching debut. He is back on the main roster. Emily, we brought him back. He wasn't done yet.
No, not at all. But I think all the additions that they've made to this roster have been pretty big upgrades. One thing that really stood out to me is Caillou and Kaplan coming in. They already have the experience built up from their previous time on Sentinels. And that IGL and coach dynamic always being on the same page is such a key relationship into what goes into a successful team, because then they can kind of guide the rest of the team to kind of fit into how they want to play. If they're clashing heads, it's not going to work. But obviously we know that that's not the case here.
I think this team, honestly, like when you look at it, it feels like they have everything. Like they have the players, they have the coaching, they have the talent, they have the backing of an org, right? That really the only enemy that they have is time. And there's also the underrated aspect of Spaz as well, that he might not get a lot of spotlight on this roster, maybe early on, but I feel like he's such an underrated player. Like you can just tell by the way he plays and the level of impact that he consistently finds in his role. And I feel like he's such an underrated pickup for this roster. And I'm just excited to see, how these teams find themselves within this team dynamic. Are they going to be a little bit more loose? Are they going to be a lot more like strict in their defaults and in their set pieces? So I'm kind of curious to see where they fall on the loose defaulty style versus like the set PC kind of style that we're seeing some of the teams kind of pull out. So it's going to be exciting. I'm ready for it. It's going to be fun.
It definitely will be fun, and that was something that Coach Kaplan talked about a little bit. He had tweeted out about joining the team and said some of his most fun days coaching have been in the last couple of the weeks working with this team. They know how to have fun, which to me just that makes me assume we're going to see an M80 that is explosive. We kind of know that about M80. We know that about some of these players, and I'm really excited to see how this M80 squad is going to be changing going on forward. You've spoken about that synergy between him and Caillou. We know the players on the team to be able to have that pop-off performance. And I want to re-bring this conversation back around to Nismo, because he wasn't ready to give up competing quite yet. And for good reason, Emily, because already within their first match, we got to see a Nismo that just looked comfortable yet again in the server.
Yeah, it felt like a very seamless transition for him, and you can tell that he's been putting in the work ever since he kind of found out or took on the role of being a player again. His mechanics are sharp, they always have been, and he excels at supporting his team, specifically on the KO. And again, he's always kind of been a KO GOAT, but you can tell with his utility, because early on in the rounds, we see him kind of being a little bit more alone, being on an island, playing for info, but towards that mid and late round, he was always putting himself in the best positions possible to support his team. They always find value off his flash. He always uses his molly for delay, and it just feels like he's so good at setting himself up to set his team up for success.
And I think his little stint as a coach has probably like opened up his mind as well to a lot more of the macro ideas and kind of like the timings of how the round works. Like obviously he has a lot of experience off the get-go. Like he's a pretty crazy resume. That goes without saying, but I think the little stint in the coaching staff, you kind of get like a bit of a different perspective with, you know, what makes things work, what kind of team dynamics is required to succeed, and just kind of getting like a third eye perspective on things. And I feel like that is going to give him so much more awareness and so much more like a level up when it comes to like the mid rounding and helping out Caillou and kind of just getting things to flow nicely and making sure that the macro is on point for this team. So I think he's going to be a pretty scary force in this meta and specifically on this team.
Yeah, and he's also just a really vocal player. And I felt like, you know, when we look back at past M80, one of their biggest things is I didn't feel like they were always on the same page. But here now, bringing Nismo into the roster and the rest of the players that are all super vocal as well, he is so good at creating plans around his utility and making sure everyone is ready to kind of go off of it so that they can have these quick reactions and they can have these quick adaptations that we've been seeing in their first showing.
I mean, now we have to talk about the opponents going on to today. Grand finalists of stage 1 and talk about Shopify, Rebellion, Black. And you guys know the saying, if you can't beat the best, steal one of their top players and bring them onto your own team. Smoke is here. He had an insane rookie debut and switch it over to this duelist, and Shopify, Rebellion, Black Roy taking them all for themselves. This team looks good. They already did before. I'm so excited to see more of Smoke here.
Yeah, then them adding Smoke to the roster is really allowing them to lean super heavily in the double duelist meta. And it kind of makes sense when you think about it, right? Because you have Satellite, a player that is like super mechanically strong. He's very good on the movement agents. He's really good on Neon. He's really good on these off rolls. That he's also extremely flexible now as well. And then you consider the fact that Smoke is, I mean, it's not even up for debate at this point. He is the best opener in the league in terms of first kill, first death ratios. He's been so successful. Check out almost every one of his matches, 2x, 3x ratios on the first kill, first death. And I feel like with the addition of Smoke and him being able to play slow and him being able to kind of just like work picks, you know, and kind of still be very mechanically strong when it's time to do so, I feel like adds a level of like dynamics that didn't really exist before. And I feel like that level of switching up the paces is going to pay so many dividends in this meta and specifically in VCL.
No, I completely agree. I mean, when you look at SRB at the start of the year, you have a roster that has such a strong foundation. They have that great chemistry that they've been building up for months now. And with this one like small roster change, bringing Smoke in, starting to play into more of that double duelist meta that you were kind of talking about, it just added like another layer, another identity to SRB. It just added a lot more firepower. And I don't see a world where that's a bad thing or why that wouldn't work, right? Because you have such strong, experienced players. And when you're just unleashing these two players to kind of go and do the work for you, it's kind of fail-proof.
And when you think of like the coaching and the IGLing as well between Nature and Effie's, like they're the type of players that are totally like, they probably want to be able to have the option to play slow work picks and allow the macro to flesh itself out instead of like, you know, just bashing their head into the meta and kind of just playing at a pace that, you know, sleepers play at and kind of these other teams play at. So I think when you take all these things into account and then you look at Smoke coming from Core, a team that, you know, played quite slow and very grinding out the kills, grinding out the rounds, I mean, this team just, it feels like the perfect fit, to be honest, for this roster.
It really does. And already Smoke has been so much fun to watch in the server. He's still so relatively new to all of this in comparison to some of the others. So I feel like this stage, we should just expect him to hit some crazy limits. But of course, you talked about the double duelist that's allowing him to get unleashed. And of course, then we have to talk about Phillips Norelco head-to-head as how he can combine up with Satellite. Whereas on the opposing end, Emily, it's kind of Bonnie doing it all by himself. But that's kind of okay from Bonnie because he kind of can do it all.
Yeah, I think Bonnie has been one of the best duelists in Tier 2 so far, and a lot of M80's plans kind of revolve around Bonnie finding success with all of their util that they have, because they do love running that double innie solo duelist, but that does put a lot of pressure on Bonnie, and then you can kind of tell when they're on that attacking side, they struggle if Bonnie gets shut down early because they don't have the chemistry to kind of be able to just work their way back into the rounds. But then when we look at Satellite, he used to be a flex player, and his flex was pretty good, but now he is like a Neon-only player so far, and he's been unleashed. He is that Neon player that is so annoying to play against that it just makes you want to all F4 and report, okay? It is not a fun time. But he's been doing an excellent job at kind of going into this new role, going into this new aggressive role, and also following and running it down with Smoke and becoming this player that can ultimately just take over and dominate the server.
I mean, this head-to-head is straight up like it's a mog off. Like it's two Chads just mogging each other right now. Like look at their stats: 300 ACS, 286 on the other side. I mean, obviously the sample size is still small, but you know, looking at their previous history in VCL in stage 1 and last year as well, like these players were always going to be the next up, right? And I feel like, you know, Bonnie's having time to develop, and now he's bringing in Kaplan, who has so much experience at such a high level, is probably going to enable Bonnie as well. And then you look at Satellite operating in a completely different system now with a different support system. I feel like there's just the level these players can reach, the level that these teams can reach is just insane. I'm here for it. I just want to see it in action. I want to see who's going to win this match.
I mean, we're getting closer to that. Don't worry, Roy. We're just a couple of minutes out, but still a couple of other things first. First, the map picks and bans. You know, with these two orgs, that is going to be a great series ahead, but to see where it's all going to be playing out, that is going to be the big question here. Starting off with Lotus, and of course, this is a different M80 than the M80 of old, but I still, in my mind, M80 is like synonymous with Lotus. Seeing a couple of these wins they're able to have, specifically performances Nismo has been able to put up, Roy, I'm excited for that first map.
Oh, I'm so excited. I mean, I literally cannot think of a version of M80 that was just not good on Lotus. Like, for as long as I can remember, they've been so good on that map. And obviously, they're running a kind of a new gen composition on that map, at least in their last match. But for SRB side, we still haven't seen their Lotus. We don't really know what to expect from them. We don't even know what composition they're going to lean into on this map. Obviously, the flexibility of the players that they have now, it opens up a lot of doors for them. But are they going to lean into the double controllers? Are they going double duelist? Like, there's just so many questions for this map right now. Obviously, we'll get those answers shortly, but I mean, the veto makes sense in my eyes. Obviously, M80 doesn't want to play bind right now against SRB specifically. SRB is fractures perma-ban, so those bans make sense. And then we're going to Pearl, guys, a third map. Both teams should be super good on that map. It's been a comfortable map for both of these rosters, and almost every iteration of it, it should be a good veto.
Yeah, I'm very curious about these first two map picks, just because M80, they have such a strong defensive half because they're able to have these set protocols introduced by such a structured coach like Kaplan. So everyone is always on the same page, plus the early calls coming in, of course, from Caillou and Bonnie if they have that op in hand. But when it comes to their attacking halves, they struggle a bit. They don't have the chemistry that they can just kind of quickly adapt and react and always be on the same page. You can't rely on protocols as heavy as you can on defense. So looking at the first two maps, Lotus and Breeze, where these two maps can be considered like pretty attack heavy or attack sided, it's kind of hard. And I think it's interesting because also on the side of SRB, I feel like their their attack halves are very strong because they have that chemistry. They're really good at being quick, running it down with their double duelists. It's kind of almost unstoppable. So I'm curious to see how these two strong sides will go up against each other and these two weak sides.
Oh, it's going to be a great one. And real quick, before we hop into our agent select, our predictions, of course. Emily voting M80. I'm shocked.
Listen, I actually have a lot of faith in this new roster. I think they've had a great showing. I think a lot of their problems will only be getting better with time. And I think especially going into this map, I just need to see them being able to kind of disrupt SRB, right, on their attack. I need to see them being able to not just kind of get run down by the double duelists. And when they flip over to that defensive half, that attacking side, they just have to be ready for the disrupts. And I think as long as they can kind of get more on the same page, have someone super vocal kind of just stepping it up, they'll be able to kind of counter SRB even on their weak side.
I'm actually really digging the composition, and now that we're seeing the comps here for both of these teams, the SRB kind of the variant of the comp, it's basically a mirror composition. The Sentinels are swapped out, Vice versus the Sage. I've been a big proponent of Sage on this map. I feel like she fits quite nicely into the meta. She's very good at fighting the A control. She's good at, you know, stalling out the retakes and then the pulse plants as well, whereas Vice is kind of more set. It's a little bit more, you know, defend the side of your map. I feel like for what we're expecting, I am curious to see how SRB is going to be maneuvering around the fact that the Vice will be mostly towards C, sometimes towards A, and how since they only have a single dive duelist, how they're going to be dealing with that defensive power that comes in with the Fade, with the Viper util, along with that Vice util for the M80 side. That first half is going to be so important for both of these teams.
I'm also very excited to see SRB take a step back from what they've been showing so far, because so far they have been preferring that double duelist and that change of pace that Smoke brought into their team. But now we'll be going back to the solo duelist. We're going back to kind of having to play a little bit slower, especially considering that they have a Vise Wall that they need to break out, mollies that they need to kind of be able to bait out as well. And I'm excited to see how that matches up against this new revamped M80.
I mean, revamped, but still a staple here in the challenger scene. And two teams that we could definitely see making that run. But it's time to see here in Swiss round 2, who's going to be taking the dub now as we head to Lotus and send it to your casters. It's going to be Marks and Teneric to take you through.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, more than exciting to see these two teams that have been trying to make that transition into the world beaters take each other on for the first time in over a year, Marcus. These teams didn't cross paths across stage 1 despite being so neck and neck with one another in the standings. M80 coming into this first map of Lotus against SRB has already shown a really solid performance with this composition they've got going. Very willing to take the early conditioning fights and then leave it to the hard covers on C and B from the ones. Shopify Rebellion has an unorthodox approach to this with that Satellite Sage, but I'm hoping that they can bring the firepower that we got to see them take on Rose with.
Clove, Cove, Clone, Cover, Clove, Clone, Cove, Cover. I just wanted to make sure.
I'm not doing that. Nobody's making me do that, by the way.
Not like I was practicing the entire time just to kind of see how one through, but no, you raise a bunch of excellent points here, and the one thing that I really do want to focus on is that Satellite being onto the Sage. I think Roy brings up really excellent points on how that is going to be used a little bit more aggressively, and once again, given the caliber of their duelist Smoke, I imagine that it's going to be pretty much, let's support Smoke as much as we can to get as much ground, and then all eyes are going to be on Alvin Boy, someone who is so good at finding those frags, you know, solo anchoring sites, things like that on the device. I think that there's a lot of potential for Alvin to be able to shut it down, but still they're going up a lot of firepower coming through from SRB.
Already a bit of a neutral found. Satellite does still have that barrier to get him easy access. Sheer's far up though, so Shopify will have to quickly change course after that first crossover for Smoke will leave him a little bit isolated. Able to at least tuck in, but M80 still won't aggress. Are you just waiting, watching Alvin Boy circling the boat, able to find Xander, but SRB's completely taken over this site though. Bonnie's now dropped back down and maintain the presence. Caillou able to skirt in. And M80 will still be able to surround the problem, now just dealing with nature.
Here. Spotted out there and... Oh. Okay.
Okay.
For a second there, I was like, oh, that was actually a nice little two-tap to start things off here, but you can see what's going on. It was an excellent use of a lot of stall utility on the side of M80. Alvin Boy really using everything exactly how you would want him to. And then on top of that, able to buy a little bit more time, staying alive, playing the life there to allow the rest of the squad to be able to come in and support that one. So really, it was just kind of that combination of Alvin Boy and Nismo hanging out on that A site to make sure that there was no way for SRB to get in there. And the sheer was just so annoying, really just slowing down the pace completely of SRB, kind of making them a little bit more disjointed. So an excellent pistol round start for M80. They go into their buy-up, Caillou feeling nice and confident, buying up actually. Phantom there, but Alvin Boy walks away with the first.
Yeah, very worthwhile. And again, M80 already has the staunch presence. Already it seems like Shopify is trying to coerce some extra aggression out of M80. But the thing about a comp like this is that it welcomes it almost too telegraphed. Like you know so hard that Satellite and Xander are going to be ready to intercept that rocket-powered needle that Bonnie's going to try and be. And so M80, they'll switch the tempo up a little bit from the high-flying BS that we've seen this duelist come up with the help of the insane enabling that these guys can do. Definitely excited to watch that formula come into form, most likely on the attack. Shopify can take over tree. Nice dash and just a little more refined than the previous round, but worse guns. Still, Smoke makes the distance and gets the kill. Nismo down for the count. And M80, bit of a slower response time, but no barrier to waft them away. Instead, they'll just play out the mollies, the timing, and the stack to take on what they know is still that greatest threat. Smoke with the Bulldog. Haunt to sus, bit of a sidestep, and that's enough to get them in. M80 from here should Bulldog. Just one more down for the count. Nature won't get away with more than that this time. So M80, pretty to the standard so far. 4 rounds, 1 and 2, able to maintain 3 guns, one of them being a Phantom.
Yeah, all things considered, a great round from M80. It just feels like a little bit of unfortunate spacing coming through from SRB deciding, hey, let's push over here, and then boom, arc rose in your face, and you're like, what the heck? And then a spray through a smoke, and more or less the round is pretty much closed out here. But no, I think that the synergy kind of coming together on how the setup is working off the Vise. You see that Alvin Boy is always constantly supported so that the utility isn't just kind of like popped as a deterrent, but actually gets used. It's well informed and it's meaningful, most importantly. Too often you see these Vises just kind of pop their stuff without having that full awareness of what is really going on. But this time Alvin Boy always has someone supporting that Vise, and that makes sure that everything is going to be a little bit more tidy. And on top of that, a little bit more pressure can be applied. This time, though, SRB going to be coming in swinging. Xander's able to find Bonnie right off the bat. Keep in mind, Nature does have an ultimate online here as Nismo is tucked away.
And that Prowler hasn't found him out. The gunfire is going to give his position away, and the spray's not going to find him. More are going to walk into it, and Nismo's going to be able to get away with 2. Equalizing the playing field. Satellite now barriering up. Cheeky angle to take Spaz down to 52. And Shopify can again take over that A space. Caillou, nice adjustment to catch Nature on that Phantom. That is doing him well to try and take this bonus back. Satellite and Xander slowly walking up to the plate. Xander, the zip up, again, quicker to the punch than M80 expected. Satellite winning the 1v1 against Caillou, holding on to the barrier orb until now to make this a very solid 2v1. Evaluation of the util that Alvin Boy has used, and he does still have some util. Arc Rose can't confirm, but it can deny. Where? Yes, they are. Hilo and Tree. Certainly readable, swingable, not winnable that way. Certainly another if he gets the re-swing, but Xander can shut it down. Take the bonus with 1 gun standing at M80. So far, not completely off the chopping block.
And all things considered, though, that is an excellent round from M80, and it's just because Nismo bides his time so perfectly there and finds 2 very key members. Caillou as well, standing ground there, makes it so that it's actually possible for Satellite to go down, making it a lot closer than it should be. But that just feels like a little bit of, you know, Shopify Rebellion Black not doing their due diligence in checking and clearing everything out there. Smoke had an inkling, but didn't actually push through it, and that's how Nismo gives them the slip. And now, let's see what they've got. SRB, they're going to have somewhat of a buy up here, but M80, their economy's looking nice and comfortable. Bonnie on the Outlaw, while Smoke prodding through, but at this point, the Waylay might just be a little bit of a distraction, or at least to buy that space, give that additional map control over to Shopify Rebellion Black. As Bonnie wants to see if he can find a cheeky angle, but we'll just have to back out of that one.
As the Refractor get away, Caillou hears the door and starts spamming. Will get Xander for free. Shopify still a bit indecisive, potentially going for that B pinch on the baby door. Yeah, the barrier is going to help facilitate that really quickly.
Oh.
Into the 4v5, Smoke opens up, finds the stairs presence from Bonnie quite early. Alvin Boy dared to challenge this isolated, but now the poison orb going to prevent that even harder. M80 in the meantime, making sure there's no lurks to clear. Caillou going to be a while before he gets here, but that Nightfall will certainly help. So Shopify have to flaunt the presence. Double stack out of the Saturate, finds 1 and gets intel on 2 more. Nightfall now necessary to step into. Nismo able to find 1 on the way in, but it's still got to be a little testy. Now the double in. Spaz able to find his, and Smoke is now cornered himself. M80 have managed to sequence all of this out, and there's still the Viper's snakebite in the tank to fully wall Satellite out. And this is the philosophy that we've seen M80 try to carry springboard from stage 1 into this one, with Kaplan taking on the coach's reins and Nismo back on the team. Just really trying to find value out of every piece of util. There is always something to enable you when you go forward. And Bonnie was definitely the poster child of that, especially in their first game against Pigeons today. But they showed, even in that first match, it can be chameleonic. Anyone can let anybody go crazy in this team. And so far, I mean, Caillou, very self-sufficient in that regard to a degree.
Oh, absolutely. And once again, like, you look at the retake happen there, and it just felt so damn rehearsed. And that's what you want to see from this M80 squad, you know? Not just rely on Bonnie going crazy, because Bonnie's been now taken out 2 rounds in a row, the first blood being going, and now Alvin Boy is going to be just trying to hold this one down alone.
A lot of great ways to get in here. The barrier on top of the TP with the double dash, and Satellite just manages to get 2 anyway. On that hero rifle. Huge work. And that gets Shopify the quickest and easiest site they've ever taken this game. C site, completely and utterly theirs. No ults required either. And again, that is partially from Bonnie going a little crazy. But other hand, I mean, you set down those vines and Alvin Boy thinks he has a lot more time and space than he does.
Yeah.
But the light speed, followed by the shrouded step, followed by the barrier. It's not single file. Very dangerous crawl in that nets Shopify the entire river simultaneously, while Alvin Boy is just completely stuck. Deer in headlights.
Yeah. Just completely overwhelmed. And, you know, like, this is what the desk was talking about in that fury that SRB kind of goes forwards with. You obviously expect to see it a little bit more when they bring out that double duelist, but this time around, nah, it's gonna be just fine. Smoke gonna fly through, and they just really just hit the gas pedal to completely overpower it. And when you look at the like post-plant positioning, right, like we commented on how M80 do a good job at icing out SRB just simply with their own utility. Obviously, it looks a little bit better when you got a Fade ultimate in hand, but at the same time, that's because SRB use a lot of their utility on the actual entry, and they're looking for a lot of those very quick, meaningful kills to make sure that the round can just completely flip in their direction. And given that we've now gotten a taste of their speed, I'm curious to see how they're going to continue to play this one out, because that should be the indication of this is how we find that gap in M80's defense. We know that they're not going to be good if we can just run them over. We need to just get that information before we decide where we want to commit. And so M80, they push out a C long to try and deny a little bit of space, and that will funnel SRB towards this A site, which is kind of exactly how they wanted to get this protocol set up.
It's a really high-level conditioning war played so early in the match where both teams are trying to set up speed traps on one another, but it takes rounds in order to set that standard, so it's really tough to find a constant. Switching up plays every round. You'll love to see it. Alvin Boy, tempted to draw out the Steel Garden, and he will. That'll catch a body or two, and Nismo in the meantime will start peeking out. Shopify's rhythm completely turned on its head. And Satellite and Exa have been torched, ISO'd, and now forced to try to fight their way through it. They will not make it an inch. It's a flawless round 6 to get M80 back in the driver's seat.
Now, I'm not saying adding Nismo into your squad immediately makes your utility look better, but at this point, like, I don't even know what to say, because the M80 utility coming through with Nismo as well joining the squad is just looking so fantastic. Every single time they are taking this fight, you can see exactly where they want to toss down their utility. On the other side, Shopify Rebellion Black, in that kind of like speedy method that they're kind of going through, it feels like they're just dumping util to try and isolate and find kills for themselves. But on the M80 side, it feels a lot more cooperative. You can see the entire mapping of that entire round on how they wanted to play it. M80, they push outside of C, deny that presence for SRB. SRB has to burn a little bit of utility just to get that info. Okay, we can't touch C, let's go towards A. While they're going towards A, the entire time, Alvin Boy just hangs out on C while the rest of the members rotate either to reinforce B or get that double stack on A, ready to receive that additional pressure that SRB are going to be throwing on one of these sites. And then by the time all of that information comes through, M80 know exactly how to get the wraparound going. When it comes down to these macro level plans coming through, it really feels like M80 are just the superior squad coming into this one, which is kind of like crazy to say because, you know, we've inputted Caillou, we've inputted Nismo into this. You would expect there to be a little bit more adjustment period, but right now all the gears are working at max efficiency.
I mean, you know, Caillou and Nismo, you know, have spent that time together already. So I think he really understood quickly, as well as Kaplan, how to just plug and play him.
Oh my.
Finding the opportunities where, again, the util just gets you so far, but Nismo's shots aren't too damn bad either. And M80 find the rubble fight that they've been looking to have an excuse to take this whole game. Nismo at the front line, Satellite can trace that. Finally. Yeah, you've gotten a little too overheated there, and that is something else to pay attention to on both sides. For that matter, it really is the little things with teams this good that stick out like sore thumbs. The corners you don't check, the moment you decide to stay on that front line a second too long, it'll get punished in an instant.
Oh, Nismo. You know, gotta come into this one, the initiator specialist, but now it's just right place, right time. Hold on a second. Satellite, are you kidding me?
Oh,
just
my
receives
God.
all of it and wins a 1v3 at the very end. No, all just crosshair placement at that point, but gets SRB back onto the board. I thought that round was said and done.
That is such a questionable play from M80. The quadruple swing through the toxic screen to decay yourself into the first, and you leave yourself room for the secondary. It doesn't matter that you waited half a second for that decay to fade. You're still low. You're still vulnerable. You're still lined up.
Oh my God.
What on earth is that? Oh God, that is a complete collapse of a round. Everybody just adopted the Nismo mindset of let's get this done. Let's get to the front of this. And that is the instant regret. The speed trap is set. SRB, they take that extra 15 seconds of just waiting, just chilling, and it gets them a free round. Oh, thank you, God, Satellite.
Can't wait for the new YouTube series, the Nismo Mindset. Just walk in front of your enemies to try and find those kills. But I was gonna, like, there was such an easy Nismo highlight there, but then Satellite just completely steals the show. And obviously Satellite has had a bit of experience kind of flexing off the duelist onto more of these Sentinel roles. But, you know, bringing back the good old days of Battle Sage. Spaz, though, has to hold his ground against Smoke.
C'est normal. And that's three.
Wow, last bullet.
He was down to one bullet. That's gross. Holding it all on his lonesome spike on an island, and that is probably a quick round, but shoot, after last time, I'm not going to speak too soon. Exa been struggling to get on the board this game. Won't this round. Wins the 1v1 against Alvin Boy. See how much more he finds. Shoot, Spaz got 3 from here. Why can't Exa? Smoked out.
Push it.
Gotta swing into 3 angles at once. Oh, no way! No way! Are we dreaming? Are we in the Twilight Zone? Are we on the Truman Show? And that was so utterly conventional from Shopify. That was the most boring snake with the barrier into the baby door with the entire stack. And then, oh my God, you're decayed again! What a surprise!
Yep. Yeah, that's a timeout and a half if I'm sitting in the coach's booth, you know? Like, that's a little bit of a tilter. 2 rounds in a row, heroics coming through from M80 being like, yo, check this out, bro, I got this. And then just decided to walk through some sort of smoke, some sort of decay, and immediately just getting annihilated, mowed down even. And wow, this is gonna sound a little bit familiar there, but I was gonna comment on how good Spaz's positioning was and how SRB needed to check their corners, and then Exa just completely steals the show this time. It's like I'm just repeating myself. To walk away with a 4K clutch. It's unconventional. Like, we can sit here and talk about utilities and lineups and playing off of one another. But sometimes if you just decide to push through utility, then you will get punished. And I think that M80, they're going to be taking that lesson to heart here. SRB, though, in a fantastic position now. 5 ultimates online. They've completely snapped the back of M80's economy. And yeah, they're just kind of chilling off of that one. I'm sure vibes are at an all-time high.
Oh, yeah. Feeling footloose and fancy-free. They can do no wrong. And now, against the Eco, M80 is going to be forced to Gamba stack. So now Shopify can play even harder in the neutral on A site. They can actually toy with this a little bit, instead of having to be scared of the speed traps that M80 had set up. Take their sweet time, surgically analyze this, run the util well dry as much as they can.
Bring them down.
Because Lord knows M80 still gets so much value out of the util.
A little bit more of a fake coming through this time from Shopify Rebellion Black. Trying to bait out some of that utility early, but smartly Caillou doesn't overextend or use anything else. All of his pockets get emptied out here just to kind of deny that space to play that information. But yeah, Nightfall going to be activated now. This should be SRB. Nice and comfortable plant onto this B site. As we actually see M80, they start to push out a C. They're going to go for that wraparound. A Viper's Pit is well invested.
That feels appropriate at this stage. Make sure you can hold the close quarters again after M80 can choke up. And with Bonnie on the shotgun, I mean, if he finds the right body, then the pit will collapse in an instant, so. Just making sure you're on the right track. Great slow orb to make sure that Nismo is the only one that can get in. Just waiting to see how Satellite can play these posts.
One enemy remaining.
Smoke is just gonna run it down to find Spaz, too. Get himself his rifle now as well. And Bonnie, now the bot frag of the lobby will quickly get found out. And Shopify can hold that lead.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like that might have been a little bit extra, given the fact that we knew that M80 was going to be on a bit more of a budget buy. But I guess all things considered, you know, they had 5 ultimates online. Nature opens it up with the Nightfall. The Viper split from Exa just confirms that it is going to be a nice easy kill. And yeah, that's just going to be the round all said and done. They still have 3 ultimates up against 3 ultimates on the side of M80 though. And when it comes to just raw impact, I do think that M80's ultimates are going to be a bit better. And now we can talk about utility and how they want to get things set up, because if they utilize this properly, this could be a pretty decisive victory, especially off of Bonnie's ultimate, because that can just buy a lot of space, especially with how SRB like to push out.
Already getting chased down a little bit here as he's moved all the way up. Satellite and Exa ready for the swing out, and the Refract is just going to let Nismo insert himself with a quick jump peek. Will thwart Exa and vice versa. So it's back to all this noise being made on C Mound. Nothing to follow up on the pit yet, though, so everybody's staying pretty stagnant.
There.
Waiting for the cross into the sheer. Alvin Boy's util has not gotten as much value. I mean, there's so many ways for Shopify to get inside a site. It's been a lot harder for M80 to find ways to interrupt on top of the Vice util specifically in the retake game on B. Kinda tough to take over without some ultis to help out. Convergent Pats for Convergent Pats, but Bonnie's is way more on target. Everybody's staying put. 35 seconds to go. Shopify's got to make the call here and now, and in they go. Hunt into the saturate. Everybody holding their own. No reason to move an inch, but Nature moving in on top of the barrier orb that forces the higher ground, and Nature can solo take. Nismo having a TP ult to get in quicker, but Spaz is still on the way back. Does he dare to take this 1v3 on his own? Exa watching the flank as well. A rare opportunity, and the Paranoia catching the entire triple stack, but no one can collapse. And Nismo's still got to just peek inch by inch and only gets away with 1. And as Spaz waltzes into the barrier, just staying on the bite till 50, he almost makes it work anyway. And if this game is filled with rounds like this, I think we're going to have a heart attacks by the end of the match, but still, it's Shopify taking the round.
Yeah, I just checked my watch. My heart rate is definitely elevated here, but given how those last couple of rounds went, I'm like, yeah, it's M80's turn. They're going to find a triple kill. Who could have seen this one coming? But no, like, once again, the protocoling coming through from M80 is still looking really strong. Like, they're not giving up anything for free. The entire time while we see SRB get set up outside of B, we see M80 just completely swarm the map, take all of that map control. Bonnie, such a smart convergent pass, counter out the one coming out from SRB, annihilating any of that just pure util value that Shopify Rebellion Black were trying to achieve early in that round. But still, the rifles, the crosshairs, it'll look a little bit sharper from SRB, and so they're able to shut down M80 in a little bit of a gambit, especially off of Satellite's res. And so they're poised now to try and take this one as we get a little bit of a TP forward from Xander to try and claim that extra space. So Alvin Boy has to respect this because he's here alone.
Shopify's bevy of options here. Flowchart's only grown wider. Shopify can continue to peruse for ways to skate around the things that M80 has tried to use to blockade. And bloody hell, Smoke's got an operator now. There is no turning back. Satellite, again, the barrier, again, the free kill off of it. Loving the unconventional ways that he's been able to just get away with stuff in the midst of these fights. Again, it's the little things that mean so much when the teams are this good. And Shopify, with that plant, with that time cushion, with that amount of space, it's a save until the last round of the half, and this has suddenly become a very slippery slope, Marcus.
It 100% has. And on top of that, I think one of the biggest deterrents right now is Smoke gets the operator in hand, lets it be known to the rest of the map. And I think that that is causing a little bit more pause on the M80 side, because if you paid attention to Challengers last season, you know, as soon as Smoke gets an operator in his hand, it's crazy what this guy can kind of pull off. And so given that, given all the factors on the board right now, you see M80 just go for that save, make sure they've got a little bit of something to work with this next round. But this has just been absolute domination for Shopify Rebellion Black. And now this is the last round in the half. That is now 5 rounds in a row. Shopify have very handily scooped up here. And Smoke still has that operator On the other side, though, M80 coming into this. Caillou does have the Nightfall available. Alvin Boy with the Garden, you know, slaps some of those weapons out of their hands, especially as you know Shopify Rebellion Black like to group up on the actual site in those post-plant positions. But M80's strength really comes down to the post-plant. They've been losing the early round. Shopify Rebellion Black finding so many members before they get the spike down. And I think that's why we're starting to see M80 slip in the score line.
Yeah. Proactive uses of the ult previously. You know that so much of this just comes down to timing and whether or not you have the power to overwhelm. And if you spread that thin without finding things along the way, then you're not going to come with enough power to be able to deal with a fully equipped site. Spaz stepping up, Smoke dry peeking, risky this early into the game. M80 is going to be very ready for that after Smoke was so singular on the operator in Shopify's last match. Two standing on the C site. Do we go for it? We sure do. Satellite's going to give the barrier a shot just to get himself up for the sight line, but now the Steel Garden's thrown in reaction, and Caillou finding the lurk from Exa. Shopify's drained of options with 40 seconds to go, and yet the Nightfall already gets used. Bit strange. Can't lie.
Yeah. It's so early on, and honestly, I feel like that was a bit of a deterrent, but given the clock here, there's still time for Shopify Rebellion Black to make a play. They tap the door just to try and make that one happen, but at the same time, M80, they've already got a protocol set up for that, so this is going to be that C-side hit.
Best chance they've got. Alvin Boy with this Guardian does not have a perfect way to meet this, so that's why Spaz is there. Now the C is going to be able to toss away both of them, and the barrier still granting them that extra inch of space. 8 seconds to go. They've got to get this spike on, and with the C's, it's still a little awkward. Saturate on the dash in, and the interruption is not there. The refract doesn't win it in time. Spike is still down, but Nature is gone too, so it's a 2v5 on the retake. This should be clean from M80. They're going to make it work. Satellite just holding on, waiting until that poison orb goes up so the entire team can come through, and there are, this time, too many heads in the way. So it's a 5-7 half. M80 on the defense is able to scrape away as much as they can out of this, but a couple crucial chokes prevent them from truly ascending.
Yeah, like you can tell, M80, they like to do a good job of controlling the map. They like to do a good job of understanding where Shopify Rebellion Black are. And you see, as soon as that kill comes through on Exa, they immediately know, okay, this has to be the C side. That's the only time that we've seen somebody else. We know Shopify Rebellion Black likes playing together. And then it's just a matter of utility to stall them, force them to make a decision while still just holding things down, really force their hands. And yeah, sure, we saw Caillou use that ultimate a little bit early there. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to instilling fear onto Shopify. So 7-5 on the half. Now we get to see the swap around happen, and I'm very curious to see how Shopify Rebellion Black want to play this defense, specifically with Satellite being the only Sentinel player here. It's a lot more exploratory out on C. I imagine Shopify will be a little bit more aggressive with it, but a lot is kind of being placed on Satellite's shoulders to really just anchor things down if push comes to shove.
Yeah, definitely expecting him to go for this ram headbutt a lot more often, just willing to contest as long as he can, stand his ground and let the rest go unscathed, at least until he gets that res and extra utility can use to stall. All eyes are on Bonnie for this attack half for M80. 2 kills in the first half. And the rocket-powered needle that normally gets M80 so far in their attack halves, of which we got to see so little of on Lotus against Pigeons. In that match, Bonnie aced twice.
Jeez.
Let's see what he can do. Stepping with Nismo on the first smoke is good. Saturate on a Nature to make sure he's got to step away as well. And M80's taken over the stairs, but not the site. Shopify can rotate relatively quickly as the smoke fades away, so Nismo's got to post up on a bit of an awkward spot, while Bonnie gets the close quarters to go for the zip up. The drop down from Shopify's here. Exa first to peek, first to fall. Nature going for the contest. Now the swing in from Smoke. Gets 3, and they've managed to get the pitch going. Jump around from Smoke, avoiding the fire as well, as Nature goes for the double peek as well. And they're able to do it again. Smoke gets 3 on the retake from Shopify. That looked so worse for wear. And again, it's the rounds that just don't seem possible that Shopify continues to get away with.
That is such a good way to describe some of these rounds there. You look at the post-plant setup for M80. Very clearly there is a hole, given the fact that you see one of the members of Shopify Rebellion Black walk through and be like, hold up a second, no one's looking at me right now. And then just like panic across the faces of M80 as they spin around and make sure that no kills go through there. But what's very important here is Smoke is able to find a number of kills and get back online. Smoke had a very quiet first half, and we've seen what happens to this player really. When they're not able to get started, not able to make anything happen, the team really starts to suffer. But after those first 3 kills in this half, I imagine things could be a little bit better. Bonnie just playing his life, and Satellite back up on the barrier orb yet again.
Yeah, gotta just go for it in a round like this. When you have nothing else, let him off the leash and see what he can get away with. This time, it is squat.
Okay, well, they will be able to get the orb, but it looks like that pit is going to be happening towards his B site. It's all going to be on Exa. Does have an SMG, so could make this possible. The spray through, though, doesn't confirm the position. M80 are kind of boxed in.
Yeah, with the space he took on the snake bite, he doesn't actually get too much value out of it. So M80 pretty satisfied with there, but Smoke has managed to circle the boat, and with the sniper, I wonder how far he'll get before M80. Yeah, deign to just walk into B and take the easier way out. It's a flawless round 14. It's a 4-round gap from Shopify, and it seems like they've got everything they need to get away with this map. Post bonus, at least. We'll see if M80 can do something here.
Hey, never say never. It was looking like M80 were going to be walking away with this map, and then, you know, Satellite 1v3s, Exa 1v5s, it's fine, right? Like, it's all good. So, never say never. But at the same time, like, that, it felt like M80 just got a little bit stuck there. Very similar to how Shopify Rebellion Black felt a little bit stuck on some of their rounds that M80 were really taking over. It allowed for plenty of time for Smoke to get that complete rotation around and really make things a lot more difficult. M80, though, full buy up this time. Exa spotting him out. Able to retreat here and use some utility to kind of slow down the push as Bonnie goes in deep.
And trying to speed it up against Exa, and he's able to get the kill before the saturate lets him pull that gun back out. Crucial timing. Oh, that's more crucial. Snagging Caillou. Satellite trying to get to the outskirts. Nature now utilizing that barrier setup to get some more cheeky shots on the Marshall. And he's going to keep on shopping with it. And if he can get away with at least one more, but rest of M80 looks quite secure. Smoke making it to CT just as the runaway occurs. Alvin Boy managing the high-low, and Nature still unable to get away with much more of a cut. Let's see what Smoke can do. First drop into the pot shots, just gonna give himself away. No dashing either, so really tough to take this back on. And because of that, they might just not. They might just play for exit.
Yeah. On top of that, like the shear in the back is going to confirm that that's exactly what is going to be happening here. And I do wonder how M80 decide to kind of take this one, because now they know exactly where at least some of the members are. Shear doesn't actually go off. Nature doing a good job to not activate that one and group up here with Smoke. So might be able to find a couple more kills on these exits from M80. And never mind, Nismo just sharper to it.
Yeah, Smoke will trade it away, but that's 3 rifles standing for M80's bottom line post bonus. I think that's about as good as you could ask for with the comp that Shopify has running here with the Sage and the Fade and the Omen and the Viper. You just have so many tools to slow and stall that as long as you get in and have the bigger stack post plant, it feels like you should be okay. But the trouble is really just getting in. And now Smoke has that operator as well. You have so many tools if you're Shopify and you don't even have ults on the table yet. This is scary.
Look at this. Like, it's going to be that peek out of C right now. Try and find additional value. Good clearance, but good just kind of checking coming through from M80. They know exactly how they want to play this. They know that it's probably going to be Smoke buying an operator here. They do a good job of mitigating it, but Xander is able to find that very crucial timing. So M80 might get stuck yet again. They grab the orb there, but they don't decide to push through. Still plenty of time onto the clock. But Shopify Rebellion Black don't move either, so they make sure that all of these sides are reinforced. Xander playing forwards onto that A side to at least buy a little bit of time, allow so that there is that chance of the rotation happening from his teammates if necessary. But M80, they've completely gone around and now look towards A.
Xander still holding this after a really solid lurk by him. He was quiet in the space making all game, and now comes out with such a crucial kill onto Spaz. Paranoia will prevent the early walk up. And Caillou, really toying with the sightlines there, huh? Just keep hitting the door, keep him standing here. Force Shopify to make the call of whether or not they engage. And the Haunt is going to give Xander away. He can't manage to win the fight. That was awkward as can be. Still 20 seconds to go, and M80 hitting that classic wall they did when it was still GMD leading the charge. They are not going to have enough time to make any other call. But this smoke should get them in okay. Satellite with the Sage on the
that's
drop.
huge.
Gets one down. Not much time to plant. And Bonnie can't hold it back. Smoke is here and online. Nismo out of time, out of options, and Shopify lay waste.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It just felt like time simply ran out here for M80 to try and make anything happen. And then when they finally decide that they're comfortable enough to be able to push through, Shopify, Rebellion Black just have their number. They've got all of the sight lines locked down, and it makes it so much more painful. You could see that gap. You could see that timing come through from M80 where they're like stuck halfway through, like, uh-oh, we're supposed to run through and plant the spike because if we don't do that, it's not happening. And then it forces their hand to just rush in through, allowing for smoke, allowing for satellite to get their positions online and completely shut it down. Honestly, I think that a lot of that round goes onto the back of Xander, making sure to just really play that A side, play the lurk, make sure to stall them out, have them continue to ask questions so that there's not a lick of confidence in M80 deciding to move forwards there. We talked about how they like to combo their utility. We talk about how they like to play off of one another, but they need to kind of get that online a little bit faster to go for some of those micro plays to find those timings and get it down nice and comfortable. Otherwise, yeah, SRB could very easily close out this map pretty quickly.
It's a great seesaw we saw on that round because M80, I think, did a great job of very relentlessly chasing down smoke with that operator with all of the util they need to on that stack. You really intimidate him out. You have a good amount of space to push him forward and then force him to kind of stay choked up. But Xander moves up in response and retaliation, manages to get the kill onto Spaz, and all of a sudden, all of those options that you were able to build of yourself due to just focusing on that operator are gone. Almost antithetical to the seesaw that M80 has. God, smoke, that's so stupid. And I love it. Bonnie's dashed in, River's taken over, but the site, bigger question. Smoke gets one more down the drain before falling on the outskirts. And Shopify will very satisfyingly dump back. Wait for that retake. Caillou has the Nightfall, so yeah, he's gonna use it, but an entirely wrong location. Oh, Nature has managed to crack too. He's just gonna hold this, he does not care. Caillou almost traded away in that instant, but instead he'll swing back over to Exa and deal with him 1v1. Can he make it work? Keep M80 really in this game, or set Shopify up for the snowball, and he's not looking, it doesn't matter. Shopify have so many boons in this game, and that is a very crucial whiff in a game full of crucial whiffs.
That's tough. That's tough, man. That is so hard to watch, especially with the amount of clutching that was kind of going on there. Excellent isolation of the agents on Shopify Rebellion Black. Somehow, despite the fact that they walk through that poison, are able to find those crucial kills, but Caillou cannot close that one down. And I do wonder how much of M80's prep here was, hey, let's just watch that smoke guy, because I think smoke on core last stage was just doing such a good job at being supported by the team. Shopify Rebellion Black seem to be taking this a little bit differently and still want to utilize smoke, but have themselves set up on all of these different areas around the map and different little combos going on. It's not invest all of our resources onto smoke, and I think that that is some of the gaps that M80 are not really anticipating. They're expecting a more course heavy playstyle where, you know, smoke really was the centerpiece of it all. Still though, Xander starting it out, finding the better half of Nismo here. And SRB, like, this should be their round. Get themselves up to map point. Bonnie's the only one who has that Guardian in hand. Convergent paths are online, but it's all about just focusing on the later rounds. Try to make sure that you're able to at least get to overtime, because it's not looking like we should be able to get an M80 round here.
Using to be overwhelmed, but X is choked up. Too close to the problem. That's what M80's always been weak to, but Exa gets away with everything he needs. Now time to duck back into Nature's sight line. Yeah, the kind of trap that you can set up on an eco round like this with impunity. And yeah, out of the frying pan into the fire type beat. Let's get this over with. Shopify will have 12 rounds of game point to work with here on Lotus.
And that's how you want to push out when you're very confident that you're going to be able to win a round, not in a straight line through util into the crosshairs of Satellite or Exa just on the other side or anything like that. But yeah, SRB, they're able to just completely close that one down. And once again, you're seeing just good teamwork and cooperation come through on the side of SRB. And a lot of these players very comfortable playing off of one another thanks to last stage. Obviously, Smoke kind of coming in here, taking on the duelist role for Ion. Is the new gear introduced into the entire puzzle. But still, Shopify Rebellion Black, it looks very clean coming from them when they do decide to just kind of play that defense. And I've been very impressed with their defense. I think, you know, Sage versus Vise, it was looking a little bit more one way than the other. But still, Exa, this is going to be crazy.
Again, Prowler catches him. Nightfall catches him.
No.
He still gets one. Give him more.
Oh, no.
Oh, out of shots? It doesn't matter. Alvin Boy's reloading. Shopify are at the barricade and destroying. No opportunities. No chances. Oh, man. No difference.
Not like this, man.
Shopify 13-6 on that opener. That is red down by this team. What a start to this series by them.
Yeah, and this is one of those maps, right? Like, you look at this M80, they're coming into this, a couple new ideas, a couple new stratagems, a couple new play styles being introduced into it. And once again, you could see a lot of their homework coming to fruition. A lot of these protocols, a lot of the ultimates, a lot of the utility is very well intentioned, and when it sings, it flies. But on the other hand, Shopify Rebellion Black, they're not afraid to get scrappy. So many of these players, we saw them last stage as well, are not afraid and not afraid to just back down, honestly, and go for those kind of crazy plays. They're kind of like, you know what? F it. Let's just send it, see how this goes, and what's going to happen? Well, Exa walks away with a judge getting 4 kills on the final round while the Convergent Paths goes down right beside him. It's kind of nuts if you ask me, but just raw heroic plays coming out from Shopify Rebellion Black kept their momentum at an all-time high, and that's honestly the reason why they're able to close out map number 1.
Yeah, you know the snowball goes from impressive to scary when the plays just become downright unrealistic, and goddamn, that game felt so unreal. But don't pinch yourselves, you ain't dreaming. Shopify's got a 7-round cap to start things out, just one more map to take the series and go 2-0. We'll see if they do it after the break.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. I started right now.
Stage, 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 stage.
Stage. Oh, okay, I see. Clove, cove, clove. Okay, this is harder than I thought.
Clove, cove, clone, cover, clone. Wait, this is impossible.
Raise, ace, clove, cone, gecko, VCT, sage. Nah, this is hard. I can't.
Raise, ace, clove, clone, clove, cove, cover, clone.
I did really bad on this one.
I did not do good.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill the. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You got looking for the 18. There it is.
And now Derek. Bullhose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Going into the very first map of the series, we had talked about Lotus and kind of how we had related it into our minds for just being something so strong for M80. But SRB, they got to rewrite that narrative today. 13-6 victory to take the first map in the series. And a team, Roy, that's looking really, really strong. You described them as looking like clinical at one point. Just so patient, just so strong. Like, this team's working really well.
Yeah, the pace that they play at is so interesting because like it feels like they're playing fast and slow simultaneously, and I'm like I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around it because it feels like they're playing for those picks, they're playing for that, but as soon as they get it, they have these like really well thought out like set pieces and like the sage walls that were just chopping up the geometry into something that was a lot more comfortable for SRB. And I have to be honest though, guys, I think from my perspective, at least, I don't know, correct me if I'm crazy here, but it feels like this map was a lot closer than the score might appear. Like it should have been at least, right? And I think overall both teams showed a lot of really good ideas, and obviously they're very similar compositions, but I think overall the takes on the map make sense to me. It really just did. A lot of rounds just came down to some serious like individual hero plays, people getting 3Ks, maybe a lot more than they should have, the clutches that kept going SRB's direction. Overall, I feel like the macro, the ideas were there for both teams.
Oh, for sure. I feel like M80 did have such a great start, you know, winning that first pistol. And then we saw them having great ideas and protocols, like I kind of mentioned in the pre-show about that's like their strong suit, right? They're always ready for what they're going to throw at them. They have these set protocols, and we saw it in action. We saw them kind of disrupting that A presence, kind of never going for that super early aggro, but really just going in when they're least expecting it, and it worked out. But then after those 2 rounds that they kind of just tossed away and just gave away, they started to kind of hesitate. They started to not really go for disrupt and stack towards that C site. And SRB, with those pace changes that you were talking about, they took advantage of that. They would take the early A main space like they were doing and defaulting almost every single round, and then slowing it down. And especially when they got that off into Smoke's hand, just having him kind of walk up and go for those early picks on whatever he can really find and just flood in after. It worked really well because M80 just didn't really know what they were doing. They didn't have info around the map, and they really struggled going in those last like few rounds in that defensive half.
And I feel like too a little pressure where you got to see it kind of come out in the worst of moments as well. I mean, even like that round where Satellite just 180s to kill Caillou is just, that's a rough one, right? Those are things I wouldn't necessarily expect coming out from M80, but maybe a little bit of first map jitters here. Looking across at how the map played out though, I mean, Roy, you had spoken about how it kind of seemed a lot closer than that score line. We got to see first kills that were actually very even for those teams, but when it just came down to it, SRB just had a stronger hold on the map.
Yeah, I mean, struggle hold on the map. The individuals were definitely popping off. It feels like there's so many situations where SRB, honestly, low-key just throw them in jail because they're doing some criminal activity in this map. It was kind of crazy. But for M80, like this is kind of what I was saying before. It really does feel like they had some solid ideas, like the way they were holding the A site. It felt almost impenetrable early in that first half, and it feels like a lot of the ideas, the macros, it really did feel pretty even. Like both teams had some pretty solid stuff. But for me, I feel like there's actually a couple things. Okay, one is there was like a half by Thrifty round that happened super early on in the first half. I think it was round 5 by SRB. Then it was followed up by 2. The 1v4 or 1v3 by Satellite. It was a 4K clutch, and then right after that was the Exa 1v4 as well. I mean, those 3 rounds are just like any win you had in your sails was, I mean, just gone at that point after those 3 rounds back to back to back.
I mean, if you want to talk about moments that took wind out of sails as well, or maybe even just pump up a team, Roy, like early on was chaos.
Yeah, I mean, this is just look how sharp the mechanics are, right? The 1v3 right here for Satellite, boom, 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 triple, easy, cleaned up. That's the first round, right? This is after getting thriftied as well. So this was like already you're feeling kind of, oh, we kind of did a little bit too much. Then right after that, it's a 1v4 for Exa. it's perfect. They have him smoked out. A little bit of a shallow smoke here by Nismo gives a little bit of room for Extra to work with. He finds his timing. He gets both of these kills, and then he cleans up Nismo right after. These are back to back to back. Like, that is tough to recover from. I feel like, I mean, yeah, it's madness. It's just madness.
Okay, that first one you can argue, like, you know what, they ran through a Viper wall. They were getting a little bit greedy. You know, they all just kind of lined up to him. Like, that's kind of their bad, right? M80 could have just held for those last 15 seconds, won the round, easy peasy. They didn't want to do that. That second round, though, what can you do? Did you see X's shots? They didn't. The two people coming in from Baby Door didn't even have a chance to react. Like, truly, that one I do not blame them for. They smoked him off. They were holding it. Exa just was the goat there. I do agree that smoke was a little bit shallow, but at the end of the day, they had the right idea there. They were playing greedy. They were trying to play disciplined, but Exa just completely disrupted that.
Crazy madness.
It really was madness. It made for an entertaining map number 1 in the series, but of course now implications for M80. They are down. They lost their map pick, and now they have to go into Breeze. And I look at this revamped SRB roster as well with this introduction of smoke. I look at the long-range weapons here. I look at just how good he is, Emily, off in hand, and I'm a little bit worried for your predictions here, bud.
I'm worried for M80 too at this point, to be completely honest with you, because we saw it on Lotus. When Smoke was disrupting their rounds, when M80 was basically having no presence across the map and Smoke was just kind of peeking through smoke, funny enough, to try and get a pick and got away with that, M80 panicked. They struggled. They didn't have a backup plan, especially because, you know, their lurker Spaz wasn't finding the most success. You know, we saw him try and lurk towards A that one round, get shut down, and then he never really went for anything more. So I think going into this map, M80 have to be ready to be disrupted. They have to be ready to have quicker reactions and know what they want to do if things don't go their way. And I think a big part of that could come down to Spaz kind of creating space, giving them a little bit more of a backup plan and not just letting himself kind of shut down and then just completely like group up with the rest of the team.
And I think from my perspective, it feels like it should be a little bit easier of a ground here for M80, right? Because there is footage on this map for SRB. You kind of have an idea of how they're approaching the map. You kind of know what they like to go for. But just looking, you know, obviously it's a small sample size. SRB's only played this map one time, but they did have a crazy attack half. It was 7. They went 9 and 3 on their attack half. It looked amazing. The versatility and how they're approaching the map and their win conditions and creating those win conditions was so on point. So I feel like obviously planning is one thing, countering it and actually dealing with it in the moment is another. So I'm kind of curious to see what the game plan here for M80 is coming into this map. You know what to expect. You know it's a double duelist composition. You know that Smoke's going to like to op, and you know that Satellite's going to be running it down. And the mid control that was so successful for M80, or sorry, for SRB, hopefully M80 has an answer for here on this Breeze.
And I mean, they need one, right? How that double duelist, the Smoke and Satellite, were able to open up those rounds on attack. I mean, Smoke single-handedly had basically the same amount of first kills as the entirety of Rose all together. And then Satellite not too far behind with 5 of his own. Like, between the two of them, there was just so much for Rose to try and claw back from. And already with what we got to see last time when they were on Breeze, and then just coming off of that map of Lotus, I'm a little bit worried for M80 kind of falling into that trap. But we haven't seen M80, Emily, so far here within this stage. And I mean, this is a really strong roster, even if we didn't quite get to see them take that win on Lotus. So what are we kind of expecting coming out from M80 going into the second map?
I think they're going to be kind of repeating history right now. It's just they're going to have a super strong defensive half. We're going to see them having quicker reactions because they know exactly what they want to do, depending on what SRB kind of throws at them. We're getting, oh my God, we're getting a little bit of a comp change, no?
M80 hasn't actually, they haven't really shown this map just yet. So this is actually a debut of their composition. They're actually running it back. If anything, they're bringing in the old composition. It's the old meta. It makes sense, right? You have one of the best KO players in the region. You want Nismo on that. You want to activate Bonnie as well to kind of set things up. But I've been a big fan of the KO. I still think he has a super good spot in this meta. I'm curious to see what M80 is cooking up because the well-timed knives can absolutely dismantle the attack side, being able to chop up the splits, being able to kind of dissect it and kind of know where to allocate your aggression on the defensive side is going to be huge along with those flashes. So I'm curious to see what M80 is up to. But again, for SRB, that attack half looked absolutely flawless last time. I'm hoping M80 has an answer on this first half.
I think with these comps, we're kind of getting what we were expecting to see out of these two teams. Right? We know SRB prefer that double duelist, which allows them to move quickly and as a pack, often in 4-1s, and really rely on the duelists finding success and training each other out. Whereas M80 now, we get to see them with this solo duelist and double innie so that they can have that heavy utility throughout the round for both, not just info, but able to kind of fight with and use to set up the whole team, not just Bonnie, which I think they excel in. So I'm very excited to see how this plays out.
I mean, we're going to have to see if it's enough to be holding out from this attack side that SRB showed to be so strong yesterday. Heading into the second map of Breeze, it's time to see if M80 have what it takes to take us into a third map, or if it's going to be SRB with the 2-0. Let's get to it and find out. Back over to your casters, Marks and Teneric.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, M80 have a lot of things to claw back into, but this could be the map and the comp to do it. A struggling composition initially when Paint and GMD were on the squad. Just a lot of players that were so good at their individual roles, not necessarily coalescing at the same time with this tremendous space they have to work with. But Nismo's one of the best KOs in the world, damn it. And I'm so happy to see him back on it, especially with Caillou on the Sova. Leaves him to be able to flash himself in and enable Bonnie on that jet even harder. Still though, Marcus, this Shopify Rebellion comp looked disgusting when we've already seen it played on this site. Really dangerous both ways. The duelists one, the initiator the other. It's going to be a clash of titans here.
Yeah, and already you can see just the level of aggression coming through from both of these squads. Obviously, Satellite and Smoke kind of picking up that double duelist composition for Shopify Rebellion Black. And Bonnie's still going to be the person who's going to be the tip of the spear right now. Just on the other side of the smoke. Going to walk through there. And Bonnie actually is able to get away with one, yet still Satellite walks away with two.
Yeah, no trade available. Satellite can turn to Caillou here instantly and grab the kill, as well as all of A-Site, the rest of the stack. Dover on B now has to make their way through mid, re-clear the door that Shopify could have inserted someone into, but instead, they've hyperextended into both CT and T to make sure nobody has these rollouts or long walks back through anything except the main lines. I've managed to split up here. Nismo gonna toss up from the bridge by the looks of it. That's three for him. Almost giving the man an ace. Good lord! That is a bang up start from this guy. Switching off of the Sensi onto the duelist for this map too. And he has been such a remarkable pinprick to start out for this team so far this stage, man.
I mean, 100%. Like, you look at Satellite, and Satellite's been a player that I've been a fan of for quite some time off after the last two teams that he was on as well. You know, playing so many different roles. But really, I think Satellite is going to be able to fly in this current meta, given the fact that Yoru's knees have basically been broken. Neon is kind of the person, the duelist that you want to be bringing into a lot of these compositions, just with that slide being able to find so much value. And, you know, Satellite has incredible mechanics when it comes to that movement, and so I imagine that it's going to be very difficult for M80 to kind of deal with. Also was the top fragger, top player in that map against Rose, where we got to see this exact composition come through for Shopify Rebellion Black. So a lot of anticipation being built up right now on Satellite's shoulders.
Yeah, really paying attention to both of these duelists. Satellite on this entry with everyone else here to enable him. And Smoke, his operator on this map has just been so disgusting. Xander's gonna open up with the pistol lurk kill onto Nismo, and Shopify can entirely shift the weight onto a once again defenseless A-Site, but this time they will have the mid lurk. As M80 check it. Oh, they sure do. Does it matter? Oh, hell no. Both of them get their ones. Bonnie, on the way back, lurk for lurk, can at least take care of Smoke, and does have the Marshal to maybe scrape away another body, but Shopify have this in the bag. Good lord, Exa, you shouldn't be getting away with all of that. And a speed run around two makes sure M80 knows Shopify intend to pick off right from where they left off.
And a lot of the conversation surrounding Shopify Rebellion Black was that addition of Smoke, but we get to see a lot of familiar patterns come through from the last time that we got to see this Shopify Rebellion Black squad. They always are so good off of playing off of one another. You know, they always make sure that they've got somebody's back. Someone's walking a little bit too far forwards. Yeah, they might be baiting themselves out, but it's totally fine because then someone's going to be watching from up above, ready to punish any over rotation coming through from M80, trying trying to snag that little kill. They're so good at those bait and switch plays, and that is something that is going to remain consistent in this squad as they continue to get better after playing off one another for so long.
You can only see where they could improve from here. Satellite unfearing until he eventually gets taken down. Was just a kamikaze at the end of the day, making some space, and Shopify will try to take it, but quick move up here from Spaz on the pyramids has not been checked, so still a bit of an awkward rhythm. And Spaz is gonna find the beat in it. And now Nature, yeah, all you can really do is try and go for a bit of a half-hearted flush to try to keep M80 here, as once again, we'll see if this Xander Lurk can come up with anything against Nismo.
Yeah, the Xander Lurk, just the Xander 1v1 against Nismo has just been so impactful on how SRB have run some of these rounds. You tell Nismo not too sure where the attack is going to be coming, but has to make sure this one works.
Try step in from Exa, quickly taken care of. Flash out will not get Xander, but will get him traded, so Nature will be the only one left. And he doesn't have enough time to plant this spike. He's got to tap it, which will get the rest of the crowd over, and so M80 will get a 3v1 here on the retake. And how many times has that not mattered? Nature! The spray clears 2 in an instant, and Caillou walking right up into a Nature almost manages the flick, but M80 can hold on to this bonus. Only one rifle, though. And God, Shopify, they just keep stopping our hearts.
There was no way that Nature was supposed to be able to walk away with that one. Just the pure spray, by the way. No, like, flick of the mouse or nothing like that. No spray transfer at all. Just finds the headshot. That is just purely unlucky coming onto the side. But Nismo, the key player here, is able to find 2 kills to make sure that, you know, the life was worth being played. That's so sad for Body.
Insane.
Caillou comes through at the very end there, kind of making up for lost ground based off some of the rounds that happened in the last map. And that will be M80 getting onto the board, but it's not pretty. I mean, look at their buy. It's all pistols except for Caillou, who's carrying over the rifle and is able to buy up that full shield. Meanwhile, on the other side, SRB are ready to come in with all lightning and fury in their hands, ready to just completely just shut them down. Smoke going exploring as well. Outlaws get spotted though by Caillou, has to back off.
Yeah, Smoke heavily pressured right now, has to use the updraft. Even then, he still can't get out. Caillou, bit of a whiff on the recon dart, but Xander's still going to give himself away, open himself up, and now Shopify have to commit even heavier to the fight. This is a marvelous first stack by M80. The Nebula's going to do a whole lot of work, though, and Exa can just set up and conquer. That Snakebite does everything inside that cloud to let him just spray and pray. And it's instantly silenced.
The name of the game is multi-kills off of Viper's utility for Shopify Rebellion Black today. It's
Exa is farming.
The assists, unbelievably high off of all of these maps. That is just nuts, dude. The spray through as well doesn't have any information, but thanks to the Snakebite and just knowing that they might be inside the smoke, walks away with a triple kill. That's just uncanny.
And at that point, Shopify is allowed to do that. They're allowed to say, why not? Let's give it a shot. Let's take those shots, see what we can get away with against the eco here. M80 has bar nothing to work with now that that first stack crunch fell flat. So you got to pop out past the Nebula here, past the toxic screen. Spaz has an uncanny way of getting in here, though, and is going to manage to. Satellite quickly stops it, and that's Alvin 2. Shopify make it up to 3, and yeah, they'll definitely toss some shots on the body's back after Nature kick things off that bonus. But now M80 have the guns, they have the setup. This is where they really get the party started.
I was gonna say, I mean, I'm pretty sure SRB were the ones who started the body spraying war at the last map there, but I love how they're doing such a good job off of X's utility. Well, sure, the kills, nice, fancy, all cool on that side, but even then, like, you watch how the Viper wall kind of comes up, and then it's just comboed with Xander's smoke. They're doing an excellent job at flooding in and taking out sections of each of the sites in order to just kind of clear things through with their bodies and little bits of util. It's those little micro plays they're really good at, but here comes Satellite, and that's gonna be the ultimate pop.
Yeah, very quick Hunter's Fury from Nature just to wall them in the door. Oh, Spaz is completely trapped. Yeah, you're going one way or the other. Good on Bonnie to quickly trade that back after the bike got placed down. And Spaz, that toxic screen no longer a factor. Shopify feel a lot more immune on A site. You shouldn't, though. Bonnie's on, smoke, patrolling, but a little too late. And that Cloudburst is too. The Recon's gonna make sure that this pyramid presence is still active. Exa holding close, now long distance, and that'll quickly make it easy for Shopify. The insertions are so major here, and it's gonna get a 4-1 lead on the board.
Man, Exa needs to go to medical school. Like, it's just surgical, these timings on how he's able to just navigate through everybody on the side of M80. We've seen it happen so many rounds, but these timings that he is taking are just simply unbelievable. I was watching the minimap, just watching the Viper slowly make its way up, and then lo and behold, is able to just find two, so then it's all up to Alvin Boy at the end there. I mean, X is just so aggressive, but so patient with that aggression. And we're seeing round after round, this Viper just be such an impact player right now on SRB.
Yeah, it's almost such a deviation from the normal fast pace you see Shopify take that when X is able to facilitate it, it just looks so damn clean. Now they'll launch a poison orb up to make sure no crazy swings out the door immediately will punch up Shopify. Yeah, I mean they're back to catching armpits and making sure that M80 doesn't get too big for their britches on these pistols. Worthwhile when you know how much util they bring to the plate here. The late Toxic Screen will once again let them set up on B-site for free here, though. This is the strongest post plant we've seen them have so far this game, and they are up 4-1.
Bonnie pops the Blade Storm as well. Smoke, just keeping that in hand, but yeah, Xander's lurk could be everything.
Walk up from Bonnie with the blades. Double leg on the Outlaw, so Smoke can clean it up with the shorty. And he's able to manage both those lanes of aggression. Xander's lurk just becomes a backstab to catch Alvin Boy for free. And Shopify might just break the bank. 6 rounds deep, flawless for them here as they look to skyrocket here on Breeze.
Yeah, they're just really just taking off right now. It's just so clean. This time around, we get to see Smoke really just kind of take the reins and make these kind of crazy, insane plays. And all things considered, even if Smoke was not able to pull off all those kills, Xander's lurk was going to have excellent timing. And you can tell no one from M80 was really paying attention in that direction. And so SRB, they just have such a strong understanding of how to play this map and show no signs of slowing down. I like how you kind of describe it where it's aggressive, but they're also like playing slow as well, because you watch Satellite, who's just like, oh, and there goes the Neon, off to the races. This one should be fun to watch. And then all the meanwhile, Xander's just taking his time, working the map, getting all the information before making a decision on where he wants to end up, and buying such precious map space for the team. And so it's almost like all these players on Shopify Rebellion Black right now are doing such a good job at making up for each other's weaknesses. We got the players who love to send it. We got the players who like to play it slow and methodical. And we got the players who are excellent at finding the timings. They really just feel unstoppable on Breeze at this point.
What has Kaplan got up his sleeve in order to try to take this defensive half back? At least a semblance of it. 3 ultis, a lot of retake potential in the bank here. Shopify can only maintain this rhythm for so long. The clock can favor M80 if M80 favors the clock. Heavy mid-presence to start. Maybe try and go for a pinch with Satellite if you're a team that they've moved up onto this. Alvin Boy's already made it such a distance. Satellite's got to deal with Spaz.
It's just so patient right now from SRB, and you can see M80, they just like don't know what to expect, especially off of 0 point, which should have confirmed a couple of pieces of information, and then suddenly Satellite going quiet. Right now, it's just a bunch of questions for M80, and so they're just going to stick to their protocol, stick to what they know. They give up middle completely. Is Bonnie playing a little bit more aggressive with this operator? On the other side, though, Shopify Rebellion Black get themselves ready to set up. Right now, all eyes are on to Spaz. That is going to be the stall utility that can really break the heels off there. But actually, Bonnie finds Smoke.
That opens the board up. They were already trying to be minimalist with how much space they could give away without letting Shopify insert, and they've been checking Nest this whole time to make sure nobody can move in through CT, so it's still got to be bare bones. WP through the front. Bonnie with the no-scope close quarters gets away with one more, and M80 have all of the obfuscation they need, and all eyes are indeed on Spaz. 3 for the guy to get M80 back on the board here, and that was as crucial a round as you could ask for. Cosmic Divide also spent in the process there.
Yep.
And Shopify are now the ones a little worse for wear.
I wonder if that like patience almost bites Shopify Reliant Black in the butt a little bit that round, because they play it so slowly, they play it so methodically, they're really just playing with their food, but it really allows for this really nice setup coming through from M80 in that triple agent hold coming through onto the site. And really, there's just no answer for SRB really at that point, and Spaz this time gonna let the Viper Spit deploy right off the bat. A very similar spread as we saw that last round. Satellite already inserting so far forwards here, but a key change in this defense right now for M80 is that we get to see a swap of that agent. We see Bonnie move over to this A site, so that operator still remains a mystery as to where it could be on the map, and well, at least Satellite's position is found out, but it will be this A side push. I'm worried though, because knowing that Bonnie's got the operator here, it's gonna be a tough one, and on top of that has vertical positioning.
Yeah, and the drone did not manage to catch him. The Toxic Orb made that so. Doesn't dare to stick around on the first spot. Neither does Shopify. They'll just turn tail. Viper's Pit and an operator in the back door? Yeah, I'm chilling. Another late Toxic screen. I love seeing Exa use these so proactively for the takes rather than conditioning. Really fun way to approach this. Proactive Hunter's Fury as well from Caillou, just to play stall to let Nismo get on, but with the null command, he has to be self-sufficient, and he can't be. Xander winning the duel.
Spike planted.
And now Bonnie has to be babysat by Caillou. This is awkward. And the Viper's Pit is well set up by Exa yet again. The later util usage gets them so far. And as Nismo's body will end up disintegrating, M80's got to once again circle the boat. See what shark can eat good. Bonnie giving away the barrel. Exa might use that as an excuse to peek out into the crowd. Whiffs everything, but sprays his way through until he can find Bonnie. It was touchy, it was dangerous, but it's still solid. And it's still Shopify's round. Caillou, long distance, able to hold off Spaz. He's got to still circle this, but Xander's able to just step out and make it clean. Shopify, more than enough tools in the kit this time, and they make it 6-2.
And that Viper's Pit not covering the spike that time around, you might call it a questionable play, but at the same time, that was so smart from Exa, because what that does is it forces the operator for Bonnie to have to go exploring into the Viper's Pit if they want any semblance of getting close to that spike. It just sets up this great divider in the middle of the map there, not necessarily covering the spike, but makes the entry so much more difficult for SRB, and really just dampens the power of that specific operator, and really just shuts Bonnie down, who has started to really start taking off, right? And this is something that you want to make sure that you're keeping in check. And speaking of keeping in check, Satellite gets that. So, not going to get that early space there. Smoke going to be the solo duelist this time around. And it's still Spaz watching this B site on the side of M80. Their buy is still good enough to make sure that it is going to be contested. But Nismo as well is aware that the spread from Shopify is happening on both sides of the map.
Raid boss on both fronts. Who finds purchase first? Who walks into the sight line first? Bonnie's moved all the way up to clear mid. Smoke. I'm gonna get a little bit of help here from Xander. Leads to Shopify thinking that they can take this prong.
Here.
Oh, the barrel spotted. Smoke's got a freebie here. Caillou holding close. This red. Steps are gonna get heard. Blade Storm out. Smoke's gonna pop this. Yeah, go for it on top of the snake bite. But yeah, he doesn't spot Caillou. It's a trade. Smoke does get the kill in time. The bite can stall. Exa throws his own back in retaliation, so Caillou gets flushed. Alvin Boy out with the trade though, and Bonnie makes it back. A collat to finalize. Some style points to add on to M80's now win streak of rounds.
Yeah, a very different look coming through from M80 on how we expected this one to kind of play out. Everyone is expecting Shopify Rebellion Black to just bulldoze their way over M80's defense there. And not quite the case that round. I like the holds getting set up by M80, and it's really when those stalls happen, Shopify Rebellion Black just looks so uncomfortable. You see the little micro plays being coordinated as they're kind of coming through there, but all the while the information is gained, and the lurk from M80 at controlling all the avenues is just sublime. Bit of a whiff there, and it is going to be fast onto the site. The fast remains the vanguard.
Yeah, still holding steady. 3 down in the meantime. Good lord.
No more.
All right, Nature. And at least deal with Bonnie kind of quick.
Take flight.
All right. What does M80 do here? We'll put Alvin Boy in front of this first. All right, yeah, they'll just go for the crunch trade on his entry. I know the spike stuck. It's a good web to set up. Keep all 3 guns here. All right.
Well spotted.
Yeah. Anything? IU swing. That doesn't do. Yeah, it doesn't get you. Gotta get closer. There you go. Did what? 20 damage?
He doesn't have any darts anymore, you know? So
yeah, he can't do anything now. Yeah. 40 seconds. I mean, yeah, Nature can play with this decently well. To at least get a body. I don't know if he's playing for the win, but.
Not going to be looking very possible, because as soon as that gets confirmed, yeah, Caillou's going to be swinging out there to guarantee the kill. And once again, it's fast and furious coming through from Shopify Rebellion Black, you know, really trusting in their family that time. But unfortunately, Spaz is ready to dismember everybody walking through. Just staying alive in the midst of all of that. And then on top of that, we see the Hunter's Fury coming through. It's absolute chaos onto this site. But M80, they just have such a chokehold of this B site. And this is actually going to call for a timeout right now. I assume on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black, because, you know, these are rounds that you expect them to be able to walk away with. We know how much fury they're kind of getting. We know that Satellite likes to go through and just find all of these kills. But after round 6, it's really starting to fall apart. Like M80, speaking of adjustments, they're doing a good job at keeping that aggression in check. Whether or not that's just holding some corners, not pushing out, or just playing some timings to make sure that they catch that Neon off guard, it always feels like someone from M80 are in this weird off corner angle that Satellite is simply not expecting, where they're able to find that kill nice and easy. So at this point, if you are SRB, you have to rein Satellite in just a little bit more and make sure to play a bit more coordinated with this team, which is still a play style that Satellite is used to. And so I imagine the adaptation should be able to come through, but it is going to be that budget buy this time around for SRB. Their economy not looking so hot, while Bonnie has that operator in hand, still been doing God's work, finding so much value with it. And so let's see how this one kind of shakes out. Does SRB look to aggress onto A side just a little bit more patiently compared to the previous pace of that last round?
I appreciate how well M80 is doing at nullifying threats despite the leash not coming off. I think Shopify is keeping a good distance between these duelists, and even so, Satellite goes down very quickly in this round. Shopify don't really have a way to hyperextend without using smoke. Spike is still down. You've done enough due diligence this round to maybe make the next one worthwhile. But M80, yeah, they should have a decent crunch here. Let's pay attention to Xander's position, and then we'll call it a day. 1v3, snake bite on the spike, and you're done. All right, so yeah, M80 pick up that pretty cleanly, and again, a lot of it is thanks to the fact that they can trade through the problem as long as they deal with those opening duelists who are going to play patient until the rest of the team comes. But the raw nature of this composition, this double duelist, is that at some point, the leash is going to loosen, and at that point, you are very vulnerable as a duelist. You have to come up with space or your own kill along the way. And if you choke out Satellite, or even Smoke if he's the one doing it, before even that opener, before even the trade comes through, like Smoke has been doing a little more often, then Shopify's push has nothing behind it. So one more opportunity to do that. The bright side of this is the fact that Shopify Rebellion has only gotten to this point where the leash doesn't really affect how well M80 does at stopping them in the bare end of the half. Up until this point, still got away with 6 rounds, maybe 7 if they play their cards right here.
No, they would have wanted more, though, based on the last game with Rose and how dominant it looked. They're coming into this one expecting quite a few more rounds, but Ray's excellent points. It's going to be Bonnie pushing up yet again here. Might find a timing, but actually Exa just completely neuters the jet.
Yeah, very awkward pick there, and now Nismo having to play off of it. The toxic screen comes in just as that first kill fades away. Spaz getting the lurk onto Satellite. Exa now walking right into the Hunter's Fury to intercept, and Caillou not only clears the board, but picks up one along the way. Smoke, though, has still managed to get far and gets a kill out of it. Spray throw on a Nismo, a better damage trade for Nature, even though he's found out by the recon. The snake bite's gonna zone him out. Double swing out, Smoke once again having to play hard for space, and it lets M80 have their share of the rhythm. We are tied up at the half as M80 will swap to the attack.
Yeah, you can tell it feels like they're leaning a little bit too hard into that rambunctious, fast-paced gameplay. You see the members of Shopify Rebellion not necessarily struggling, but just in awkward positions and not able to just kind of fight their way out of them, while M80 are just kind of, you know, digging their heels into the ground, ready to receive the pressure, ready to back off when they need to, and playing a lot with that natural cover, understanding that SRB have to kind of go in guns a-blazing. And it's in those moments, really, that M80 walk away with a ton of kills, and a lot of the value that time around was found through Spaz. Spaz did an excellent job at stalling them out, but playing things around and buying the team some time to be able to get that retake underway before the spike even goes down. So kudos to M80 for tying us up on what we anticipated really was going to be a very favored attacking round for Shopify Rebellion Black, but we swap over. Exa already dings Nismo just as the round starts, so it's going to be M80 playing 4v5.
Quick scrape up. Spaz very far behind though, so Shopify have such an overwhelming stack to deal with. That is a hell of a good paranoia though. We are not landing anything though. Oh, Alvin boy, I don't know if a single pellet of those right clicks landed. Spaz has finally made it back in time, but the cavalry still might just be a little too late. 1v2, 4 bullets in the chamber. Can he make this clutch work? Oh, he just might. Xander at full HP, knowledge of the position, reading the barrel. Spaz still wins it. And it's M80's turn to get their 4K clutch from their Viper. M80's back in the lead.
Yeah, M80 takes the lead finally for the first time in this series. Spaz, the absolute hero play. You know, things were looking a little dicey. Alvin boy, excellent paranoia, not able to capitalize on any of those kills there. And then it just comes down to Spaz just so good with the one taps. And Xander can't do a damn thing despite the fact that he knew exactly where Spaz was hanging out. And now M80 look to swing this one back, force out that Pearl map. They're not quite done just yet. And the rollout says that they're just going to be hunting for kills already. A 2-2-1 spread. Spaz already aware that it is SRB pushing up, but SRB are just interested in funneling those orbs. Get closer to having one of their agents have their ultimates online, and it looks like Nature is going to be that guy. Still though, space being claimed from M80, doing their due diligence to kind of clear everything out. They haven't committed one way or another, and SRB are going to walk into the grinder.
In we go. Bonnie, what tracking to catch Satellite on the quick run up.
Nuts.
That's a good quick response time. Body's all you need, but Bonnie loves catching those bodies. Take over B site. Shopify is without. Exa. Good ding. Takes it to a 3v3. Gets out of dodge. And it's still awkward as can be. M80 still have bodies, still have the better guns. Shopify has no way to get him, but Smoke is so close, and the right clicks are looking a little better than Alvin, boys. He's still got that Spectre, though. And Nature stands on his lonesome, can only do so much. But, man, that was still so much done by Shopify on the pistols. M80's only got 2 guns on the follow-up for this bonus.
Yeah, those classic shots were kind of hitting, not going to lie. Like, it was feeling clean coming through from SRB, but at the end of the day, it is going to be the better weaponry that will rule the round. So, M80, they go 8-6 now. This is now a consecutive 6 rounds in a row that they've won. No back-breaking rounds of morale where we get to see SRB walk away with a crazy clutch in a round that M80 should 100% win. And it looks like their heads are nice and cool.
Great
M80.
chase, man.
My bad. I didn't even think about that until now. Oopsies.
There's
but
certainly no situation in which this very specific thing has happened, folks.
You know, it's possible. I'm not counting it out, but it doesn't look like that will happen. And I'm just, the point I was trying to make is that they look good when they're coordinated. And that is something coming through from Satellite, but just completely caught off guard by a 3-man push from M80, which shuts down that presence. And now M80, well, I was going to say they have control of middle, but Exa makes sure that I am eating my words today.
M80's doing a little a fly fishing this time with the round. let Bonnie go a little rampant with the worst guns.
Ooh.
Smoke. Yeah, nice quick turn. Good patrol. And that's the kind of thing with his operator that he's just going to keep getting away with. Just stepping out of smokes in the middle of your neutrals and just picking off one of you. That is what slowed down Rose so much in that last matchup against him. So it's another reason for M80 to kind of ward off the temptation to go for these freezes in such vulnerable positions. Instead, you just keep moving all the way back to the hallway after they take down Xander, and they'll go for the backstab onto Nature's guarded A site. He doesn't know if anybody's coming through door, though. Only one person's been red. He's still got a double watch the hall peek. Alvin Boy's already out. Steps will be heard for both of them, so Nature can pay his full attention to this as the rest of Shopify comes on back. And this should be the bonus coalescing for him. Still, though, spike down. Exa, yeah, not spotted, and he'll get his freebie. Spaz, does the man do it again? Nah.
Not this time. None of these shenanigans. We need just a simple, plain, clean Valorant. I think that word game is messing with my head a little bit more than I anticipated. But this time around, it's Nature doing an excellent job at reading what that weird rotation was. M80 do a pretty great job of navigating their way into the back of the site. Obviously, Satellite not anticipating the level of speed that we were seeing M80 kind of push through. But still, I think that Nature stall there makes it so that it goes from this weird, awkward position to, okay, this is a very winnable scenario. Let's make sure that we close this one out. So great job from SRB to claim that round back. They will be able to keep their weaponry into this next one. Smoke still on this Outlaw, which will be effective against everybody except Nismo. And so that is still something that if you are M80, you got to keep your eye on.
You got Bonnie too on the heavy shield, so if Smoke ends up tracking him first on his entry, then you won't be able to land the one shot. That'll be a crucial part of his egg deck. Oh, if you don't just screen yourself off. Yeah, you're just in for free then. Nice shocks, though. That does a hell of a lot of chip. Bonnie just holding the line, though. Free 2. Satellite trades his way back, down to 41, though, and has to back away with Smoke still far out with this Outlaw.
Spike planted.
Next on the way back, though, has the bite to go for the flush. Oh, yeah, but the pit. Not a lot of ways you can really take this back if you're Shopify now. 2 tucks, and Nismo is gonna get a kill out of the first one of those. God, why did he ever stop playing, man? He's so good. He's so good. His reflexes are insane.
Nismo def, yeah.
God dang. All right, well, yeah, M80, they're setting up shop really well here, and even Sans Pit, they look like they have a strong exec takeover.
How old is that guy again? The reflexes still look unmatched, and if I'm being honest, like, it is really nice seeing Nismo kind of step back onto this more initiator-based role, because we've talked about it so much, how Nismo is so good when it comes to the timing with the flashes. It's always so consistent, always seems to find a kill, always seems to find value. And unfortunately, we didn't get treated to that as much on the last map because Nismo was playing the Omen, with Caillou being the solo initiator, IGL on the side of M80. But this time around, Nismo is back, and given the fact that he's not making the calls at the moment, it frees up a little bit more mental space to just try and play those games, right? And we're seeing it just kind of come through. Nismo, a great way to close out that round and start to buff the scoreline as a Shopify Rebellion Black take yet another time out. So this will be both of theirs burned, but I think that this is a good place to call it because M80 are really gaining their momentum back. They really snuffed out anything that SRB were getting started. And well, Nature still has that Hunter's Fury online. I don't imagine they're going to be able to buy up on this round, so they might have just been talking about how to preserve their econ, make sure they get a couple of ultimates available, and how they want to play it so that they can kind of stall out this M80 offense, because right now, M80 are just doing a really good job at playing Shopify Rebellion Black. They're finding those timings, they're finding the members out of position, and just making sure to punish them with full divine punishment.
Yeah, Shopify having to adjust to potentially play for 7-10. And so far this stage, we've only really seen them when their foot can stay over the flame.
Yeah.
How does a team like this recover? How do they bounce back? How do they have a chance to take this series 2-0 and remain dominant high seeds in the Swiss? Oh. Smoke, sussed out by the recon. Bonnie still snatches it. That's great relentlessness coming from M80, but it might be too relentless. Caillou sticking around, Bonnie. There for the trade. It's dicey, but it's still M80's.
Spike drop.
Gonna say, you see both the duelists on both these teams. Bonnie and Smoke willing to take those aggressive plays, aggressive duels to try and one-up one another. And usually, I mean, watching last stage, felt like Smoke always came out on top of Bonnie, but Bonnie's sharpened it up just a bit more and looking like that spear tip yet again for M80 as he will engage off of a null command here.
Crucial opening that Xander's gonna try and find. No flash in for Nismo. He's just gonna do-si-do. That is ridiculous, bro. That's disgusting.
Spike planted.
Freest plant ever for M80 against these bad buys. That was the rifle they were going toe-to-toe on.
Yikes.
Not anymore. Wow. I mean, that's not even spending anything. That's not even looking for the value. You're mining for bedrock and still coming up with a profit. Yeah, X is getting that rifle and GTFOing, bro.
Yeah, like, it's just like, you know, Xander should have been able to at least find one, but Nismo bunny hopping in front of him. And then the backup from M80 comes through, shuts down any semblance of an opportunity for Shopify to run away with it. Just trying to do a little bit of damage, but Alvin Boy confirms the kill, and M80 find themselves now onto double digits. As, you know, not as good as you would have hoped from SRB. Exa still one away from getting the Viper's Pit online. Might be able to snag up an orb to make sure that they're able to get that ultimate, but yeah, I mean, it just comes down to those initial duels. If it went in SRB's favor, I think this round would have completely flipped around on its head despite the weapon disadvantage. But M80, they're making sure to find those kills.
So this is where Shopify wanted to play from, right? It seems like they're leaning even heavier into the self-sufficient win con. Can Smoke find an easy pick in mid? Can Satellite take over with the retake on the overdrive? Can Nature intercept with the Hunter's Fury? You have a lot of ways to take this back. The problem is, if Shopify decides to use everything at once, it becomes kind of homogenized, and M80 can kind of just wade through the water until they take the lead back. Smoke hasn't given himself away yet. Alvin Boy, yeah, okay, there it is.
At this point, it's just back out because you know that M80, they like to play grouped up on these engagements. And that's exactly what they're doing. 4 members rushing through.
Kind of sticking around a little bit heavy here. There it is. There's the Hunter's Fury. After the spike gets tapped, though. So, I mean, Bonnie is all the way in. Satellite using this overdrive now. Bonnie catching Smoke quick. Almost the turn back onto Satellite, but it's Alvin Boy to trade that away. Gets 2 now and has to hold down against Exa, who's made it onto the site. Sprayed down by Spaz as the pit goes up. And every one of those win cons deflates. It's Xander, though, in the clutch. Spot Spaz. Toxic screen to get him back onward as the spike hasn't fallen, but Xander has. And M80 come away with the round after draining the bank.
That's such a hard round to lose for SRB there. I thought for sure Xander was going to be able to squeak that one out. You can see there's just that opportunity where X is able to find that timing yet again. An excellent kill coming through from Body, playing off of that paranoia, so the information kind of stays hidden away by the visual clutter on the screen of Smoke. And then Exa clutches up for a second, is able to find so much value, deploys the pit, but gets immediately sprayed down, and Xander finds the timing. And still, it is simply not enough. Spaz drops it at the last second to make sure to secure that round there, and Satellite takes a lot of damage as M80, they feel destined right now to bring us to Pearl, given the fact there's this weak buy coming through from SRB. Nature,
there's your,
only person with a Vandal.
Your one heavy investment in armor gone for Satellite. You can't poke out again. You can't get the first bit of intel without having to use that util again.
Right there.
Bonnie's already made his way over to A main, just to start taking pot shots once the Nebula fades up. M80 is once again gonna wait to see if Shopify gets too antsy. That's always when the clock starts to become the 6th man for Shopify, though. So, I'm prepared to eat my words here. Double stack as well from Shopify, one of which being that hero rifle from Nature, who does have the recon and double shocks available, so you can do a decent amount of stall on this opening. Oh, unless you back away at the worst possible time. Now the drone in as well as Bonnie and M80. This is the stage they take. No, Bonnie alone too long. Nature manages to catch it.
Wrap around though, coming through from mid.
Yeah. And, oh, they're waiting, yeah, until the perfect time to crunch on Satellite. Xander on the outskirts of yellow finding Caillou. Alvin trying to walk up, Smoke catching it. Now the blade's up and finds Nismo's head as the Cosmic Divide fades away. Makes it easy for the rest of Shopify to take back this site and the round. Again, it's time. That is M80's greatest enemy across iterations, across years. It's always time.
I just ate my words so hard there. I was like, oh yeah, here we go, M80, bring us the match point here. Cool, it's gonna be nice and easy. And yet, exactly like you say, it just takes a little bit too long for M80 to get set up. There's a sick little play that Smoke takes there off of Xander's Cosmic Divide, flies up, is so sharp with the Blade Storm as well, is able to secure one of those kills, nice, clean, and easy. But still, it just was so patient and slow, so slow, that they did not have time to make their way in onto the site and get the spike down without running into the cavalry from SRB, who had the complete read on what M80 wanted to do. And because of that round, M80 are going to be now taking their time out. See if they can regroup themselves. They still have enough here to buy up, but if Shopify Rebellion Black really get the economic wheels spinning, then they're going to be in an unstoppable position, and M80 are not going to be able to continue to make these purchases happen. It's been 5 rounds in this half for M80, while SRB only got 2, but that last one felt pretty decisive from SRB, given the fact that they were only coming in with pistols as well. A little bit of a momentum killer.
Truly. The domination stops now. Or back to anybody's game. Exactly where Shopify want to be, while 3 down. Another big stack by M80 here. No checking, while Smoke is back on this operator. Who wants to tickle his elbow? No one this time. Toxic screen to facilitate another classic B push. Exa, yet again alone, and yet again fragging despite it. Nature, in time. And this is the timing that Shopify was looking for to trade their boys away. Bonnie still manages to catch him, and the toxic screen will actually ward away Nature, but now he's here to babysit Smoke back on this operator, making his way, while Satellite on the long-winded lurk, seeing if anybody is holding up the back line. Could get a huge stab in the shoulder. But again, time, their greatest concern and enemy, as M80 having the entirety of this back line set up. Not Spaz anymore, though, and there's the walk-up. Smoke allowed first sight line, almost the second. Bonnie toying with him, perhaps a little too heavily, and Shopify will make their way onto the site pretty easily. Satellite, now no reason not to give himself away, as the shots will miss him, as Satellite passes by Caillou, gets away with the first. Nature almost finishes the defuse, but the shock dart lets it go to half, as Smoke and Satellite will have enough time, thanks to that hold, to be able to take the rest of the round. Another so well-timed crunch happening from Shopify. The coordination is insane.
It's so good, and on top of that, this time we get to see Smoke shine in that operator duel against Bonnie with how that long sight line was being held at the back of B. Works out phenomenally, but we get to get treated yet again to Shopify playing off of one another so extremely well. And honestly, I like this adaptation that they've called for. Satellite, play it like you're playing the Sage on the last map. Play it like you're playing the Sentinel on any of these maps. Take your timing, play those lurks, don't give up your life. And that allowed for that beautiful Maestro to come together at the very end for Shopify Rebellion Black to now get their 9th point. Smoke spots out some information there, and Bonnie rightfully is going to be backing off of it, as it is going to be just the denial of middle right now for Shopify Rebellion Black. Want to make sure they keep that one nice and controlled, so M80 will be taking their sight lines over to this B site, where they will get that crunch onto Exa and Nature here. No ultimates available except for Caillou.
Exa again, met early, again fragging on his own. Frag back pretty quickly by Spaz, as M80 will once again try to take over the back line. The Hunter's Fury this time to assist the toxic screen and making sure no one else can go for the interruption. M80 get an even freer, even clearer plan. Nature this time using the shock darts to ward off Spaz. Huge damage dealt on the first, but he's got no more in the tank. Has to walk up with the rest of this team. And smoke is already so close quarters. One way for Bonnie, gonna fade away. It's gotta be the close quarters duel. Nature winning it. Spaz trades back on the box. Position given away. Should be able to just get sprayed here, but no one wanting to take the duel except Smoke, who dinks him? Unnecessary, disrespectful, and enough space that Satellite can take the rest of it on his own.
Here we go.
Shopify are doing such a good job at understanding when to let these duelists fully off of the leash on the defense, even for the retake. And you see it for Satellite when he goes for the backstabbing lurk a la Sentinel, where he gets to, no pun intended, toot his own bullhorn. And then you see it with Smoke, where he's manning up Nest, has that point of contact from the archway, and then still can walk in practically by himself with this operator to be self-sufficient. Unreal.
And let's just talk about X's awareness. You know, just sees a smoke there, is like, oh, that might be a one-way. I'm just gonna spray through just to be safe, you know? Oh, look at that, I found Alvin Boy in the midst of it. Like, just so well read from Shopify Rebellion Black. Now they're one away from tying things up. We see the economy of M80 get broken. Smoke still has this operator in hand. Get treated to a bit more gameplay as SRB are fragging.
Why not take it quick this time? Spaz daring to fight Xander after the snake bite comes out. Smoke going for a cheeky flick on a Bonnie. Down to 8 HP now. And Shopify will make pretty quick work of this now that they have the spike puppy guarded. M80 gonna see if they can get away with something else, but I mean, at this point, the economy's pretty set for Shopify for the rest of this game. M80 just seeing if they can maybe drain the well a little bit. Good timing on a Nature, but yeah, you can't land the shots, and that's probably your only opportunity gone.
One enemy remaining.
Ah, yeah. Nature finds that kill, and it's gonna be the poke through, but it's looking really good for Shopify Rebellion Black, where this round really started off as a bit more of an issue, or sorry, this half started out as a bit more of an issue than a good thing for them. But finally, we're starting the streak come alive, 11-11. And this is getting spicy right now, and you can see the confidence starting to brim just a bit more on Shopify Rebellion Black's side. They're more confident in trying to take those duels, but I like how they've changed up their playstyle a bit more to adapt and counter how M80 are pushing through. Namely, Satellite is the easiest example to poke at, but at the same time, we get to see some of those other members, you know, take their opportunities and really hold their ground, as it is going to be Xander and Satellite yet again holding this A site. Satellite just on the other side here, as the flash is unsuccessfully going through. So Satellite will be able to get away scot-free as Caillou uses the recon drone to scout things out for a second.
It's one of the chances Satellite's allowed to take. The drone not getting nearly enough distance, and Satellite just seeing if anybody early swings on top of it. Another way to just keep on stalling M80 out and force them to play the neutral.
Yeah. And on top of that too, it flushes out so much utility. Like, you got the drone out, you got a flash out. So many things get kind of tossed in there to try and counter Satellite, and Satellite just walks away for free. That's going to make the initiation for M80 that much more difficult as they swing themselves back around to this B site, walking right into Exa, who has been popping off this map and just has been anchoring this B site down, making it almost impossible for M80 to get anything done.
Been good for one and then some nearly every time. Here we go again. Big snakebite damage. No spray. He looks for the head. Doesn't find it. Rest of Shopify's here, though. Smoke with it up. Nature with the Hunter's Fury. Both good for one each. Alvin Boy gonna be the one to swing out on top as he double smokes the corridor. M80 yet again sequencing out this B site, but now you've got two right in front of this smoke, and Nature keen to it with the recon. Sprays down Bonnie. Smoke. Come on! You're just playing in our faces. Marcus go take a walk for that one?
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Caillou.
Okay.
All right. All right. Get me out of here, man.
I'm sorry.
Lord.
Like, we can talk about, you know, we take a look at that last map where we have 2 rounds back to back where SRB just completely steal away a round that should have been M80s back to back. And this was that round on this map. Multi-kills through smokes without information. And then suddenly Caillou walks away with that one. Like, if Caillou won that, I actually probably would have gotten out of my seat to go take a walk just to kind of ease the tilt out of my own brain, because that was just unbelievable. But still, SRB, they find themselves now onto a match point here. A lot of ultimates available, though, for M80. 4 of them, namely Caillou, only 2 away as well. It's looking like overtime is within reach, but they got to make this one happen. The switch up Xander now supporting Exa here, as Exa's just been once again the assist king with how much value has been found off this Viper's utility.
Some of it already drained away after a bit of a bluff, but now the rest of it comes in. Oh, this Cosmic Divide is so clean!
Nature?
Everyone from M80 is completely trapped. Nature gets 3 on the entry. Nismo's null command already defunct. That timing from Xander was nuts to let everybody in for free. And you even saw on the approach from Bonnie, he couldn't kill Xander because he had to duck back behind the divide. M80 escapes with nothing there.
Nature looking for the ace, by the way.
Okay. Oh no, it's Satellite taking that last bit. Wow, I mean, really, we got a real, like, smorgasbord of chokes from M80 across that series, I gotta say. Shopify Rebellion Black becoming so clean on the holds here on Breeze to take the series 2-0. And now their record mirrors it in the Swiss.
It's so interesting when you take a look at the overall style of, you know, how these rounds were strung together from this new M80 squad, who once again have picked up Caillou, picked up Nismo, and Kaplan now being their coach, because you see them get into their groove, and once they're kind of playing their own game, it looks absolutely flawless. They feel like a force to be reckoned with, something that is just completely supernatural in the server. And yet as soon as a couple of wrenches get introduced into those planning stages, they just aren't showing that dynamicism, ability to adapt really to some of the things that SRB are kind of going through. And I think that that experience is really what helped SRB walk away with things. It was looking a little bit dicey for them on this map here. Keep in mind, Breeze was their map pick as well, but they just changed a couple of things, had a couple of adjustments, and then the rest was going to be history. We didn't get to see Satellite just running out and immediately dying in first bloods yet again. It felt a lot more coordinated coming out from SRB. And while my heart rate was elevated, they ultimately walk away the winner here with a 2-0 victory against M80.
100%. Yeah, great way to keep this this lead down from M80, who tried to really keep that nuclear family stable on their approaches. They need to learn to thrive in the dysfunction that is this meta, because right now for Shopify, it's sunshine and daisies and rainbows for them. They're frolicking in it. We'll see if they can carry that on going forward. We'll have a bit of a chat, and then we'll have one more fun match of Valorant coming your way after the break.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill the. Oh my God! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. Footwork for the AC. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end.
Heading into the second map of Breeze, SRB's pick. Once we got into that second half, I thought for a second we were in fact going to see that third map, but Emily, things slowly start getting away from M80. SRB, they learn how to get these post plants, and I mean, to retake these sites, get these defuses, and they're going to close out 13-11 to close out the series.
I mean, seeing how SRB played on that first half, they were very disciplined, but also very aggressive. They had a lot of those tempo changes that we were kind of talking about coming in from that first map, but they were willing to slow it down and kind of punish any aggression that M80 was trying to throw their way, giving Smoke a little bit of time to work the scopes on whatever weapon he had at the time, and it looked really good. And M80, I didn't see them coming back into that half, but then they started to. They started to have some timing peaks. We saw Spaz have some insane anchor rounds coming out, and they brought it back to 6-6, which I think was just remarkable for that, you know, seeing how it was kind of going. And then on that second half, they even took the lead. They started kind of having some round advantage on their exits, finding a lot of success. They felt like they were very coordinated in that, which is something that I haven't seen out of their attack half so far, but I was very impressed. And then it started to slip away in their post plays. You know, somehow SRB were kind of just able to kind of just walk on the site and kind of go for whatever. And I don't really understand what changed for M80 besides them kind of making the swap to go towards that B side. But besides that, it just felt like it was just kind of slowly falling out of their grasp.
Yeah, it might have been one of those things where like you realize you're getting into good situations, you're getting the spike down towards B, like, you know, the scenarios seem on paper like they would be, you know, at least one of them should come our way, right? But it felt like SRB towards that later part of that second half just really locked it down on the B anchor, on the B retakes. Like, I think the walkout was just so deadly and unusual, and they just kept doing it with the op, and it really did feel like I mean, he just didn't really have a response to it. But overall, I think this map really solidified a lot of the strengths and weaknesses of these teams, and I think mostly strengths, to be honest, because we saw so many good things coming out from the individuals, and it feels like for at least SRB's side, I like what they're cooking up. It feels like the entire team's on the same frequency now, and it feels like a lot of the players are able to express themselves in the right way and get so much value from their kits. And it just, you could just tell by like the way that EXO was anchoring, and then the way Smoke and Satellite were working off each other, and just like the sheer amount of utility in the retakes, and kind of just making M80 feel awkward in those post plants and the retake situations. It really just did feel like SRB had a really good game plan, and especially towards that later part of that second half when they started adapting to what M80 was doing to them.
I mean, this SRB core that we've gotten to see within stage one that made that run was a team that looked fairly comfortable, but I feel like this addition of Smoke, everything was just so well oiled. And I mean, a couple of these shots this kid was hitting with the op at close range, by the way. Like, I'm just going to jump on this box, peek back sight to just instantly get this headshot with the op. Is that even allowed, guys? Like, come on.
It's bold.
No, both oppers are actually so crazy. I'm thinking back about the round where Bonnie was just anchoring the Smoke with an op out, like just waiting for the no scope. Like, who does that but Zoomers? Like, who plays the game like that? That's so crazy. And just, I think that just the fact that there's so much jumping around and quick scoping and so much trust in the mechanics is honestly like the defining factor of this match, and it speaks volumes on the skill ceiling in the server across both teams, across all players. I'm extremely excited to see both of these teams develop, but for now it feels like SRB is just slightly a little bit more well tuned, and they just kind of are all kind of on the same page at this point.
And for M80, that second map's going to be a little bit of a tough loss, especially to looking at Emily at that impact that Bonnie had. I mean, 8 first kills, Bonnie. I mean, the whole team did step up and really try. It just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I feel like SRB did a pretty good job at kind of punishing Bonnie and not letting them find as much success as we're used to see Bonnie having, even in that first map. But to add on to what Rory was saying about how well-oiled SRB is, I think M80 did a great showing today. I think they still have so much potential and so much time to kind of get up to that same level as SRB. They have all the tools they need. They just need a little bit more time to get that chemistry. And especially from what I saw in their attack half, like, they looked like they were able to have better reactions. They looked like like they were able to kind of be on the same page in hectic situations, and that's already a step forward from what I saw in their first showing.
And I think that's the one thing that we really stressed coming into this first map, right? It's really, for M80, it's never been a question of talent. It's never been a question of skill. It's really just been a time factor. Like, have they had enough time to develop? Have they had enough time to get an entire map pool going? Because these things take time. Like, it's hard to pick up a rotated map pool, meta change that it just dropped as well, and implement new players and implement a coach and just like change literally everything from top down. So these things take time. And I think with the amount of time that M80's had, they look great. I'm excited to see their future. But right now, SRB's looking hot. They look fantastic. I'm excited to see what more they show, like cook up for the rest of the split.
I mean, in stage one, they already proved that they are one of the top teams to beat, and already off to a great start here in stage two. I don't really think that's a surprise to too many people here, but I want to hear from the teams themselves. And for our Phillips Novelco interview, we have Nature on the line to chat a little bit more. Nature, congratulations on the win. We get that 2-0. We got to talk about the change heading into stage two, though. We see you guys in the grand finals. You guys get smoked by Smoke. You pick him up all for yourselves. Now he's on your team. Like, how has that been for you guys? How is everything meshing behind the scenes?
I mean, it's meshing great. It's a huge change for us because, we did well split one, right? We had a lot more room to grow. We knew that. So pulling Smoke in was kind of like a pace change. Everyone sees him right now on the op, right? Look at this guy. He's perma-opping, owning everybody. So there's some things that have to change with like my calling, the team structure and stuff like that. But I mean, we're all vibing super well, but it's hard not to when we're owning, so.
I mean, let's talk a little bit about that pace change, because of course you're integrating him in. He is still pretty fresh, and of course now you're going for this little bit of a change. So has that been pretty easy for you feel to adjust to? It's kind of hard to tell from our end because I mean, you guys just own it. You guys are all mechanically insane, right?
Yeah, so I think it's been a pretty easy transition. Like, he's super easy to work with. Everybody on the team is super easy to work with. It's just kind of getting into that first groove of like each map, first timing it with Smoke now. What does he like to do, and how can we implement him into the system very well? So, I mean, there's been some kinks, but I mean, so far it's looking nice. Even the rounds that don't look great, I mean, we just 1v4, so I'll take it.
Yeah, that first map, bro, I don't even know to start there. What are the comms like at that point? Because that was just like the back-to-back too.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely lost my voice a little this series. I think like a lot of us like know each other between both teams. We want to beat each other really bad in this matchup. So there was some definite passion out of both of us, I'm sure.
Hey, that's what we love to see, though. I know you're losing your voice, so just one more question. Of course, you got this little bit of a change. You made that run in stage one to make it into the grand finals. Things are still working out right now, but how are you feeling about this new group of 5 making this run yet again and try to take the title?
I mean, I'm feeling amazing. I'm hoping to go like we don't lose a single series. Like, I think that's like what we expect from ourselves with how we're playing right now. It should be 4-0 straight into grand finals. And you know what? I think, there's teams that are high up there for sure. Like, we want to beat Corrigan and stuff like that, but I think we got this very easily as long as we stay on this path.
I mean, these first 2 wins are definitely sparking a lot of confidence. Nature, thank you so much for the chat. Rest that voice for the next series. But thanks for chatting.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, SRB on the day, they are looking so strong. And you heard that high expectations from the team going on forward. They're going to remain undefeated so far. Time to see if there's going to be another team that can also stay undefeated after the break. It's going to be Nightblood Gaming going up against Azure Dragon Gaming. Stay tuned. another team is going to stay winning here in Challengers, and it's time to see what other team can accomplish that, as it's going to be a face-off between Nightblood Gaming and Azure Dragon. Two teams that maybe when you're thinking of those big orgs aren't the first to come to mind, but Roy, their debut matches, Swiss round 1, were phenomenal, and I cannot wait to get a little bit more information about these two teams.
I mean, both of these teams are coming off such a solid win in that first round. They certainly are feeling good, and I think they're certainly looking to make their claim in the spotlight. We're talking about SRBs, we're talking about M80s, but I think these teams, with the players that they have, are actually super underrated, and I think they're passionate, and I think they're coming for that spotlight. They want the attention, and I think this match right here is going to be super interesting between both of these teams, with the mechanical skill ceiling in the server, as well as the underdog energy. It's going to be glorious.
And we have two teams that did not make it out of Swiss stage 1, but looking to have a little bit more of a revenge arc here, wanting to make it into playoffs. Two teams that have made some roster swaps, hoping to try and find success with these new and improved teams, and I'm just excited to see how it plays out.
Especially too, even if swaps, we got players that are so familiar to the scene that have maybe been a little bit underrated in the past, so I cannot wait to talk about them. First, with Nightblood Gaming, because when you look across the board at the players on this team here, Roy, again, there's a lot of familiarity with these names.
Oh yeah, I mean, these are veterans at this point. That's the only way I could really put it. They've been competing for a long time. Some of them have been in DCL for quite a while as well, but I think with how decisive their win was against Sleepers has really raise my confidence. Now, don't get me wrong, I've been a big fan. I've been trying to shout this team his praises for a while now. I think honestly, even if I tried, I couldn't point out a single weak player on this roster, even if I tried. For me, it's really never been about skill for this team. It's really all about, them getting confident, them synergizing together. They're bringing in Coach Fear as well, formerly with SRG under Effie's. So I think they have a lot more manpower this time around. I think the skill, strategically, they're definitely tightening up, and I feel like they're looking to make their claim for the spotlight, and they're looking good in doing so, especially with that debut match against Sleepers.
Yeah, and with the confidence that you said you were kind of looking for, I think the swap that they made just in roles, not even roster, actually makes a lot of sense. And I've seen Monsi kind of step up, going from that flex to control role, and it fits him really well. He's able to kind of play more on an island and play more solo, and also be more aggressive, which I haven't really seen out of him yet, but he's thriving in that. It feels like he's very good at anchoring when it comes down to it. He's very good at just kind of being able to make his own decisions and focus on his own fights rather than trying to set up his team. And it just feels like a very not seamless, but impactful transition.
I think for me, like thinking back on last split as well, you remember a lot of their matches were so close, like literally every one of their matches, like over 22, 23 rounds. I'm hoping to see that the edge is in their favor this split.
I mean, when we talk about the team and some of the changes, we also got to talk about the flexibility when we're looking at this meta and everything else. And that's where we can really shift this conversation to Zeke. We got to see a great performance last round and on very different roles as well here, Roy.
Yes, I love flexible players. I think flex players right now in this meta are the ones that make things go. They're the glue, being able to flex onto the breach as well as sentinels, and just being able to jump into any of the roles that are required to make compositions and to make ideas come to life is so underrated. And not only that, but like statistically, this player is a monster. He's calm heavy, he's stats heavy, his support is on point. He's enabling Carson to pop off as well. I mean, what more could you ask from this player?
I'm just excited to see how his agent pool continues to expand, considering that when we saw him in the first best of 3 playing that Vice, playing that Breach, that was his first time playing those agents in a match this year. So I'm excited to see this kind of new version of Zeke, and honestly just kind of watch his growth on all these different agents that he's going to be pulling out that are just a big unknown to him.
I mean, we get to discover so much with flex players in every single series. We got to see that with last one, and I cannot wait to see what's in store for Zeke going up into today. But we got to talk about Azure Dragon Gaming as well, and these players and what we can expect, because again, the story is these are very familiar names that we've talked about a lot, Roy, when we're looking at the challenger scene. I mean, Chaotic is praised for some of the really high impact play. Recoil, do we remember Recoil? Sacred Lake. There is a lot of strength here.
Yeah, I think the mechanical aura on this team is actually scary, and I think that that's going to be the strength of this team, is to lean a lot on that individual, like the skill expression for this roster is just so high, and I think they're going to lean into it to kind of patch up the holes that they might have with the map pool, along with some of the strategy, right? Because they're a brand new team. They made 2 swaps as well. They lost T-Dog, Daggio, they lost Young Bones. They're bringing in Muddy, they're bringing in Recoil, both of which players have done phenomenal job in the past in VCL. I'm very excited to see this roster in action. I think the way they're also probably feeling very good after their win versus Evil Genius's Academy, and it was a very decisive win as well on top of that. So I think overall this roster is looking good. They're feeling good. I'm excited to see them play here against this team for NBG.
Especially too, someone that I'm excited to see more of, especially too in these winning ways, is Muddy. Muddy is definitely not a stranger to the challenger scene, but a couple of these teams, I mean, any sort of competitive environment, some teams have to lose out, and maybe being on these rosters that aren't getting the most amount of wins, he hasn't necessarily been talked about as much, Emily, but when you look at the board, across the board, and the numbers he can put up, like, I'm glad that we get this moment to really be able to highlight him.
No, for sure, especially considering like his past where he was that duelist player, swapping to controller and it being very natural, and him having such an aggro role on the Omen is just really refreshing to see, because we don't see that often. He's willing to fight, he's willing to be aggressive, and he is also mechanically gifted, so why not? And he just makes it look so easy because he's just winning all these fights. And one thing that I'm personally excited for is that even when he was on that duelist role, he was pretty successful in his clutches, in those 1v1s, in those 1v2s, and now I'm hoping we get to see a lot more out of that, and excited to kind of, I don't know, maybe even see like a Twitter highlight reel coming in from him now that he's on this role where he'll be put in those positions a lot more. Hopefully it doesn't have to come down to that, but if it does, I'm not complaining. I'm excited to see Muddy pop off.
I feel like with ADG as well, you can just literally roll a dice, and whoever it lands on, they're gonna get the montage, because what they have like 4 previous duelists. Like, it's crazy the roles and the mechanical power in this roster, and I think that being in the duelist role is probably the role that gets the most time with like the super micro like decisions that you have to make constantly, which I feel like since we're in this like very dually heavy meta, you get rewarded for having players like this that can think fast, that can find gaps quickly, that can kind of feel out pressure and apply pressure, and they have so many of them on one roster. They're all popping off, and with time, as they get even more and more comfortable with their roles, they get more integrated into a structure. It could be a scary team. It could be a huge X Factor roster.
I mean, for who's going to be taking the montage reel, I think it's going to be either one of the 2 players featured in our Philips Norelco head-to-head here. We look at Chaotic, and again, Chaotic has definitely been a player that I've enjoyed watching in the past, but Son of Car, last series was essentially that montage, just a casual plus 29 out there, Emily. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, against sleepers of all teams, like, what is that about when they're like the dark horse of stage 1, literally farming everyone mechanically and just kind of running it down, but Son of Car was able to kind of defeat that and just kind of be like such a self-sufficient duelist, almost dropping 400 ACS there, and like his movement on all these different movement agents like Neon, Waylay, being that soloist duelist, he's so annoying to play against. Like, he's so hard to shut down. And one thing about him is he will fight and keep fighting. Like, he's not afraid to kind of run it down even when we're up numbers, because he is so confident in his aim to take him down. And then on the other side, you have Chaotic, who is a little more contained, really focused on following up Q and locking down those trades, and consistently having a pretty high ACS too as well. Like, I think around 200 ACS over the last few matches that he's played, but he fits his role really well. And the fact that he doesn't have to be like this superstar duelist, considering they already have 2 of those players like that on his roster.
Yeah, that is the crazy part. And I think for me, at least for the Son of Car side, is what makes him kind of a special person is he not only plays a lot of the duelists, like some of the duelists are only like Waylay players or Neon players, and they're like kind of flexing to these other duelists. But it feels like with Son of Car, he's able to flex into almost all the roles. He could do the Waylay, he could do the Neon, and he's also able to op, and he's also able to take on these like different paces and different styles of rounds. And he's able to put up these numbers is so impressive, especially against a team like you guys said, a very mechanically strong sleepers. But for Chaotic, he's like the get in your face player. He's the one that's like applying pressure, making a lot of space for his team, has to do a lot of these things, sometimes unsupported. And it feels like he lives up to the name. It's not an ironic name. It's a literal name. He's just Chaotic, and he's there to cause chaos, and he's there to open up these situations for the rest of his team.
I love when the name just right there, it just fits so well. I'm definitely anticipating such a step-up series from both of these teams. We highlighted how many previous duelists on the one side, Son of Car is just phenomenal. So let's start diving into it with the map picks and bans. Again, we're still pretty early within this meta and within stage 2 of things, but it's going to be Haven to start things out. I mean, we got to see Nightblood Gaming here when it was Son of Car dropping big numbers here. So I'm not necessarily surprised, Emily, to see this up first.
No, not at all. And I also think it's very interesting because we're kind of getting a clash of comps here again, because on majority of the maps that we've seen so far, NBG do love running like a solo duelist, solo controller, which is kind of crazy in this meta, and also just having that double innie and a lot of util to kind of support Son of Car being able to run it down. And ADG love having that aggression, love having that double duel. So I'm excited to see Haven coming in as the first map, seeing that brawl towards A, seeing those fast retakes, hopefully coming in on the side of ADG and just being able to have some absolute brawls. And same thing across all these maps. These are all maps where you can fight for lanes. You can have those fast retakes and kind of just util dump or run it down with that double duel. So I'm excited. I think it's going to be pretty high paced, fast rounds. But I also wouldn't mind seeing a team like NBG slow it down and try and use that to their advantage.
Yeah, and just looking at the composition that NBG's chosen in their last match on Haven, I mean, it's kind of an unconventional one. We've seen it a little bit in the past with the Chamber and the Vice, specifically the double Sentinel. Not a very common thing to say. Oh, I almost just freaked out saying it out loud. Double Senti. When is the last time you heard that one? But it's wild. I think the style works, especially when the fact that they have a strong Opera and you have the Vice to slow things down. I think the meta that they've stumbled on Haven makes sense. I'm curious to see how it's going to fare out against a team that is going to be run it down, very fast paced. It's going to be interesting how it pans out on that first map.
That second map too, it's going to be strong for both of the teams. We've gotten a little taste of both of them running it on Lotus. So I don't know, this could be a great series ahead. But getting into the predictions, going into this one, I mean, I myself have always been on the side of Nightblood Gaming. I feel like in their first match here within stage 2, it has been phenomenal. So I instantly locked in that prediction. I feel pretty strong about it after seeing the maps. Emily is so quirky, so against the grain.
Again, I'm all alone. Again, and I just don't understand, because ADG, keep in mind, ADG is the team that eliminated NBG back in Swiss last stage, okay? So this is a little bit of a rematch, but I also just have a lot of faith in their mechanics and just the ability for them to be able to run it down with this double duels. I think it's really hard to combat. Whereas on the other side, like, yes, you have 5 really talented players that can all have their pop-up games, but if they find a way to be able to shut down Son of Car, I think that could put a real stint in NBG's overall game plan.
Listen, my logic is very simple, okay? Anyone that can make Sleepers look like a bad team is my prediction for the next match. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, if you can make Sleepers look like the way they did again in that last match, you got my vote of confidence for the future matches.
Okay, but it kind of looked like Sleepers was sleeping a little bit there. And you see them in the next best of 3 and they're absolutely dominating again. They're on fire. I just think they needed a little bit of a wake-up call going into stage 2. But I'm actually really excited to see this double send, because I don't know exactly how it will play out on the attack, considering that we do love to kind of set up Son of Car for success. We love sending Son of Car in and being able to run it down, but having a solo Sova to do that and not really any hard flashes besides the Omen Blind and Vise Rose or Flash or whatever you want to call it, it's kind of tough.
Yep, I mean, I'm just leading towards the push and pull that's going to be coming out from NBG, but I'm focusing on that first half because the defensive side is going to be tricky for ADG to problem solve the Vice wall, to problem solve the Vice utility. The Sova utility from Rico is going to have to be really on point, really precise to deal with the Vines. It's going to be definitely a tough thing if they can't get anything going. I imagine getting that early momentum in that first half is going to be so important for ADG to kind of get things rolling and allow yourselves a little bit more room on that second half.
And also going into that defensive half for ADG, they have a similar comp. They have the Senti, they have double controller instead, but that's almost better than the double Senti that NBG is running, considering they have a chamber that doesn't have a strong kit. Whereas on the side of ADG, you have the Viper Mollies, you have the Viper Rose, you have so much delay with the Omen, KJ, and Viper duo that it's going to be a tough wall to kind of break through.
I mean, we'll have to see if it's capable of it, as we are ready to go into Haven. NBG going up against ADG. Let's hop into it, see how these got face off against each other, and who's going to take the win with your casters, Marks and Teneric.
Thanks, Sierra. A matchup between two teams that were just on the cusp in the previous stage. Nightblood Gaming trying to get the 2 wins they got last stage in the first 4 days of it. They went 2-4 in matches and +0 in rounds the previous stage. Azure Dragon 3-4 in matches, -1 in round differential marks. These are teams that fight like hell, take it all the way to the brink, and that have made changes between splits, introducing a couple of new elements and a win into the equation. Who is going to take it here?
See, I think that Sierra really hit the nail on the head, talking about so many of these players that we've seen for so long have crazy pop-off moments, and all of these teams just kind of picking them up, making some changes after the last split, and there's so much to be excited about. Obviously, the last match that we got to saw was super fun, super exciting, but this one is just the same. Like, once again, you look at the player names, and you know what these guys are capable of, especially Fireball Ops on the Chamber now, who, once again, it looked pretty damn good from Nightblood Gaming the last time we saw them on Haven. And so you know that they're ready to just make this one work out yet again. And there is a lot of this Vice utility proven to be a bit difficult here to deal with, but Sacred starts us out with a pick onto Son of Kar.
There's already the most crucial thing you've got to do most of these rounds is deal with that top fragging duelist. Seeing Son of Kar get to run rampant in that previous match against Sleepers, it was like Christmas. It was like watching a stallion run free across an open field. Just so good to see him back in his element. But getting thwarted this early, good start for ADG on the pistol, and Chaotic is going to take that opportunity to slide in and grab a two-piece very quickly. Nice execution from ADG onto a vulnerable B site, and that already looks to be curtains for the pistol.
Yeah, Monsi is just looking for an opportunity, but given the fact that they only really have this classic in hand, I don't know how much value you're going to be able to walk away with this one. Might find the good timing onto Hugh, just on the other side there. But yeah, this one should be pretty open and shut. An excellent start here for ADG. And commenting on the different styles of how these duelists want to play, right? Like, the desk highlighted how Chaotic, you know, wants to be a little bit more tactical, play his role extremely well, play with the squad, send out when he needs to, and kind of do what he needs to get done. Whereas on the other side, Son of Kar is kind of just like deadlifting. Whenever he's just like, oh, I'm alone, it's fine, let's see what I can do here. You know, cracking his knuckles and tries to just clutch up multiple rounds. And so it really comes down to two really different mentalities coming through from both of these teams. And I think the pick onto the Chamber also reinforces that NBG, they're purely just about the frags. They're purely playing for those moments where they can find the spring on ADG, while ADG want to be very, not stock standard, but play the game of Valorant like Valorant is supposed to be played, with, you know, good utility, good spacing, and playing off of one another extremely well.
And even so, such differing play styles lead to the same kind of outcome. Pick a number between 1 and 10. That's the player getting the multi-kill this round.
Wow.
Sacred, nice turn onto Practo with the opener. And yeah, I mean, you see every other member of NBG isolated to a degree here, just trying to get theirs. It's Fireball Ops and Son of Kar that are the most notorious initiators of this, and the latter is going to attempt to dash in with this shorty, get a little bit of chip damage in. Can't get too much. ADG keeping their distance. Fireball Ops. Next lurk check, only good for the 1-for-1, and seems like NBG are not going to be able to scrape away enough to come away with this follow-up. ADG, so far, very clean, very put together, very good Valorant.
30 seconds left.
Oh! Okay.
No, I'm not saying you cursed that. However.
No, I did. No, I didn't. Got one.
Okay,
We're fine.
Okay. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. But yeah, I mean, that's the other thing you really have to consider, right? Like, ADG composed of just a bunch of duelists or previous duelists kind of coming together, changing up their roles and seeing what they can really make work, right? But
yeah, seeing Q and Muddy on smokes is like crazy.
Right? Like, we can talk about the whole duelist controller pipeline here, but it just feels like it just every single time we see a match just reigns true yet again. So already bit of a skirmish happening outside of B main, just trying to trade some information here. This is going to be the buy up for Nightblood Gaming, but on the other side, ADG actually dig into their pockets and pull out pretty much rifles across the board with Muddy, the only person with a Guardian in hand, as it's just a patient play right now. Nightblood Gaming just trying to get a read on where these guys might be going.
Feels like if NBG are playing enough for the singular like kills and the self-sufficiency, then ADG can really lean into that bit and punish it consistently. If you're able to find someone isolated. The thing about NBG players is, though, is that they are so unflinchingly patient. So really tough to try to force someone into a vulnerable position unless you're the one that aggresses first. And yeah, they'll start pushing Monty's buttons here on the B site. Chaotic. Nice double taken, but Zeke is there in time, and he's able to grab a second on the doorway. Now can just reopen that B site almost simultaneously as the spike goes down, and it's NBG that have more than enough resources to deal with it this time. The bonus looking pretty clean. Yeah, they can just start pack swinging and taking over Son of Car, making sure he gets his own solo dolo on the way down to prove that he can still cut it, and he'll have to. We got a long game to play.
Great job from Nightblood Gaming there onto that retake, and really, even though he's the one person who died there, I think that Monty had a big part to play. The paranoia just slowing things down for a second allows for the team actually to set up their utility so that they can punish the out-of-position members of ADG as they try to flood back through. We saw how they like to path their way onto the B site on the offense, making sure to clear out the back corner, make sure to catch those timings thanks to Chaotic being so quick on this Neon. But that stall with the paranoia just enables Nightblood Gaming to get themselves set up to allow the crossfire to make sure that everything goes punished. They're not letting ADG get away with anything there, and it makes a big difference on that round. And so, yet again, we're seeing it's a push-up onto this A site. Already, though, Practo was able to find a kill.
Awkward attempt at the punish. The pre-fire not really leading to anything here. It's just that 1-for-1. Recoil yet get on the board. And again, NBG, now that you've lost 1-for-1, it doesn't really matter that it's your Sova. You don't need intel. You just need to wait until everyone comes in and then you fight.
On the other hand, though, how do ADG decide to try and take this one? They've completely just pumped the brakes now. Trying to play off of whatever information they can. But a little bit of information will be given away by the trip if they decide to go down there. It's right now Monsi, yet again, facing down the barrel of a gun. Paranoia in hand, looking for a repeat of what we just saw.
Smoke it first to force Chaotic to make the call to drive in. There's the paranoia, but Chaotic can deal with it, and there's no response. Son of Car gets on, but the stun does everything! Plus the paranoia again! Son of Car! Welcome back, buddy!
Remember how it's talked about the difference in duelist play style and how Son of Car is just kind of deadlifting the team? Well, you put squatting onto there too, because that was just kind of crazy. Nobody else on that site for NBG, and yet Son of Car just flies in so confident with the play here, finds the double, and then immediately just cleans things out.
Was that his relay that also found Hugh too?
Yeah.
That's such a great like call on himself. That's nuts, man.
Like, once again, NBG, they build their composition around these players just being able to frag out of their minds, right? Like, that's all the utility. Okay.
It's ready.
Get me out of here.
Man. All right. Through the smoke. And I think that was an orb denial as well. So Recoil was not actually able to get the Hunter's Fury online.
Yeah.
So not exactly how things wanted to go. Hugh caught off guard as well. And this one's all said and done.
Yeah, that's your one step up gone. Again, it's like ADG, you know they're going to have a couple pieces to throw at this, and they'll make some good distance, but that's just because that's how NBG likes to play it. They'll allow it, because you can't really do anything with it. Oh, well, Muddy has managed to get back that going. I don't get the free kill on a prac, though, right? Oh! Nasty work.
The answer was no, Tenrek.
No, yeah.
I was like, oh, if it's an Odin, you know, that's pretty good value economically speaking, but yeah, I don't know, man. Zeke able to walk away with those 2 kills really just was like, Nightblood Gaming sitting there like, all right, well, what do we do now, right? Not much, I guess. And so Practo still doesn't have the Hunter's Fury on, or sorry, Recoil doesn't have the Hunter's Fury online. I wonder if they just kind of go for the orb there, get that tool kind of online off of Chaotic, using the overdrive to find those timings, but Son of Car is ready to take that duel.
Yeah, you gotta have more than 100 Fury this half if you're ADG. Oh, quick fight down A lane. Good lord! Those 2 top fraggers are going nuts. Fireball Ops and Son of Car. I mean, so many of the strats is letting Fireball Ops work on his own. Yep. I mean, that was all of stage 1 of NBG, really, is teams fighting NBG and realizing, hey, the best way for us to win is to just not walk into where Fireball Ops is holding, because he's so good at taking our swings. And then, oh God, the stack on top of Carson there. That is so nasty. And now they still have their ults. They barely had to use a thing there.
Yep.
ADG is back to a really shoddy buy. We're 6 rounds deep. Still no Hunter's Fury used yet. I mean, we're really like, this is a tremendous start by Nightblood after Pistols.
No. Keep dunking on ADG a little bit more, because you were just lining up all of the bullet points now of why this is so hard for them. But that, like, you're talking exactly up to the style that Nightblood Gaming want to play. I'm not saying, like, I'm going to use the word cosmetic here for Zeke, Monty, and Bracto, because they're spraying their bullets, but last round, it was just Fireball Ops and Son of Car actually being the impact, right? Like, it's just all setting up their two duelists, and that tends to be how Nightblood Gaming find those very flawless victory rounds. Once again, Zeke, Monty, and Practo have been doing an excellent job at setting up those duelists, and they can hold things down on their own. But once again, the stars of the show right now are Son of Car and Fireball Ops. And I like that ADG do take that time out, because after that last round, like, that's a tilter, and you got to get that mental back online if you want to make this happen. And that's not a good way for it to start.
Oh, man. Just meeting every checkpoint. Look how NBG is condensed on this, too. The C presence is just gone. They'd rather man the garage and just trade their way through it. And they will, right? Well, yeah, now Hugh can get quadruple teamed for all I care. I mean, that is another quick silencing. 5-2 here, and it seems like ADG are not entirely sure where to strike. And I mean, coming into this, we did talk about how this is going to be kind of not an unstoppable force, immovable object type deal, but like 10 unstoppable forces kind of just running around the map a little bit.
Yeah.
And I mean, ADG, they definitely have a good pack mentality. I think, you know, new IGL, 2 new members on the team. There's definitely a lot of adjustment that needs to be made in terms of being able to speed up your execs, make sure your comms are clean.
Yeah.
But even that doesn't matter right now. Like, NBG is just getting in front of even that. We don't even get a chance to see the blueprint.
No, we really don't. And I still love the way that Nightblood Gaming are setting up their individual players, because there's always somebody ready to support after that initial shot gets fired off. Like, you see Fireball Ops on that chamber, Zeke immediately there, ready to cover just in case they try and push the chamber. And the same thing is more or less said with Son of Car as well. Monty kind of being that person who's playing watch over the neon flying through. And so I love what NBG have kind of cooked up here, and we're seeing them really play to their strengths. Uh-oh, awkward timing. Sacred goes down.
That's so awkward, man. Wow.
But I still think that there is an opportunity for ADD to start to get themselves back in. They just have to figure out really how to deal with this pressure that the double duelists are doing.
That's a great step out from Recoil. He had such an isolated lane to take A site, but the second he steps out, he takes that space tenfold. And now the pit on top. Yeah, I mean, shoot, now that ADG has 2 seconds to be able to use util, they have so much util that they can use.
Yeah.
And the leashes can come off, so can the gloves. And that is, well, about to say 4 players standing, but Chaotic decided to try to take on FBO. They have the pit, they have the spike, they have time. Fireball should just leave this be despite the blasphemous economy that they're working with right now. And that'll be a 3rd round taken by ADG, and it should be said, it only took 1 ultimate to do that. Still have the overdrive, still have the Hunter's Fury from Recoil, although I would love for him to use it soon so he can get another this half. ADG has options. This game is not even close to over.
Yep. It was really feeling like that was going to be the case earlier there, but ADG, they were able to kind of give them the slip onto that A site. We got to see Recoil navigate through more or less undetected and find those timings to shut down the members guarding A. And then once they kind of make their standpoint onto the site, the Viper's Pit is such a big win condition. Knowing how Fireball Ops plays, as well as Son of Car, like, let's not forget, Son of Car's initial role was pretty much just a chamber 1 trick for a long time before flexing and learning some of these other duelists. But you know that the preference is for some of those longer range duels. And so Viper's Pit just does a great job of shutting a lot of that down. This time, the 2 top fraggers, they make their presence known outside of A just to get Fireball Ops in position here, potentially finding a kill onto Hugh as soon as this wall kind of drops down.
Oh, daring to whip out the Headhunter for one more pot shot before TPing away. just seeing if he can squeeze some more blood out of the stone. ADG now play a little bit defaulty on the A lane. Now you get to see Practo and Zeke and Monsi use their util a little bit just to get that intel, show NBG where they can start pinching. And there's the re-aggression. Son of Car now here to join FBO, and Chaotic forced to use the fast lane. And now the Hunter's Fury trying to get him out, but Son of Car just gonna pop his overdrive and start going crazy, going stupid. Zeke getting caught by the alarm bot, but Recoil's now isolated in the window, and Carson's got him next. He's on a feeding frenzy! Give the man his ace! Son of Car! Meteoric strike on this B site, and it's 6-3.
And don't come back.
It's like it just shouldn't happen the way that it does. You see the heads of ADG turn around, watching the Neon fly through on the 80-80 strafing going through, and they just simply cannot do a darn thing. It's so aggressive from Son of Car, but so much respect has to be paid towards this player that they just give up all of that room. And sure, that whole B hit was happening, but that just gave the opportunity away to Nightblood Gaming to completely get the surround on them on that B side. And simply, ADG were just not prepared for that level of speed to come through. Son of Car already up to 16 kills. We're only 9 rounds into this map. Just off of an ace, and Chaotic gets spotted out immediately and has to get out of there, but it's still a little dicey.
Yeah, he leans into it. He'll go for the overdrive. Shock Dart does some impressive damage, has to get some util launched in to toss it back, but Hugh, in the meantime, getting caught so early on in the sewer, and Sacred now getting triple teamed causes the whole of the stack to have to come in, but Son of Car yet again, quicker to the punch, and gets one more on the way down. Money's got to hold it down for his own and gets to himself to get this front line back up and kicking. But NBG, they can just take the space, spread back out, take their ones, but Monsi fails, falters, it's gotta be FBO. Money against Practo to trade it back, but he's so damn low. Fireball ups though, only has the one shots, so Money's able to at least get in front of the blocks, take a second spin, but Fireball's ready, and NBG will keep this streak going.
These timings, like, I gotta say, like, the core of Nightblood Gaming, being Zeke, Monty, and Practo, are doing a really good job at, like, being very stable. They allow for those crazy kind of pop-off moments there, and yet still in the midst of all of this chaos, even if they don't have their Guardian, their Hall Pass buddy with them, you know Fireball Ops and Son of Car are gonna be able to find those kills. And really, the only way that ADG can kind of aim to counter them is either rely very heavily on their utility to flush out some of those angles to make sure the operator doesn't get value, or swing them with multiple bodies and hope that there's going to be no one there to kind of follow up on those players. But it's just such difficult win conditions being set up, and ADG still have not found their timings yet.
And you see NBG have already conditioned this lane so hard that Son of Car is already back over to the ceiling, where ADG are finally opting to try going on this half buy. And that's where Practo's sitting with this Odin. Doesn't get a kill, though. And that weak spot potentially can get pressure pointed.
Look at this at the same time, though. Get to see Fireball Ops push out of A. Watching sewers right now. Killjoy ultimate will come online, so the lockdown gets invested. Son of Car still kind of holding ground, actually. Finally will be able to back out of here, but it's still not far forwards enough that ADG can cleanly take this site. Flooding is going to happen, but it's going to be Monty going down.
Brother, that was ballsy as all get out. Chaotic skirting into it, going for his own ace, but Zeke can cut that short and reads the TP to Gong, so they should be ready for this crunch back. Doesn't matter though, not really, especially if FBO has this operator. Yeah, you just got to try and raid boss your way through it, and you can't. ADG recognizing that B is still the best site to head to with the lack of mobility that NBG boasts on the retake, and they'll use it to get around.
Yeah, but I hope that it's not too late that they've started to realize this. It is 7-4, so one more round left in this half. And quite frankly, given the firepower that ADG are bringing themselves in onto here, I know that they're trying to play just very default Valorant, you know, everything is exactly how we would expect. The utility flies here and all this type of stuff. But I kind of want to see them lean into a little bit more of an aggressive play style. Kind of take some of those duels against Nightblood Gaming and really just kind of take the aggression back into their hands. Because we talked about how good these guys are just at shooting. And I think that they can mitigate a lot of that pressure if they're able to do so. But, well, tour de force. Makes it look easy. Sacred going down. So there's going to be one person down.
And recoil. Caught out by the vines and the slow zone. Quick and easy kill, number 2. And already, that's so much of your momentum gone. You gotta just go with this B site. All reliable. The shear, though, from Zeke is here, so you can only get 2 in it once. They don't coordinate the jump. You, though, able to find Car. Very impressive kill. And that ADG, that free B site. Here comes Zeke, back of his own shear. And Hugh second-guessing right into FBO's LOS. That's 3 for him, and now ADG's got to pivot to prevent the ace and the potential round. But they still got to pick up the spike to do it. Buddy, now the plant chaotic, having to watch back. Monty gets his, traded away just in time for FBO to get the 4th. And NBG their 8th. Amazing defensive half from them, but then again, on the double senti, one would expect that. How does NBG adjust now on the swap?
It's so tough because you see just the confidence plays that are coming through from Nightblood Gaming, right? They're like, yeah, actually, I will take this 1v1 or whatever. And a triple wraparound from 3 different directions, up against 2 players, mind you. It's not supposed to go your way, and still Nightblood Gaming are able to walk away with that one. I think that right now, ADG, they have to take advantage of that mobility that Nightblood Gaming are a little bit slower on. The only person who can really kind of fly in onto that site is going to be Son of Car. You got to set up those traps for the Neon. You've got some tools to kind of mitigate that. Unfortunately, no Vise, which would have been really helpful in this kind of rock, paper, scissors-ish meta here. But otherwise, Nightblood Gaming, they're just going to kind of run their heads against the wall and try to find those opportunities. So starting out with a trade, Practo for Chaotic is not the worst actually for ADG, because Practo, a lot of that scan utility is now taken off the table.
BG super content with that Zeke. The walk up through the garage catches Sacred off guard. And now you can pretty safely pinch the C side. Son of Car turns to money as well. God, he's so good. And just like that, it's a 4v2. Pitiful health pool, though, for NBG. If you find the right moments, you can get back in and win another pistol. There's your 1.
Okay, recoil.
Chip trade. And Carson again. This kid's on 10 HP. And he's getting 2. Unbelievable. Hugh has literally nothing left in the 1v3. At Sheriff, at least toss away Carson, but that double peek is no joke. NBG will get a pistol. Freedom to 10-4 if they have their way.
And good response coming through from Monty as soon as Hugh tries to launch that paranoia, find an opportunity. Not Monty, just shuts that one down. No opportunity available whatsoever. While Carr is once again farming, has 20 kills, mind you. Chaotic is the top on ADG, only with 9. So no players on ADG have found those double digits, while NBG, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're just in rural land with how much they're farming.
Carson and Fireball Ops have more kills than the entire ADG combined right now. 35 to 34.
That's crazy. Quick maths, too.
Thank you. What I do
here.
here.
Mentally sharp here. Yeah.
I look at numbers.
They're educational on the tags for the stream. Yeah, but this time it's actually more patient from Nightblood Gaming. A little bit of a timing found onto Chaotic, but it's just ADG trying to set up these crossfires. So like I was talking about, set up some traps, be in those awkward positions where you catch Nightblood Gaming zipping and zapping in, but they don't check that one corner, and as a result, you get a free kill off of it. And it really could secure the round, as Muddy almost finds that, actually.
Yeah. I mean, you can do a good amount of sequencing with the double controller here. Like, you can take out a good portion of the site, maybe tunnel your way through the space. ADG makes their way back, but you're still gonna play with the exit frags at the end of the day.
Yep.
Carson on this outlaw. Hell yeah, brother. Give him more. Make that KDA back to 3.
It'll get there. Just, hopefully we don't run out of rounds.
Matter of time, yeah, exactly. Right now. That'll run out first.
But, like, you look at how this is going, right? The core of NBG is just so powerful, and that allows Son of Car to be able to go wherever the heck he wants. He's able to get those exploratory parts there. As it does get a little bit dicey here, but it should still be the round 1 as Zeke is able to shut that one down. But it's because this core of Nightblood Gaming are so solid that that flexibility, that kind of, let's get that guy out of there, let's see what he can do all of that fun stuff. It enables Son of Car to really lean into that chaotic gameplay, which I think teams that have previously had Son of Car have really struggled to find where he fits in, right? Because sometimes you just kind of send it and then the rest of the team is left standing like, what do we do? But this time around, Nightblood Gaming with Fireball Ops on the chamber, they've got somebody just in case Son of Car goes down. So all the pieces really feel like they're working together in this well-oiled machine.
Oh my God! I can't get enough of this kid, man.
It's crazy.
He's just so entertaining. There is a reason NBG has never stopped believing in him. And all it took was an anchor that can frag as hard as he can. Monty, TP up, catches Gong. Muddy sticking around until Son of Car does it again. Outlaw shot's gone, no reload heard, but potentially the jump in. The shorty traded away by Practo. Now a 2v2. ADG on the precipice of losing out on this bonus now, and Sacred holds on to it with an iron fist. Game still ain't over, folks. Azure Dragon, half 5 on the board.
Yep, 5 to 10, so they make that one work, but it's not exactly as clean as you would expect. Regardless, a win is a win. The flood in through there. You know, who said that tracking Neon mid-dash is hard? Because Son of Car makes it look easy with a sniper rifle as well, but this time it just really felt like the gun difference made a little bit too much of an impact. And it allowed for the time for Sacred to find that backstab in because there was that slight hesitation on Nightblood Gaming. This is what I wanted to see from ADG. If they want to pull this one back, they have to be a lot more decisive in their decision making. And Chaotic actually fallen for the traps that time that I was encouraging ADG to set up.
Yeah.
As Fireball Ops find Sacred as well, so not off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, NBG with their own trap there, Amonsi with a quick TP, and Chaotic's just not prepared for it at all. Walked up by Zeke to the C lane after recoil trades himself back. NBG just know exactly where to double down and where to skate away. To the point where now they forced Q to stick around on the A site while Muddy has to 1v4 on C. This is like systematic despite everybody being so singular. It is so odd, and I love watching it. It's the NBG that you really wanted to watch in stage 1. That takeover potential, that firepower on paper, that was there, and got them so close to winning so many of the matches in the Swiss. They don't want close, they want dominant, and they want playoffs. Another round closer to it.
Man, doing Muddy dirty there. A triple sprayed out on a single corner with 2 rifles and an Odin. That is something else. But I once again, I just really love the work that has gone into this Nightblood Gaming squad. It feels like before their issues were that they didn't know how to play in synchronicity with one another, right? But this time it really feels like, and this is very true of their last game as well. It really feels like they're allowing all of their players to just lean into the strengths of what they're good at, right? Like, we're finally seeing Son of Car get utilized so extremely well. Fireball Ops as well has been, you know, coming into the squad, playing forwards with the rest of them. The utils kind of coming through really well for Monsi and Practo as well. And Zeke has been phenomenal on that lurk, right? There's so many options available for Nightblood Gaming to do whatever the heck that they want. And it's really working out. While ADG, it feels like they're trying to stick to the script, but against how this playstyle for Nightblood Gaming is kind of coming out swinging, they're not even really given an opportunity to think about what util they want to use, think about how they want to play off of each other. Because by the time they thought about it, they're already dead.
Trying to make sure they stay light years ahead. Only a couple more rounds to get in and under the door before ADG try to set those rules. Say contest? One of the few chances ADG has had for it, and this time Carson has the overdrive in response, plus Monty spraying it down. Hugh gets in early, at least trades that back away, but Carson is overloaded and overclocked. He's got one. Watching in the sewer. Hugh is able to get the timing on it, but Zeke trades that right back, and NBG put the foot to the floor to make it 3v2 against this eco.
Okay, Muddy's able to at least scoop up a rifle here. Sacred only has a Bucky. That's not how you wanted to play this one out, but Muddy really has to try and find this lurking timing. Looks like he will be able to just do that. Practo, Fireball Ops, and Zeke now are going to take this site. Keep in mind, Practo still has the Hunter's Fury available. But at this point, I imagine it's just going to be holding it into this next round to punish when ADG get it. But still, a tool is a tool if you can make it work. This is unconventional. Nightblood Gaming are going through sewers.
See, Kaz the spike and he's walking back down. I'm not even going to question it, man.
They'll never see this one coming.
All right, there's the hold on the plant. They'll get in. ADG on the walk back. Sacred has a shot. I mean, he can't do anything here. Yeah, that's cooked. Sorry. And then the double senti setup, because they're so fast, they can just set up the opposite direction with the trademark, yeah, with the trademark plus the vines. That is so nasty, man.
And it's like, it's not necessarily that they're either fast either, right? Like, it's just they're holding on to their util. They know, like, hey, we've got so much map control here. Let's just hold on to it, slowly walk our way up, find those timings, you know, annihilate anybody who kind of goes into our crosshairs, and then just set up the util to make it near impossible. And Nightblood Gaming will be more than successful here, as it really feels like we're destined for yet another stomp. Zeke as well, getting the Steel Garden online. There's so much to work with for Nightblood Gaming, while ADG have struggled to find the counter and won't even be able to get a full buy for this potential last round on this half. On this map, sorry.
Yeah, just continuously grasping at straws. And NBG, I mean, if you have this level of firepower and you keep them choked down, it's gonna look like this scoreline. See what they can do. You have the TP, overdrive in 1, so Chaotic can refuel, maybe get a little more of a distance run going. Hunter's Fury early on, and Recoil has been red, drawn and cornered. Practo is a medium. Now speaking with the dead, how does that taste? ADG forced to just play around the outskirts, the barriers, the barricades. Chaotic already down to 20. Drops down early. No one's looking at the guy, so he gets a freebie. But now Practo, the spray back money, able to dance around it. FBO managing the hell sight line, and now that Steel Garden placed. And the TDF launched up. Sacred walk back up through main. Prepared with money for this pinch, and Zeke's been caught. Sacred now red, has to get distracted. FBO with the TP. Monsi almost on his own, but it's Fireball Ops with the final frag, and it's a 13-5 victory on Haven for Nightblood Gaming. Good Lord, Marcus, that was impressive.
It was absolutely insane. To put this in perspective, when they faced Sleepers got 6 rounds on this one. So ADG just falling a little bit short of what Sleepers were able to do, but once again, it just looks so well coordinated coming through from Nightblood Gaming. And I really have to imagine that Veer has done such a good job at cleaning things up here, making sure that they've got all of these avenues open. All of their strengths are really shining through, and they just look absolutely unstoppable. We got to see ADG start to heat it up in that very last round, where they started to play a little bit more aggressive. You know, we saw the drop down so early on, catching people off guard. That's what they have to do if they want to take down Nightblood Gaming, because at this point, Nightblood Gaming are just on a different level of pace and are feeling so damn comfortable playing off of one another, ready to take every single duel in front of them.
Yeah, so true. The desk spoke about it when we walked into this match. It was Azure Dragon that came into this with so much potential for individual firepower. Despite all of these role swaps, any one of these players is capable of clutching, multi-killing, going absolutely insane, but it's necessary now. We'll see if Nightblood Gaming take Lotus and the 2-stock after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Say the word. Okay.
Yeah, I can do it. I can do it.
Oh, sage stage, sage stage. Okay, I got it.
Sage stage, sage stage. Sage stage, sage stage. Clove, cove, clone, cover. Cove, clone, cove, cover.
Clove, cove, clone, cover, clove. This is too hard.
Raise, ace, clove, clone, gecko, stage, sage, echo, clove, cove, cover, clone, gecko, ace, raise, echo.
Raise, ace, clove, clone. Oh god. Clove, cove, cover, clone, gecko, ace, raise, eco. That's so hard.
I guess eco.
I did horrible.
I think I did pretty good for someone who's not an English speaker. I did pretty decent.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill the. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You got footwork for the 18. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
First map of the series between NBG and ADG. Try and say that 5 times fast. You'll mess that one up for sure. And we had highlighted just the chaos and the strength of both of these teams. But getting in the server, there was one standout in particular, and it was a Nightblood Gaming to take the win off of that 13-6. I mean, son of Car. Emily was just, he was just insane. He was on one, like, what?
No, I just love how we were so focused on like the comps going into it, you know, what that might bring to the table. Maybe we'll see a little bit of, you know, teams struggling against each other for that. But really all it was Son of Car just running it down every single round, but going for these big brawls towards that A main, even towards mid, and then people spamming through a C smoke like this and getting 2. Like, it was just a brawl right off the bat. And we saw ADG struggle against that for like the first 6 rounds. And then they were able to find some sort of success here by slowing it down, using some utility to re-clear it out. They got a round off that. And then guess what Son of Car does? Oh, instead of just like stopping right there at the first choke point, just runs through and aces on them. Like he felt unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, he was actually a beast, and I don't even know if he's the son of Car anymore. He actually just might be the father at this point, but it's crazy. What he did in this map was absolutely bonkers, and I think it wasn't even just him. It was the calling as well, because the way they were allocating their aggression in that first half was just throwing ADG off, right? Like they were fighting A with 4, they're fighting mid with 4, like they're just alternating fighting lanes with like 3 to 4 people over and over and over. And I feel like as soon as you get the attack side on this map to submit to your pace and kind of submit to your style with this composition, like you've won the battle. Like that's the trademark, I think. And when it comes to the other side, the other half, it really just felt like NBG was in full control the entire time. The calling was on point, the mechanics were on point. Ton of Car, Fireball, Zeke, literally everyone. You flip a coin, they're popping off. 15-3 on the first buzz as well. I mean, they could do no wrong. They were walking on water on this map.
I mean, something funny is you'd think majority of those first kills went to Son of Car, but I'm pretty sure he only ended with 5. So it just goes to show that in those team fights, the other teammates, the other players that were there, they might have not been pushing all the way through, but they were definitely doing their damage. And I just found it funny watching Son of Car because even in rounds where like he started to push A main, but there was nothing there, you would see this man sprint all the way across the map towards that seaside, towards that garage, just kind of like a moth to a fire or something like that, just looking for a fight. Like he did not want to sit still.
I don't know if he's capable of it, honestly, at this point. It's, again, these young kids out there and just being cracked at VALORANT, they're running around, Roy. It was just a sight to see. Like, he's just putting up so much numbers.
I just love the way NBG like works this comp on this map. I think it works extremely well for them, and I think it works extremely well on the current Haven meta. Just like allowing Fireball Ops to do what he does best. He's a great opera. He's a great duelist in terms of like fighting 1v1s. He's so good at it, and it kind of frees up Son of Car to kind of just do his thing, play at his own pace, do what he wants to do. And I mean, we kind of got to see of it. He was just running. He's the moth. He's running instead of a flame. It's frags, and he's getting all the stats. So. I mean, it's crazy, and I think the style works for them, and I think the way they're playing it as well doubly works for them, and it's beautiful. It was a great first showing here by NBG.
And when I look at the side of ADG, I was hoping for a little bit more attempts on trying to find something out rather than, you know, they spent like the first 5 or 6 rounds trying to brawl back and just being unsuccessful in that. And then we saw them try to take that step back, use a little bit of utility, and then they just kind of avoided it altogether rather than, you know, trying to come up with different solutions towards Son of Car's aggression and trying to put a stop to that. It's like they just tried to avoid, but how can you avoid a Neon that's just running everywhere? You have to be able to adapt, and especially when you're getting like dominated that hard, you have to be able to come up with answers or at least try to do something different to punish him.
I mean, it's just so difficult though when you have not one but 2 people popping off in the server. For Phillips Norelco head to head, of course we have to talk more about Son of Car, because why wouldn't we, right? But as well, Fireball Ops, so you have this duelist that can just run it down, and then you have the chamber to back it up. Both of them are just putting up so much numbers, so even if you could try and adapt a little bit, Emily, to the Neon, well, there's just a follow-up right away.
No, exactly. Like you have Son of Car taking that in main space. You have Fireball Ops towards that B, towards that garage, being posted with an op, or the other way around where you have them kind of double brawling towards that A, leaving Fireball Ops posted on that, having Son of Car do a quick rotate to be able to kind of fight wherever else they're trying to take space. It's just no matter where you went, you were going into someone that has the capability of just stopping you in your tracks, and they just didn't have an answer for it.
And I think like the interesting thing with this kind of combo is, I mean, okay, first of all, Fireball Ops has been criminally slept on for far too long. I think the sleeping on this person has been, we should be done with that at this point. I think Fireball Ops is an insanely mechanical player. He's very fundamentally sound, and he's so versatile in the way that he plays, and he's able to play a lot of these sentinel roles and still put up some serious numbers, which is kind of rare to see. And then Son of Car's like potential has been brewing, it feels like, for so long. Like he's been that player, he's been that duelist. The teams that he's been on haven't really been able to find a lot of that success, and I feel like this team has so many of these like underrated players that are just like ready to pop off. They're ready for the spotlight, and if they keep this up, if they keep the confidence flowing, if they keep getting on the same page, if they keep tightening up their strategy book, they're going to be a scary team. Like there's really no other way to put it.
See, I am just glad that I have been on the Fireball Ops train from the get-go, and now it's the Fireball Ops and Son of Car train. Absolutely amazing. The team's looking so strong, but we'll have to see if that's carried into the second map, as it is going to be ADG's map pick of choice of Lotus. We saw both teams here out, however, in their first round win, and ADG looked strong, but this also was a strong showing out from Nightblood here. So Emily, I think once we get into it, it's going to be a really close affair between 2 teams that are very familiar with this map.
And I just think it's going to come down to that A main fight and seeing if Chaotic and Hugh, now that they're back on this double duelist, if they're able to combat Son of Car just running it down with all this utility supporting him. And like I said, it's going to be very similar because they're battling for each lane, and there can be a brawl on any site here.
I think the difference in compositions here is going to be so interesting as well, because I mean, the Breach can't really create anything new. Like we've been seeing the breach on this map for a while now, so the book is kind of kind of versed at this point, right? So I'm kind of curious to see how NBG is going to be kind of maneuvering around those things. They know there's no Sentinel on the ADG side. How is ADG going to be managing the fact that there's going to be gaps once the push and pulls happen, or once the opening kills happen? So I'm curious to see what ADG is up to on the defensive side. That proactivity, the double duelist, it's going to have to put in a lot of work here for ADG to relieve that lurk pressure that might be coming out here from NBG.
I'm just looking to see if they can slow down Son of Car. This kid got an ace last game, like 4K. He was just crazy. Can they put a stop to what NBG has got going though? Can they take it to a map 3? And while we're at it, chat, answer the question that is oh so important for our casters. Does Tenric have green or blue eyes? Liz needs to know, guys. Let's send it to the casters. Get started.
Right.
My vote is in green.
Guys, what do you think of my eye color? We're also the most interesting part of this entire day. I'm enthralled.
All right, so Haven and Lotus have been the two maps that NBG has played in both of their matches now. Against Sleepers in both iterations of Haven, Carson went +14. On Lotus against Sleepers, Carson went +15. So definitely some trends I'm spotting, definitely making NBG look a little dangerous here, Marks. But like Roy said, the breach does appear a little stale, and ADG's double duelist comp looks nice and fresh, lean and keen to take some kills. So we'll see how far they get on this defense.
And already ADG just completely walk out, and Zeke is completely caught off guard, actually. And yeah, I think one of the biggest questions is how this breach is going to synergize with the rest of the squad. Because, well, you're kind of trading that one off for the Viper, which I do think Viper is pretty strong on this map. So not having that could be a little bit interesting, but at least there is still that stall utility coming through. I'm still excited to see what Nightblood Gaming have cooked up, because we got a sense of what their playstyle is going to be like. And already it's like the map is completely flipped. So it will be a nice, easy plant onto A site, but nobody from Nightblood Gaming is like around there. They're all spread out.
Yeah, and Carson has meanwhile made it all the way to clearance of the entire other half of the map. And you get a free walkout from Chaotic, but he adjusts quicker. So 4v3 on this retake, and yeah, Prakto's gonna get swarmed. It feels like NBG tried to take too much space this time, and it's not gonna matter! Fireball Ops gets 2 more on his 1 corner, and Hugh, he'll have to walk onto this spike. Good damage on Amonsi, paranoia to chase him away, but still a lot of time that he can play with. 53 HP for this attacker. It's Monsi that's got to play it slow, but god damn it, he will. It's back around to the boxes as Hugh holds for half, and Monsi gets it. And that, I mean, that looked on impossible for NBG, but another pop-off from Fireball Ops is able to maintain for him. And even still, that was a wraparound into the stairs for him as well. And then Son of Car deciding to distance himself so quickly. You're already conditioning a butt ton of dangerous stuff to ADG out the gate here.
Yeah, it's so aggressive. Once again, just spreading yourselves out, be like, we're going to take all this space for free, all that type of stuff. It kind of bites them in the butt for a second until you can like see it on Fireball Ops' face like, uh-oh, how did I get myself here? But then still finds 2 kills. And so as a result of that is like, all right, well, I guess I did my job. And it ends up being a win for Nightblood Gaming. So still excellent stuff. This, once again, is really speaking to the individual prowess of a lot of the players on Nightblood Gaming and how they're really leaning into that. Hey, we're just going to send our guys in there. They're going to find those kills, and we're going to have a nice, easy time winning each of these rounds. And already, Nightblood Gaming have just completely swept this site as Fireball Ops finds the back of Sacred. So, sheer activated. This is already looking really dominant from NBG.
Yeah, and now ADG stuck because of the sheer that he actively placed down. A Fireball Ops just owns Lotus, man. Like, he gets to go wherever he wants, even off of the ecos. I'm expecting him to have a lot of fun with this map. Vines are gone, so the Aftershock is next. And that is probably a lot of the MO here for NBG's breach decision for Zeke, is just dogpiling on top of the power that NBG already brings to the table.
Yeah.
And hey, look, Son of Car is in spawn again, and this time he'll do a whole lot better. Free 2-piece as NBG will escape with a very free follow-up round post-pistol. Not even a kill on the board. Everybody gets out scot-free.
Well, except for
Oh,
Fireball
except
Ops.
FBO.
He gets caught in the middle there, but
Dang it.
I actually think that was okay because Fireball Ops is the only person who didn't buy up that
Right,
round.
he had the ghost.
Yeah, had the ghost, so might as well get the extra ultimate orb, right? You're sitting pretty at 5-1 right now, so it's all good. 5-0, who needs that? But still, once again, I wonder whether or not the breach being brought into here is once again just leaning into the ideas, the philosophy of Nightblood Gaming, because breach brings a lot more to kind of set up your players to have either some stall or you can push out and secure those kills, especially with how aggressive Son of Car likes to play. This enables just a couple more opportunities as already Son of Car goes in, but will immediately get out here and Chaotic ready for that punish.
Tough corner to put yourself into when you know they're rushing towards you, and the saturate, yeah, falls flat. The shear also now going to kind of be a waste as the defenders can kind of just go wherever they need to. Still, NBG's just going to door jam, make their way through the B site. Yeah, they'll try and snake it. Sacred having to kind of play double duty at the moment. The Prowler is going to confirm that, and Chaotic is ready for the creep up from Fireball Ops this time. Bonus looking so far so decent. Now Muddy getting in on the lurk creep. Monsi now found as well. And Practo having to give himself away for the spike plant. While Zeke does have a nice position on the backside. Yeah, good swinging on the waterfall, but the gun is just a little worse for wear. Makes it awkward, but not impossible, and almost deals with Muddy's remainder of the health pool. It's on Hugh to afford a decent pinch with the judge, and he will make it work. Two stay standing, just barely, but they stand, as does ADG's first round of the game.
I was looking at that health pool of Muddy. I'm like, oh, he could be tickled to death right now. Hugh really has to make sure that this is going to be clutched up because otherwise it's going to be looking really bad. But it's just such a scrappy fight coming through from Nightblood Gaming round after round. Zeke not afraid to just move things forwards there. And even then, down to 45 HP, Hugh almost got taken down as well. So Nightblood Gaming, they yield around, but they haven't nearly lost the battle. As you see them going for the full buy up here, Son of Car still sticking to those sniper rifles. While ADG, it's a bit scattered. They got that judge, got the Ares, they've got a Guardian in hand, and already it's domination.
Yeah, backyard brawl for the rubble, and NBG get way more of the purchase off the outskirts and recoil a little too far behind to be able to facilitate Muddy out of the fight really before it began as well. The timing just a little unfortunate. NBG dominate. No fighting for orbs necessary. They take over the ground. The site might have a flawless round 4 on their hands without having to use a single ultimate. Fireball Ops at the very least will fall, but now they can dip basically everything into this in order to deal with it. Nope. Sacred managing to scrape away one, and shoot, this early into the game, every kill you get away with is an important one.
I was going to say, and that's the Odin as well. You know that is something that Nightblood Gaming want to hold on to given the current economy. But Sacred is not going to be just giving this one up for free. Zeke is going to go for this swing around here. Sacred's ready for, oh, that timing is so unlucky. So we'll be able to scoop that Odin away. And, you know, at this point, I think that there is a little bit of a comparison to be made in the style of Nightblood Gaming's current iteration to how Envy like to play. The darlings from last year's Challengers, who was just so aggressive, right? Like they were so aggressive, just always wanted to take every single fight. But I think the big difference that stands out is Nightblood Gaming, it's intentional. Whenever they try to take those fights, it's because they want to gain something. Whether or not it's because they know that someone's going to be swinging off them, whether or not they know that they're going to be able to find a little bit more space, force out a little bit of utility, versus Envy was just very much like, we're going to walk out there and win. You know, and two very different mindsets, but Nightblood Gaming are still playing this very aggressive style a little bit more intentionally, and it's still looking fantastic coming out from them. Fantastic enough that ADG have to force out a timeout to try and figure out what the heck is going on here.
Yeah, NBG are very objective geared, and it's really nice to see them play so heavy into that mentality when they are so good at individually space making. Fireball Ops is lurking and Son of Car's distance running. They are so able to cage in whatever space they really want to take over in a second. And ADG, it's a really tough conversation to have of when you decide to cradle that, or if you decide to just go for the full-blown retake that you know is going to be a little worse for wear.
Yeah.
That being said, ADG, they're just about to get into their groove with the ultimates here. Just about everything is about to be on the table, so they can continue to strike up these fights, but No backyard brawl on A side this time around. The Eco Gamba stack is on the C mound, and might be open season for Nightblood Gaming again here.
Oh, I mean, they are going up against Sacred, who has had those moments, but you can see the mind games going through, and ADG, they take that aggression outside of C, so, you know, completely misreading the side that they're going on. See what Sacred can do. Not much.
One. That's the answer. Is
so
one.
good, though. Yeah.
Fragger for Fragger. Fireball Ops fills in the gaps left by Carson, and that's always what he was meant to do. The Sheer is only double teamed. ADG doesn't manage to get the full stack going, so it's a little discoordinated. As NBG, I mean, they still have to have their attention turned everywhere else as the Util starts getting blown out. Haunt will confirm no one in the pocket. Door now hit, so Fireball Ops has to keep steady. First bit of Vines toss, so you can leave that as a secondary option, but ADG will go full-blown balls to the wall via the grass stairs. And the fault line will pretty much shut that all down in one fell swoop. You can just spray your way through. The problem here, that Seize is pretty nasty, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, let's give NBG a couple more orbs, make sure that this rotation can start off even better than ADG's can and get us to a 4-1 game.
And it's sad that Son of Car goes down there because we're not seeing the same performance that he got to put up in the previous map. Oh no, but it's off of Son of Car dying. The rest of the team just always feels so well set up, right? And I talked about a lot of how Son of Car likes to just kind of send it down and the team adapting, but we're seeing a bit more hesitation, a bit more intention with how that duelist is kind of just flying through on this waylay. But still, really good ultimates online. Keep in mind, Practo one orb away as well from having the Nightfall online, and immediately Hugh has to back out of that one just with an Arc Rose, or sorry, no, just a Flash, I believe, that went through to make sure that nothing, no shenanigans. The denial of information is going to be so strong from Nightblood Gaming, and Son of Car finds Muddy, so things are already looking pretty darn good for NBG to start out this round.
Poor Muddy's been really stuck this game, man.
Oh, yeah.
Really, I can't get outside of this A site and really hasn't been able to do much outside of maybe open up a couple fights with these paranoias, but the distance is just still so much better made by NBG. Son of Car, window shopping to help the rest of the stack rotate. Chaotic will punish, so it'll be a 4v4 to take things back. And you don't really have your pinprick anymore now that Car's gone, so you've got to use a little bit more on the tank. Monty the TP on top of the Rolling Thunder. Waterfall's blocked out, but Sacred's already inside, and River hasn't been taken over, so NBG can't confidently take this. The Poison Orb playing the rest of the keep away, and now you have Q coming in through B door. ADG have the sandwich, and Practo can't hold on much longer. ADG get back on the board in a very dominant fashion.
Yeah, and it's so hard to watch. Like, the Rolling Thunder gets launched from Zeke to clear out the actual site, and it gets absolutely nobody. And so that gives that false confidence for Nightblood Gaming to just run in through, and little do they know they'd be running right into a trap. Good job of the shutdown coming through from ADG to make sure that Nightblood don't walk away with more. Still, though, lots of ultimates available beyond just that Rolling Thunder for this next round. Son of Car has the Convergent Paths online, Practo, Nightfall ready to go. Lots of tools for them to utilize to clear out a lot of these lanes when they decide to frag in there. And already it's going to be Seaside yet again that we see them leaning towards in the initial utility trading kind of going through. Nightfall online.
Dash in from Carson, and River's taken over much faster this time around. Carson gets the kill on a Sacred too, and it's the spray backs that have to matter. Recoil does manage to find Monty's LOS, but now the Convergent Path's tossed in, and Carson is singular yet again. Now the stack coming in to drive the axe harder, and Carson is good for 4 this round. Just let the kid work his magic, and it's so beautiful to watch.
I'm convinced that that ultimate was purely just so Son of Car could move faster. Yeah, it was just like, yo, guys, I need a little bit of a speed buff. I'm ready to win this round, but, you know, I don't see anybody to kill right now. I'll just use Convergent Paths, and then we can just kind of run it down. How about that? And everyone's like, I mean, sure, man. And then gets a 4K with the enhanced speed. Once again, a bit of a unconventional miss coming through from Chaotic, who has been really sharp with the sniper rifle in hand. But that one slip up lets Carson run away with that round. Nightblood Gaming just immediately right back into things. So they deny the information. ADG go for a little bit of a more aggressive play yet again. Feels like that's always in the cards when they're on their save rounds. But this time they're not going all exploring around the entire map. They're just keeping it a little bit more localized on B.
Yeah, no more noise made by Nightblood on A opening, so no motivation for them to come in and peek. Good saturate tossed in by Hugh to at least slow down NBG, but you only get the 1-for-1. And Nightblood still has more personnel. Chaotic also now sussed out by the Prowler, so NBG discouraged from taking that C site or B site. They can fully snake over. Fireball Ops can only stall, do a little bit of chip damage. Make this a 3v3 already. Azure Dragon doing a lot of legwork.
Yeah, but Chaotic as well. Dinged up here, so 1 bullet will be more than enough. Just has to find that timing. Recoil not with the upgrade, but all right, it's gonna be Nightfall inbound.
Son of Car still chasing down Recoil. Chaotic made it on site though, and Practo is decayed, so has to just spray through. Chaotic cares not. Now the relay bolt to force out Monsi onto an awkward angle, but he swings back and takes both! 4 HP for the clutch! And Nightblood keep the streak again! Unbelievable!
You can tell Monsi's like, I don't even know what happened. I just simply went, like, brain off, kills confirmed. Woo, I won that round. And Monsi clutches it up. In what looked like ADG were finally finding the crack in the armor of Nightblood Gaming here. The Nightfall did a really good job of cutting that noise, allowing Chaotic to be able to move forwards here. Practo trying his best to deny any of that additional space, and yet still under all that pressure, Monsi, cool as a cucumber, wins it out. Unbelievable stuff. It's going to be the rush this time for ADG out in front of A.
Once again, trying to go for this early fight, and NBG don't get nearly enough ground off of it. The smoke is so helpful for Muddy here, and he's now absolutely able to facilitate the rest of this fight. TP in from Monsi onto the A site is not helped out by the rest of the team. ADG still fighting these back, and Hugh can turn back to Monsi. That fell flat. The presence from Azure Dragon more than enough this time, and NBG just a little too slow to the punch. Fireball Ops in the 1v3, now a 1v2. Good Lord, don't do this to me, man. Sacred with the run back. Fireball Ops is reading it like it's a kindergarten book. Back to the steps. You watching? Not first.
Oh, come on.
Oh, neither is Sacred. Come on, man.
There
Okay.
it is. There it is. There it is.
You can't keep doing this to us. But that's 3 for Chaotic. A great hold down by the 2 duelists this time. Good smoke spaced out by Muddy as well to force NBG to reconsider the tempo. Did everything there.
And like excellent convergent paths coming online there. You can tell as well, Son of Car up top has a sniper rifle, so unfortunately not enough bullets to mitigate all of the damage and all the bodies that were going to be on the site. Maybe with a rifle would have been fine, but just completely went unchecked as the bulldozer that is ADG just rolled over that ace on point for Nightblood Gaming. And it looks like they are going to feign some of that pressure again. Nightblood Gaming this time very ready to kind of take that presence, but Chaotic finds Son of Car right off the bat.
That's a great adjustment from Chaotic to step out in front of the smoke thrown out by Monsi. Hasn't done that all game, and it means so much at this pivotal moment. And now ADG's here. Stack is ready for the A takeover. Yet again, NBG is too slow for it. Carson, such a crucial pickoff. That's an intentional gap set up.
Whether or not the convergent paths was the win condition that they were hoping for this time around from Nightblood Gaming. Really just lead the charge in, but that tool gets ripped away right as the round starts, so it feels very uncomfortable. And look at the ultimates that ADG have.
Trying to go for the insert, but taking Tree to the door is so awkward when Hugh has this outside angle, and Practo is too smoked away to be able to trade it back, so NBG is yet again stagnant, forced to use that Steel Garden, but Chaotic's got an overdrive. Monsi quickly severs it, but still ADG's here. There's 40 seconds on the clock, 2v4, and Practo's been sussed out by the C's. They should be able to swarm him. No! Recoil falls! Sacred with the backstab, though. And these extra levels of security should maintain for ADG. Nice adjustment by Sacred to get it done all on his lonesome and make this game close as can be.
Yeah, 2 more rounds left in this half. We're finally getting to see Chaotic really start to heat up, leading the kill feed with 14 kills. While the members of Nightblood Gaming are just kind of struggling to get their stuff online. The pivotal pieces of their equation are getting ripped out before they can even try to initiate in onto the site, right? Like, you expect these players to find those initial frags round after round or be able to trade effectively, and yet, for whatever reason, ADG, this time being a little bit more pokey, a little bit more proddy, are finding those opportunities and making sure to capitalize on it. So, Nightblood Gaming be taking a time out now. Try and see whether or not they can scavenge something together. It's going to be a rough buy coming into this next round. They still have Son of Car's ultimate available if they need it, but I imagine this is just going to be, hey, give up this round, see what we can do. put some damage on their economy or something, and then make sure that they win that one out and at least get that 7th round in this half.
If you can, and then you can have that 1-1-3 defense. This is just so marvelous, dangerous. You let Fireball Ops be able to take so much individual weight on the swap. You just own that. But yeah, I love seeing how Chaotic has adjusted himself to this. Able to get in front of the fight while not necessarily leaving himself vulnerable, a luxury that Neons have.
Yep.
But that he is weaponizing very well.
Slow walk up this time. Good job using utility to clear things out, and well, this is where the issue kind of comes in there. Chaotic, excellent headshot.
That's a great reaction to the jump up, and NBG again a little fragmented, but in
the
perfect motivator, really. You've got some tools to blind, but ADG again gets a little bit ahead of it, and it means everything.
Yep.
Anakar first to die last round, last to die this round, and almost very quickly. Jeez, bro. Oh, please, someone peek. Okay. Flawless takeover on round 11. So ADG have just about all they need to make this a tie game on the defense. A terrific bouncing back. Yeah, I'm really happy that ADG has clocked the tempo from Nightblood here.
100%. And, you know, now we get to call into question that breach pick here from Zeke. We've seen so many teams be able to run it and run it effectively, but unfortunately it doesn't feel like it's getting as much value as you would expect. I would imagine it'd be a lot more for the fault line to be able to set up plays all over the map, give a little bit more of that space. But generally speaking, the utility from that breach specifically has not landed in the way that Nightblood Gaming would want that to enable some of those free kills given the playstyle. Oh no, the timing. Yeah, okay.
That's nasty timing, yeah.
That's
but like
just
you said, yeah, the breach has felt kind of one note on these attacks to enable only one channel at a time. Haven't really seen Carson able to deviate from it too much with the saturate. Oh, but he does it just off of that blind on a Chaotic. Jeez. Oh, Muddy though, he's been able to find the TP in after that paranoia, and no one checks it. Instantly slaughtered, and we are tied up at 6.
Wow, and that wasn't even with the ultimate either. That was simply just a shadow step in.
Yep.
That's kind of crazy. But yeah, look at this. The convergent paths gets casted. I don't even think it had enough time to actually launch. And Money just walks away with it. Those duelist chops kind of stand in true. Makes it a little bit easier when no one's looking your way. 6-6 now. As ADG look to potentially send us to map number 3 bind, but Nightblood Gaming now onto this defense. Like you were saying, my eyes right now are on Fireball Ops. We'll definitely be kind of playing that solo anchor. Probably on C site, as you usually throw your solar anchors onto.
99% of the time, yeah.
The other side, like, it's just going to be pure initiation to try and support Son of Card to be able to find those initial kills and, you know, win this util battle that is so classic outside of A.
Yeah, you have to have this good barrier drop read if you're NBG. Know how much of the fight is going to come your way in the immediate, and then how much is going to adjust in the aftermath. 2 walking up on top of the toxic screen, but a stack potentially sold. Zeke already kind of emptying the tank here as Sacred will tuck up, and Chaotic takes from rubble.
Whoa.
Sacred, beautiful walkout, finds 2 in the immediate, and looking for more! Pick a number, and Sacred might get to it. Fireball Ops on the outskirts of CT. Next threat up, Chaotic manages it. It's nearly flawless, but Monsi will shut it down. That's not as far as he gets. Grab the other duelist as well. And from here, though, ADG managed to turn that pinprick into a mountainous takeover of A site and a very easily won pistol.
100% ADG, it feels like they've found their momentum back, right? Like, after the last map, I understand. It's hard to just mentally bounce back from that one, but now the shots are hitting. Now they're finding the kills, they're finding the opportunities, and they're really going blow for blow against Nightblood Gaming. You imagine this has just been a confidence surge of a half for ADG, as it was looking like this would have been very one note, 6-2 before they found 4 rounds in a row. And now they get the buy up yet again. See how this one goes. It's going to be a little bit aggressive from Nightblood Gaming, but they're not going to find a soul. We'll be able to just scoop up that orb as Son of Card takes so much space moving forward.
Sacred avoiding the Prowler to get the free pick on Car's walk up. very much understanding how they want to approach this eco. A couple legs, couple wall bangs, but Sacred stays alive through all of it, and the regen armor will actually put him in a good position to keep on multi-killing. ADG just gonna let the stack take over. Some good chip damage done by all members of NBG, but the gun difference is just so massive this round. It will matter not.
Last player standing.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, get that pit up now, bro. Why not?
Fireball Ops at least able to get one, but yeah. Prowler going through, 3 people still alive, Hugh just on the other side. Fireball at this point was probably just going to be looking to potentially get one more kill and then call it a day. And then just kind of die to Spike because this is like a near impossible situation. But ADG, I mean, Sacred has been shooting. Or sorry, not Sacred. Oh, no, yeah, I meant Sacred. Yeah, I'm confusing myself.
Yeah, you did.
Because
you're good.
It was so one-sided for Nightblood Gaming, right? Like this looks completely different coming through, and it's just with a Marshall that Sacred is able to walk away with so many kills. Now 1 away from having the pit online, just 1 lower than Chaotic in the number of kills, sitting at 16 at the moment. Well, ADG have a 2-round lead over Nightblood Gaming. Nightblood Gaming are now full Vandals and Phantoms. See what they want to do here. It looks like that defense, once again, they're just sticking to their tight and true strategy. Gonna be a lot of util kind of dumped in.
Yeah, 2 prongs, 2 attempts at an attack in Son of Kar yet again. The frontliner, and thus the sacrificial lamb. Chaotic ahead of the aftershock, and Zeke won't find a thing! That's the stuntedness of Breach that we've been talking about, man.
Yeah.
At least Practo finds the lurk gear from Sacred, but ADG have A-side so securely, and Chaotic yet again looking to find the pick. Walking out of that smoke. The Prowler's gonna suss him out though, and Fireball Ops can turn it into a kill. Hugh holding down on the stairs, able to get out before that one piece is complete. Practo able to find it before the refract activates. And it's a 2v2 retake. Fireball Ops walking in, and now the double stack looking strong on recoil to try and clutch up this bonus, and he will! Azure Dragon find the clutch and the 9-6 lead.
And that is such a good round for Recoil, who straight up has been struggling this series. Let's call a spade a spade. Recoil has not really been having a good time, usually losing out every single round, but finally gets that confidence boost in that multi-kill towards the end. I was like, there's no way Practo and Fireball Ops make it happen, but as soon as that first kill came through, I knew it was gonna be over, because just given the information that Recoil had. It was a very good attempt coming through from Nightblood Gaming, but they're not able to make it stick. So ADG 9-6 now. 4 rounds away from forcing out that map number 3, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down for a second. Monsi, with the stinger in hand, is going to take that advanced positioning. As Sacred still as sharp as ever. Going to find Practo hanging out all the way down there. This Viper has been on one this map.
Yeah, just let this guy keep lurking. Especially with that toxic screen in A, he's able to singularly drag so much attention towards him, especially in a round like this. But yet again, ADG is using that as a springboard rather than a distraction.
Yeah.
And NBG will rotate to this, so they have to be prepared to take the orbs. Fireball Ops has a good spot to choke up and grab a pick-off. Everyone else gonna struggle here, though. Yeah, ADG should have this from here.
Oh, wow.
Nice spray from Recoil. Wow, that's just good sense.
Now Spike goes down. Monsi still just with the stinger in hand. 10-6. 100% be what our score line is unless something crazy happens in Monsi's hands, but I don't know. I feel like the odds are just stacked against him. Sacred just coming alive, man.
Yeah, he's really looking good. Seems like Monsi's just gonna play for the exit. Justifiable. You don't want to hand any more orbs over to Muddy as well.
Oh, no.
Wow, and he wins that.
Yeah.
All right, you have me fully invested now, ADG. Your attention is ours. 8 consecutive rounds, 4 on each side. And now the economy back for NBG. One of the last hurdles you would need to clear to have a clean getaway in this map to take us to 3.
Yeah, and I don't know that that's not, if that's going to happen or not. We haven't gotten to see those moments where Son of Kar can kind of pop off. It always feels like just the macro understanding of what is going on is squarely securely on the side of ADG. Like those spray throughs consistently shutting down Son of Car, or just kind of walking through, mitigating it, and then dealing with it after the fact. ADG just really have the finger on the pulse for this specific attacking side. And Nightblood Gaming, they've got their strategy, but it just simply has not been working out. There really hasn't been an opportunity for that breach stun to really connect, for Son of Car to find that moment, go through there. And once again, it just comes down to, okay, maybe this is just the breach pick here. Maybe it's not finding the value that you necessarily need and having that Viper to allow for that cutting up of space to make guaranteed free passage, especially against Sacred, who has been mostly playing with sniper rifles, would have been a very useful thing, because the smoke advantage is very clearly on ADG's side, and they're doing a good job at always finding these long range duels.
Is gonna get given one immediately. Chaotic the run out, and that is a death sentence. Few convergent paths into the light speed, looking for the moment with the nightfall, but Son of Car is still here, slowed but not dead, and still able to find extra shots. The collab will even do some chip here as Prakto sprays through the smoke to find recoil, and ADG have to work with what they've got, but Money the TP up, and he finds two on his own, able to get the spike down too with enough space. And the 2v2 is still risky here from NBG. Fireball Ops is here. Fireball Ops is peeking and shooting. But the Viper's pit is now up. And Muddy is on the bottom. That Steel Garden distracts Muddy. Forces out two 1v1s. Muddy wins his. Pit's gonna dissipate. Fireball Ops given away on the high ground. Has to double back to this spike. The tap as the Steel Garden goes. And Muddy the TP back up to the spike to try to go for the backstab. Realizes Fireball Ops is back on the river, ready for the creep up, and Muddy! So smart and so easy for him. And Azure Dragon again win out against all odds.
And yet still, it's so tough. Like, brilliant play coming through from Muddy.
That was chess from Muddy, man.
Yeah, 100%. Like, he's able to back out there, has the shorty in hand, finds the kill outside, and then TP's up after getting the information onto Fireball Ops. Both of them knew exactly where each other were. And still, it comes out from Muddy, who is really woken up here. All of the members of ADG now finding their timings to find those specific kills. And it's going to be a rundown onto the C site, a teleport into the back line, and trades across the map.
Quick attempt at the close meet with the door, but yet again, it's ADG that comes out the positive. Prakto up to this early, but the jump up is going to reveal him, and Chaotic wins the swing duel. 3v1 now, Fireball Ops a mile away.
Spike planted.
Chaotic.
1v3. Only an Arco is available.
You might as well just toss a body into the problem here to guarantee it. You have the ults to get through the rest of this, and yeah, Chaotic is the sacrificial lamb to make sure they know where he is. Oh, the Saturate doesn't catch Fireball Ops. The Seas will recoil the swing onto the river. Fireball Ops almost nails it. But we're 12-6. Azure Dragon are still holding on.
Wow. For a second there, it was looking doable. A 1v3 scenario, which is kind of crazy to say, but Fireball Ops, insane mechanics, almost makes that one work, but recoil with the crouch just dodges one singular bullet to make sure that that doesn't happen. It is now a 10-round spree for Azure Dragon Gaming. Zeke still struggling. 3 ultimates online for Nightblood Gaming here, but already Chaotic finds 2.
Yeah, get it over with. Zeke, a desperation rolling thunder just to stall. But Chaotic is still nice and close and ready to swing in. Goodbye! And good riddance. Fireball Ops in another 1v3, but this time to save NBG for the first of what would have to be a myriad of times. And as the spike will begin to tick away, those chances are infinitely dwindling.
Oh, and Sacred still has the smoke, still has the snake bite. This is tough.
Nigh impossible. That's where NBG likes to fare, but ADG have fared far better in the last 10 rounds. Make it 11 that ADG pick up consecutively to turn this from a 6-2 1-0 to a 6-13 1-1. Hell yeah, we're going to map 3.
Oh man, and it's just so interesting to see what both of these teams were bringing to the board here. Obviously Sacred, the highlight player from Azure Dragon Gaming this time around, just seemed to always win duels against Son of Car, against other members as well, but still it's not an easy thing to do, especially given the fact that Sacred's able to run away with his life afterwards as well. It was looking like it was going to be domination coming through from Nightblood Gaming with how they started things out 6-2, and then they simply did not find a single round after that one. And I don't want to beat a nail on the head. Sorry, I don't know what the phrase is right now, but we've been making this point over and over again, and it still really feels like maybe that was just a bit of a misplay with the breach. I think the breach is still possible to run in this type of composition, but it didn't seem like it was well coordinated enough to get that value. It would be like, hey, here's some utility, and then we would see ADG just walk around it and find those kills anyways. It was really tough seeing Zeke not able to find what value they were really hoping from him.
Yeah, a little more show and tell util a lot of the time from some of those rounds. You would wish that he could be able to enable the rest of NBG a little bit more in the round. Still though, the formula was there, the potential was there, but the Lotus record for NBG now stands at 1-1, as will the record of one of these teams exiting our third map. It's Bind on the way after this break.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said though, Welly is just gonna kill the. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this map.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. Looking for the 18. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Heading into the second map here in our series of Lotus, I was a little bit worried for ADG after seeing some of the step-ups we got in the very first map, but we got to see a little bit of a reversal. A series kind of flipped on its head, and a 13-6 victory from Azure Dragon to take us into a map 3. I mean, Roy, looking back at this map, ADG, they had the step up. They were undeniable here.
And you know what's crazy is it was almost looking like a lost cause with how this map started. Like you see NBG, they had such a sick first map. They come into this map, they look so hot. Everything seems to be going their way. The Son of Cars popping off again, scores 5-2. And then from there, it's just a straight recovery, just complete turnaround from the ADG side. We saw them lock in completely, recover that first half 6-6. And then from there, it was just, I mean, I don't know what other word to use besides an outclass.
I feel like that's a pretty good word. Honestly, I mean, Emily, once the sides blocked, it kind of just seems like ADG could do no wrong. They looked so confident through. It was just like their attack was just flawless.
Yes, I have to agree with what one of the casters said, is talking about the Breach pick not finding the most value out of it. Because honestly, yes, Breach can work on this map, but I felt like ADG were doing a good job and not playing into the stuns, you know, forcing the Waylay to kind of TV back. And then at that point, all you really have is flashes and Son of Car not having any more movement to kind of play off of or initiate something with or create space. It just felt like Son of Car really did get shut down this map, not being on that neon, not having a stun for yourself, not being able to kind of just sprint around the map and go for some crazy plays. Because after he used his TP and his stun, he didn't really have anything to play off of there.
Yeah, and also for like kind of flipping the page for the ADG side, it felt like they were getting like pretty creative with the way they wanted to approach the rounds, like sometimes relying on the composition, but other times also doing like really fundamental setups where, you know, people are baiting for other people. We got to see like the Muddy 4K where he was hiding behind the box doors to see long side. Like a lot of those plays are still so relevant, and I feel like people sometimes get a little too caught up with comps and like min maxing and being so efficient with, you know, the util and the meta interpretation. I feel like they kind of just forget that this game is ultimately just an FPS title. If you have good setups, like just good bait and switches, it seems to work out quite well. And ADG has those players that can capitalize off those situations quite consistently, and we got to see a lot of that on display here on Lotus.
Especially going from map 1 where they had that solo duelist, now coming in, having Q and Chaotic both running that, it just felt so chaotic wherever they went. And they weren't really able to do that in the first map. We saw them kind of getting ran through just by the solo neon on the other side. But this, it was a flip in the script. We saw Q kind of going for these dashes, going for these big plays to kind of get all the attention on him, and Chaotic following it up, which is something I definitely want to see going into a map like Bind.
And looking over at the individual player performance as well, I mean, we had so much praise on the side of Nightblood Gaming going in that first series for just this impact that Son of Car was able to put up. He goes even this time around, but again, the shutdown that ADG was able to have while also having their own step up across the board here, Emily, like just went so huge.
No, for sure. I think the fact that Sacred was able to kind of get a bunch of these multi-kills on both sides, honestly, being a huge impact in that comeback on that first half, and then kind of just taking and following through on that second, it was really nice to see him kind of step up and take on that role.
And honestly, even like you could see a lot of that value, even like I'm thinking back on that pistol round where he just like lurked up, got 3 kills. Like I think that's really the kind of the Sacred like the trademark, if you will, where he's so high IQ when it comes to the lurks. He really understands the timings, he really understands the macros, and it feels like whenever ADG is playing into a style that is allowing that to unfold in a natural way, they seem to be getting a ton of value. And I feel like, you know, thinking back on it in hindsight a little bit, Lotus is a perfect map for that, right? Where lurkers get a chance to express themselves. Like there's the double duelists are kind of doing their thing, and they're opening up the map for Sacred. And then whenever you have both Chaotic is popping off and Sacred's also popping off, that means that 2 things are happening, right? You're winning on the front end, you're winning on the duelist control, you're winning on like the site entries or the retakes or even like the site holds, if you will, but you're also winning on like the lurker roll and the clutch ups. Like you're winning on the starting end and on the end. So it kind of just fully explains it, and both of them popping off kind of solidifies that.
Yeah, and with our Phillips Norelco head-to-head here, it's just another opportunity to really be able to highlight the impact that these teams, like these two players, were able to have for their team as we start to shift the conversation looking at this third and final map of Bind. Because to be able to take into that third series, yeah, I'm looking at Chaotic to yet again have that step up. We got to see ADG on Bind yesterday here, Emily, and if Chaotic can have that same impact, and if we can still have this Sacred holding it down, I mean, ADG have the opportunity to close out the series.
Anything like what we just saw, and they continue to have that same Neon and Waylay comp, I think Chaotic will find success in that. I think Hugh makes it so easy for Chaotic to kind of be able to just kind of slide in, go with his stun, and be able to farm while Hugh's kind of just going in, causing a lot of attention towards his side and being able to stun and get out. I think it works really well for them. So I couldn't see a world where that can get shut down. And the last time we saw Nightblood Gaming play this was in a little Mr. Funhaver tourney, but they were also playing with a sub. They didn't have their full roster. So I'm excited to see if they're going to be trying to bring out maybe a double duelist comp, or if they're going to fall back into their ways of just having a solo duelist and sending all the support towards him.
Yeah, as we look at the one final map in the series, I think this one's going to be so much fun, though, as we look to Bind. Because when we highlighted all of the players across these teams, and again, talked about just kind of these flashy play styles that they have, the fact that we have these former duelists, Bind, I think, with just being such a small map, you really get to see that explosiveness. And what we have seen, two different maps of two different duelists here popping off, and now the opportunity to see double duelists come to light here, Roy. Like, we're in for a treat. I'm so glad we get to see this decider.
Oh yeah, this is going to be an absolute banger. I'm actually really curious to see these compositions that hopefully we'll be seeing here shortly. But just kind of thinking back on the last time ADG played this map, the double duelists put in so much work, and a bit of a difference in philosophy once again between both of these teams. NBG going for the deadlock. I feel like we have not seen a lot of that in the current meta. I'm kind of curious to see what they've cooked up. Theoretically, it could put you know, a bit of a slowdown in the pace of ADG on their attack sides, but they are starting on attack themselves, guys. It's going to be a difficult half. Expect a lot of the deadlock util to be towards the long, as well as showers, as they look to utilize that grab net to take space early, kind of set themselves up for those mid rounds. And when it comes down to the site takes, a fast Waylay hit to lead the charge for NBG.
On that second map there, Lotus, I'm gonna need to see NBG step it up. I need them to be not only setting up Carson in a way that he can actually not have to just TP back all the time. He needs to have some better timings. He needs to go a little bit quicker to be able to follow up the utility. And I also need the rest of his team, him being that solo duelist, him creating space, they have to be following up and trying to get those trades and go for picks and take space alongside of him, rather than him getting sent in, being forced to fall back, and then they don't have a second follow-up.
Two different philosophies coming out for both of these teams on how they want to approach Bind. It's time to see who is right as we get to it. One final map for our week one of Challengers. Let's get to it with your casters, Tenric and Marks.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, one more map to decide our final 2-0 team of the Swiss. After both of these teams struggled to get that far in the previous stage, Azure Dragon showing the fragging capabilities of their top duelist and Sentinel, as did NBG in map number 1. And turning to Bind, it looks like both teams are kind of turning the clock back a little bit here, Marcus. The double duelist poke from ADG, the deadlock with the Viper coming out from Nightblood.
I'm really interested to see how this is going to work, especially talking about the strengths of Nightblood Gaming. Fireball Ops has been, if I remember correctly, has played quite a bit of Deadlock, but that felt like so many metas ago, right? So I imagine Nightblood Gaming are still coming into this one with an idea on what they want to do, and I do wonder whether or not that is just going to be Fireball Ops using that utility really to just play for himself and find those kills. Regardless, ADG, fast as ever, running things down. Oh, they got to keep an eye out though, because the Viper's watching the other angle.
Wow, whole stack walking through the market here, and Zeke trying to patrol as the lurk check, but now ADG can just in response try and swarm that, even though Zeke is still going to get one on the way down. And in turn, the other Viper is on the other solo lurk, getting one on the way down as well. Difference is he can now re-rotate over to Link, where NBG will take over as a stack themselves. And we just got two death balls snowballing around this Bind. But NBG decidedly have a side.
See, this is what I wanted to see, right? Like, both of these teams, very frag-forward game styles, and I wanted to see that kind of clash up against each other. And that time around, like, It's just about controlling the map, taking the fights, and overwhelming your opponent. Right now, ADG down one person. Buddy and Recoil going to be moving in here. Recoil already taking a bit of damage. See how they want to engage with this.
First bird out's good. The double heaven peak is stalled. Monsi kind of alone at the moment. Recoil rounding the back. Guess is wrong on the entry, and so Carr gets in for free and can do it all on his own. Yeah, sure, why not? Impressive start by NBG on the pistol.
Yeah, it's such a weird wraparound, but that's something that I think we have to get used to from Nightblood Gaming. As soon as they're able to take the site, we see them more often than not just flood into the back lines. Take the space that your opponents should be in. You know, take the fight to them, really, but they just completely dominate the space and make it so that ADG have such a hard time pushing in because they don't know where these players are going to be. A great strategy coming out from Nightblood Gaming as they're going to be on the buy-up. Son of Carr still getting that outlaw. Tale as old as time at this point. Well, Fireball Ops is going to be the only person with a pistol left alone on that A site.
Gravnet to suss out Chaotic. The canvas stack is here to play, so ADG might be able to come away with something. And M80's going to step out and give it a try. But nothing doing. Not even a lick of chip. That is really unlucky, man. It's a tight corridor. You'd think you'd get at least a bullet at the end.
Yeah, but let alone nothing. That is what it is. Hugh does have that Bucky, but Recoil and Sacred just looking to potentially get that wraparound, and Zeke's probably going to punish it.
Yeah, that's what Zeke is here for. Yeah, Fireball Ops does have to kind of play with the team, with the deadlock util. It's very much more coordinated, so you won't see him doing the lurking as much, so I'm excited to see what Zeke does with that. Feels like they're going to give him that responsibility quite a bit. Recoil has this Guardian, so he could be able to get himself, I mean,
Time is ticking down, though. Recoil able to find one.
That's massive.
And Hugh gonna start to make his way in with the Bucky.
Steps out. Yeah, he has no light speed, though. That's the real issue. He just has no reliable way of getting in. It's got to be Recoil, and damn, he does good work. But from here, Hugh has no way to properly engage, so NBG will just settle themselves in and, yeah, grab the kill. Yeah, I mean, I feel like NBG's satisfied with that after losing so much along the way.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta be, right? Like,
yeah.
Nightblood Gaming dropped everything against those pistols. Especially at the very end there, like guaranteeing the kills. At that point, just worry about getting out. Spike is so low. And yeah, they are able to secure it, but look at the buy up now. It's a weird, patchy, half mid full buy coming through.
What is this buy? That's
it's let's empty out our wallets, kids, to make sure we've got enough to buy for next round. That's kind of what it feels like. It's just okay. As long as we've got enough for next round, go crazy at the candy store.
Yeah, just enough for next round. Yeah, this is weird, man. I respect it though. Let's see what they can come up with. Yeah, it feels like they go for the conventional death ball stack. Oh, Hugh! Why? Okay, all right, yeah. Son of Carr in the lamps. Yeah, quickly stopped by Muddy. The rush in on from Practo does get the spray through, and the dog is going to suss out the bathroom. Muddy can step into that smoke, though. Oh, it's doubled back! That's genius from Practo. That's going to find Muddy instantly. And this Rototiller is rolling. Recoil again steps out early onto Heaven, finding Zeke and Fireball Ops sussed away. Recoil is on one this map. It's got to be the other Sky, though. Practo for 3. And a bird back in 15. But he's ready for Sacred's wrap back. Oh, no, you're nice out, buddy! No! Oh, agonizing. But Azure Dragons. And that'll net them the bonus.
Yep. And that's on the bonus, and once again, it should be, yeah, more or less a buy-up coming through here. But wow, yeah. Kind of crazy stuff happening in onto the site. Practo really smartly using a lot of that utility to just get all of that information, but in the end, has the bit of the misread. Both the players going for the flanks, so like, they'll never see this one coming if I walk back here into showers. And unfortunately, both of them kind of go head-to-head because they had the exact same idea. But still, let's see how this next one goes. It's going to be the formal buy-up now, not the weird half buy-up, as Chaotic finds 2 right off the bat. Doesn't even need to stand up for that one. As Zeke at least able to trade back onto Sacred, but the two deadlifters on the side of Nightblood Gaming are taken out already. So it's looking like it should be ADG walking in.
Beacon down. Recoil got to just stick around here the whole time. The bird on one side, and now Chaotic's over to B to help him out on the rest of the stack. Impressive work.
Really felt like Nightblood Gaming were just hoping to be able to find those initial kills, add that initial pressure, but ADG, like, feels like gloves off at this point. They're ready to just crawl through.
Yeah. They are ready to go toe-to-toe. They understand how they can match up. And more often than not, they can win it if they are the ones with the key. Chaotic, now with that overdrive in hand, can kind of lay waste if NBG decide to overinvest with this eco. Seems like they're going to try and find a pocket too with Carson on this Bucky. The convergent paths, you certainly have a lot of ways to cut into this B site, but Recoil has owned Sand at the moment. And not really a gun to be able to dethrone him.
I'm so happy for him. We were talking about how Recoil's been struggling, but Recoil's been a player who's like, you know, I believe most recently on Winthrop University and still was doing pretty darn well, but not able to find anything this match.
And he's been bloody everywhere, man. Played on, you know, TSM.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
Went over, and then he went over to Ra'ad as well for Red Bull. Playing, you know, for EMEA for a little bit there. I'm back over here with ADG after instant Winthrop. He's just hopping from tier to tier, picking up new bits of intel along the way. A real encyclopedia now that has already shown the footprint he can make here on Azure Dragon.
Now, they do say when you switch roles so often, then, you know, you just want to walk away with one good lesson until you specialize in something else. And Recoil just really going around all over the place. Monsi taking a couple of trades. Sacred, so aggressive.
Yeah, really in front of this, and it'll get eventually punished by the Swarm, and with the help of that regrowth, it's actually not going to do too much. They try to follow up, and they will! Chaotic finding the wallbang lineup, and NBG repack in and are able to get a couple frags back. Monsi and Practo dealing some damage from the hookah, leaving it to a 1v2. Yet again, Practo the last one remaining. But with just this... Oh, he has picked up the Vandal, so he could go for it, but he's so low. Chaotic is watching the spike.
Yep.
4 for the Neon here. No overdrive required. Azure have the lead, and already a really impressive defensive half.
Oh no, it's been looking clean so far coming through. From Nightblood Gaming. From Azure Dragon. Nightblood Gaming really just struggling to kind of get some stuff online after those initial engagements. It's now 3 in a row, exactly like you said, for ADG. A couple of ultimates, though, available. Nightblood Gaming here. Convergent paths alongside the Viper's Pit and the Seekers. All very good tools. Which is also just kind of crazy to think about, given how ADG have been, I would argue, be a better job at like shooting things out, but they don't have nearly as many ultimates as Nightblood Gaming. Have the opportunity to get more online. Hugh, very deep. As NBG, we're just looking to set up traps this round.
And money's not cut, but Monsi can turn back, so ADG get a little too hungry. And the leash, yeah, comes fully off there. Or Hugh, not even on the board.
I've got your trail.
Got these Seekers thrown out by Practo now to see how close everyone is to Lamps. ADG's just gonna, yeah, recline. Say, okay, sure, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Was that an overdrive from Chaotic, like instantly shut down?
Yep.
Yeah, it was, okay. But Muddy's Molly catches on the truck. What is this round, man?
Spike planted.
2 birds for Recoil. A poke out on the smoke as it fades. Practo's so vulnerable there. Fireball Ops is trying to grab his ult real quick so you can have a really decent stall drop down on top of the Skybird. So Recoil can also go in. There's the orbital strike on the spike.
Beautiful.
It's Sacred, fully blocked out. Fireball Ops gets the kill before it even does the damage. So NBG can recover. Like you said, that ult bank really helping him out there, and that rotation is actually still better than ADG's. So they're looking to try to take this back.
And I'm just gonna say, Obs doing Chaotic so dirty there on that round. Chaotic stuns himself and then pops the overdrive and immediately just gets got. Like, it's just so hard. And yeah, I was gonna say, like, your orbital strike being available, make sure that this is gonna be an all said and done round. Just confirm that Nightblood Gaming will be able to get back into this, and they still have 3 ultimates online. We are seeing Azure Dragon, though, get close to having ultimates available on their side as well. Hugh still going exploring. The lone waylay, trying to make this one work, but it's so hyper-aggressive, and yet Hugh is at least able to get a trade.
Yeah, at least able to turn back the Son of Kar on the first approach from short, but the rest of ADG trying to aggress from Sand. TP Recoil still fighting this out, and he'll get away with the first. Now Practo blinds himself in, wins the 1v1. Zeke guarding the Viper's Pit that gets set up from him and lets the plant go off without a hitch. Muddy, no orbital strike for him in this 1v3. He'll just have to try and tough it out. Eco's not looking good either. Bit risky to go for it in itself, but love to at least get rid of one more gun. NBG on their toes. Practo, though, with this operator now, has a pretty clean hold on the entryway. Muddy. Oh, does find Zeke. Bye-bye Pit. Monty's got to adjust, make the noise in response. Has the molly on the spike, but will run right into Muddy's crosshair.
Wow.
And that's number 2. I don't think there's time, though, is the problem. Practo can just chill and hold, and yeah, that'll be a Nightblood Gaming round. Still much worse for Ware, though. They are losing a lot along the way here, Marks.
These really aren't for free, no matter which way you kind of split that one up, and still Muddy, once again, really expertly navigating these situations where it's a 1vx scenario. So good at just running around the map, making that space, isolating the duels, and capitalizing on it. Makes it from a completely unwinnable scenario to one where it's suddenly within spitting distance, and it really isn't until Monty just launches the molly onto the actual spike that you can see Muddy just be like, oh, okay, yeah, this one's over. But still, that is kind of crazy coming out from the controller on the side of Azure Dragon Gaming. And while Nightblood Gaming are able to squeak by, it's still not fantastic from them. Their economy is on the brink of breaking at the moment. Azure Dragon, even though they've only got 1 rifle coming into this one, they do enough economic damage. They might have the gun advantage leading into the next round.
Poison's off.
Versus the stat. Down short.
Poison orb emitting.
Gonna be both skies prompted to dog their way through things. Both pretty open grounds. Sacred very much alone at the moment. TP will fix that. Spray down from both members of NBG is bad. Really bad. Chaotic dashes in and grabs a free 2. Thanks to that hero rifle. And Hugh just tripled his kills at one of the most crucial possible times. Carson, operator, can't save. Gotta go full force. That's 2. Trying to chase it down. Shorty active. That's 3. Almost 4. But Azure Dragon can recover. And we're tied back up.
Hey, remember what I was saying about the fact that, yeah, Nightblood Gaming, the economy might get broken. They have to be careful this round. And it's all just Hugh, if I'm being honest, that those 2 taps right there make sure that that round is so unwinnable. Obviously, it was off to a good start with how ADG approached it, but a little bit too much of a tall order coming in onto Carson just at the very end. And yeah, just like I said, their economy is going to get broken here. They will be now taking that time out, as Fireball Ops has not had as good of a game as we really would have expected him to, but I think it comes down to putting, I don't want to call them like shackles, but putting him onto this Deadlock role, right? Because like you said, Deadlock kind of has to play with the team, the pseudo-initiator sentinel role. You know, you throw the nets down, you do all this type of stuff, you zone people out. It all has to be in sync with the team. And how we've been seeing Fireball Ops play on the previous ones was a lot more of that like lurk timing or aggressive dueling at the start of the round. But simply because Fireball Ops is on Deadlock, there isn't that opportunity for that to happen. And a lot of that weight just gets pushed back onto Carson's shoulders. Practo, though, has been doing an excellent job on the sky, just kind of controlling the space. But at the same time, like, you can say the same thing about Recoil on ADG. And now that ADG have 3 of their ultimates online, it really feels like ADG should be able to start running away with these rounds.
This is the moment where they need to grab what they can, because NBG's defense is going to be really solid when it comes around. Hugh, again, holding far. Sacred holding close on the pit, which is, once again, impenetrable. Orbital strike thrown down on the showers as well to keep the pinch from coming through. already a decent amount of investment into this round where NBG don't have the best buy. But shoot, we take those. ADG understand that NBG is going to catch on soon. Want to get away with what they can while they can get it.
One enemy remaining.
EP in from Recoil, very quick and clean. And that's 5-4 now for Azure Dragon. 3 ults on the table, really set up to take this half by storm.
Oh man, you can see that Nightblood Gaming are kind of floundering a bit. Fireball Ops lets the Annihilation loose into what seems like just a chaotic situation, like the engagement happening on A main, flying through there, and it's not going well, and yet still FBO tosses out the ultimate and finds absolutely nothing. And what is kind of a key ultimate, especially in some of those later rounds when you get reduced down your numbers, it all just kind of falls flat. And already we're seeing more traps get set up right now by ADG. It's going to be the convergent paths ready to go at a moment's notice, while NBG are just kind of hanging back a little bit longer. They don't necessarily want to give up their hands so early because they've been losing a lot of these initial engagements to the defense from Azure Dragon.
This raid onto the B push is just kind of ethereal as well for ADG. The Chaotic in this cubby have Recoil as the flash out, the easiest line of sight ever for this first pinch. And then yeah, Hugh has the convergent paths the second they decide to actually spin through short towards A. If they don't do that, then Muddy can play keep away. Gotta say, he's the one that stands out the most to me for ADG, coming from Rose as the duelist. He was toying with smokes for quite some time, but it was definitely a calculated risk to have him switch to this role. I don't think he's at his peak yet, but that's not to say he's doing poorly.
No, not at all. I mean, we've seen some of those rounds. They feel very duelist-esque, but the addition of the smokes, but there's going to be the push in through. Convergent Paths is going to be good. Sacred, though, ready for Zeke.
Smoke. Just going to make their way forward onto A site. Hugh unable to really do anything here on the short hold. Okay, well, a bit of a trap setup here from the barrier mesh. That does, I guess, technically help them. Chaotic, lot to do with the operator!
Okay.
2 meters away, the quick scope. Yeah, sure. Do it however you want to, man. And the rest of ADG can completely circle. Son of Car has the world on his shoulders, and he might be able to carry it. 3 kills, Spike not held, decent HP. Muddy stuck, convergent paths on Spike. Refract available to take back, but Recoil wins the fight. And that's a big investment to try to hold on to a round that ADG were continuously on the precipice of. It's 6-4 for the defenders now.
Yeah, 2 more rounds here. And yeah, like exactly like you said, it was a good idea, but a better hold from ADG, aware that that convergent pass might come online. They just simply hold themselves back, but ADG are just doing such a great job of navigating themselves around. If you've been paying attention to the minimap, you see just how much control they have over this map. When we see NBG take their time, set up their plays, get ready to push in together, ADG are slowly pushing out, slowly taking that map space. And then as soon as they need to counter Nightblood Gaming, they're already in their backs. It's looking so good from ADG on this defensive half. And you know that they want to continue to spiral this one forwards to get to that 8-4 score line.
Chaotic walking up with the Outlaw. Oh, shoulder spotted. It's awkward, but it's okay. Monsi with the frag back, but Recoil is there to babysit. And now the Spike ISO'd. Recoil just gonna go to town. And Son of Car alone with the shotgun. You are not doing a damn thing over there, my guy.
Enemy remaining.
Recoil, give the man 4. Why the hell not? Oh no, it's sacred to take because the whole of ADG's here by now. Okay.
Yep.
Quick 7-4, and NBG, I mean, the tools are very limited for this last round, I gotta tell you.
It is. Yeah, like, they can't really do too much. They do have that orbital strike online, which Monsi's been really good.
Spike down, B.
See how this goes into this next round here. One more left to try and make this one work, but doesn't feel like that opportunity is really presenting its head at this moment. Is Sacred already kind of poking out there, trying to find that timing.
Yeah, ADG has looked like the stronger team through and through, despite the rounds remaining relatively close. This feels more cohesive, you know? But then again, NBG's never been one to be cohesive, so. Zeke's lurk quickly thwarted. Yeah, that's not working anytime soon. Q in with the dash just for the intel. Stack is swarmed, but the spike is in Octagon, and that's where Chaotic is with the overdrive, able to be taken care of. And the drop down from ADG is awkward as hell through that smoke. NBG fully shut down. And let's breathe. 7-5, very doable. Nightblood.
Smoke's down.
I have to swap it up.
This
Buddy though, yeah, shoot. I speak too soon, don't I? No util though. Smoked out. Surely, right? Bird on the sand, already the spray. Yeah, he doesn't even get to pop more than the barrel out. Okay, so yeah, 5 on the board for Nightblood Gaming. They're able to wrestle back around here after overtaking. But a lot of that does come on the backs of a couple crucial I mean, Chaotic not being able to land that first kill onto Monsi, who is in such a vulnerable position, by the way.
Yeah.
Pretty big start for the linchpin. And then, yeah, from there, everybody's already on site. They can spread so far out. That's the hard thing about NBG is once they take space, they own the map, you know?
No, absolutely. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the scoreboard, and it's just so funny to me. How consistent 2 players on a team will just take over a map.
Yeah.
That is like, what the heck is going on here?
Half the lobby has 7 kills.
Yeah, like, oh my goodness, you're right. 3 players on ADG and 2 players on Nightblood Gaming, but Recoil has really stepped up.
Yeah.
And once again, I'm so happy that Recoil's getting kind of that pleasure of getting there, but now let's see how it goes around here. Uh-oh, that's awkward, but Q at least able to escape Fireball Ops, goes completely unscathed, and now the teleport through is unfortunately not as fruitful as expected.
Yeah, you're committing yourself so hard to a fight there, and NBG know it, but ADG also must know it too, because they're very much ready for the fight. Oh, Practo hopping in! Was that Raw? That was no bird, bro! They were in there, and he's fine! Oh, Sacred, though! No way! The backstab right back! And Azure Dragon have 2 standing to take the pistol! Both teams thinking they own the chaos, but ADG's been swimming in it.
When the hyperfixation on teleporters strikes, then you gotta watch your back because Sacred's gonna be there to get the knife in your back. It's so distracting though. Like I really like the way that ADG are playing around the map. I think they just do such a good job at consistently being in the right place at the right time to get these lurks online so early, to get it where they completely catch Nightblood Gaming off guard round after round with just how their map control is kind of going through. So let's see how this one goes here, because ADG will be on the buy-up. Muddy was the only one who didn't necessarily invest, but it is going to be the full Scooby-Doo round where, you know, the sites gambled on were completely opposite ends, and so it's just going to be a scramble to try and cut the other team off.
Eat stack to the lead. First bird, that's a great position from ADG to make sure the opening bird just doesn't catch Jack. Good grab net from Fireball Ops. A couple times you've gotten to see that PC util do a whole lot of work, but just nobody picking up on it. Same with the pistol. Hey, bird number 2 is not too shabby, huh? Sacred still gets everything there. Good God, he's so good. 9-5, Azure Dragon Gaming on the precipice of taking this over.
It's looking like this might be a done deal here. Of course, this is going to be finally where we get to see Nightblood Gaming start to take over. I say start to take over, but this is going to be their rifle round is what I meant. And so there are opportunities for them to find those moments, but still, it just feels like ADG are just destined for it. We get to see yet another Marshall Sacred round. Oh my goodness me. It's like all of the players right now on the side of ADG are having their individual moments and their show-off times. Sure, Hugh not getting anything on this map, but has been such a star player on the previous.
Like a pop quiz after the first 2 maps. Remember those fraggers? Remember all those top fraggers? Show us what you learned.
Oh boy.
Heavy guard on the opening 2 duelists, and good flash from Practo to take care of the singular. These lurks are just not flying when these birds are flying higher. Muddy alone? 100 collective health. Decent work against the pool, but those steps, I believe, have been heard. Yep. No reason not to snake bite to force him back out in short. Now you throw a bunch of other BS until he takes the TP and gives himself away even harder. We'll go for round 2 on the 1v3 over on B.
It ain't over yet, though. Keep in mind, this is Muddy. We've seen some pretty disgusting stuff. This time, though, NBG are grouping themselves up, so I like their chances a bit better.
Not really any options beyond getting in front of him. But he times him. The wraparound elbow, now he has to consider that too. The longer NBG waits, the more he has to take in mind. Oh, Oh, good God. Even still, they come as a stack and they fall almost the same. It's Fireball Ops to take us to 6-9, to hold on to a bonus with yet again one player standing. I don't know how many times that's happened so far this series, but it happened again.
Yeah, Fireball Ops able to step out at the right time, make sure to secure that kill, and is now tied with Zeke with the number of kills, just in case people are counting at home. But Practo, meanwhile, has the ultimate online. But ADG still looking pretty dominant. Sacred, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect Sacred, one of the controllers, to be the person who with the sniper rifle all the time, but it's been really working right now.
Yeah.
I want to say Sacred with on this Viper has been just controlling the pace of the game and finding so many opening kills even with a sniper rifle in hand. So hey, if it ain't broke, why fix it, right?
Yeah, I think Chaotic just feels way too comfortable playing the close quarters with the rifle right now. He understands how important it is for him to be able to go for that double poke with the waylay against a composition like this, where you have such a certain wall with the deadlock setup. Those sonic sensors are going to stop so much of the secondary almost every time if you go rushed. So I think ADG, because they have to manage that better rhythm, they can have Sacred more securely stay in the back a lot more of the time. And yeah, Chaotic able to fly a lot more freely. Seeker's out here from Practo. And that will confirm this really heavy lamps presence from Azure Dragon. But all NBG can really do is just shoot a couple bullets at the issue. They can't really do anything more than that. In fact, they're not even going to primarily challenge that. They'll look for the lurk again from Recoil in the bathroom. And Son of Car will find it. Impressive, as he's wrapped around the entirety of the map. First jump out from one, Practo falls. Hugh able to grab two along the way, has to double back and grab this spike, and will use that as an opportunity to TP for the 1v2 over on the B site.
They got the spike down here, but not enough to get the convergent paths online, so there's going to be Son of Car and Zeke in this 2v1 scenario. Hugh does just need one kill, though, and now the ultimate is available.
Why
the Waylay duel
peeking?
is at hand.
Why is he peeking that, man? Just recognize that Hugh has a million years to get where he wants to go and take it as a 2. Now you gotta force Carson to frick clutch. That's okay, though. He got it. All right, second round in a row that NBG wins with one body up. And, you know, I don't think anybody's necessarily happy with how it got done, but it got done.
Yeah. I think you're completely right there. Zeke probably shouldn't have necessarily peeked that one. But
Bro, just please wait 2 seconds, bro. I beg.
Yeah. Okay, actually a timeout being called here, which I think is kind of interesting because just to be honest with you, I was sensing domination coming through from ADG. Like every single time we get into these like team fight scenarios, it really felt like ADG were kind of coming out on top. That last round, a bit of an exception so far, given the fact that it clamored back to Haven, right? With how Nightblood Gaming are playing their defense. Send Son of Car out and go exploring, you know, he's going to be good for something. And if not, get that map control. All the while, just kind of anchor things down on the actual site, make sure to stall people out, maybe just make it a little bit more uncomfortable so Son of Car can get that flank online and then you're just guaranteed a free kill. It felt very similar to that style here. And so I imagine that's what Nightblood Gaming want to lean into a little bit more, especially that now that Practo has kind of woke up and has been doing a really good job of at least finding a couple of kills before he goes down. But ADG, like, this is going to be their save-ish round. I saw them buy a couple of rifles, so I might have read their economy a little bit wrong there, but this is the one that really could set them apart as the winner of this series with a little bit more of a dominant fashion, or it could be the start of Nightblood Gaming starting to come back here in this map.
Let's see that come to fruition, huh?
Don't miss me too much.
They promised us a game. I want one. It's been so decisively one team, one way or another, this whole time. And Muddy has a gorgeous setup with this orbital strike to find Practo in the early. Everyone else stuck on the octagon.
No.
And ADG have stormed the front so beautifully this round. Gotta be the take back from the hallway. NBG here just a tad bit early. Oh, but the rhythm again! Recoil on the Sheriff is able to find one. Fireball Ops decides to invest the ultimate into Hookah, but it doesn't even find Sacred. And he's now stuck in the toe-to-toe Sentinel duel while Son of Car has to worry about all these off angles, and even so, the spike does not have any time on it, man.
Wow.
3 stay alive in that round. That is unbelievable. That feels like the round that shows ADG is really on course to win this, that they do have that cut above today.
That's just the util strategy diff there. Unbelievable stuff kind of flying through. Coordinating Muddy's orbital strike to make sure that that is going to be happening. I think I saw the snakebite kill come through as well. It's just so well coordinated coming through from ADG, and they make sure to shut down around that. Really, Nightblood Gaming could have braced for and could have punished them back, but now their economy is broken. They're not really having an opportunity to find that momentum to get themselves back into this matchup. It's feeling like this might be more or less done at this point. ADG still looking so dominant thus far. I've been really impressed with this team.
Yeah, really nice to see how well they're doing this early into the stage. They want to get that drop up. Practo will get away with the creep. Scot-free, in fact.
Launching smoke.
Dog tossed out by Recoil in response. Will just prompt the smoke out from Monsi. Faked it to the face. ADG gonna just slowly make their way up this A site for the most part. Hugh on the lurk does hit this orb, but else is just running down sand. Oh no, they're taking the peep. Hugh just misses the window to be able to get away with one. But now reads the stack. Conversion pads coming in from the TP is major to take over the shower presence. They'll turn to it. They'll be quick enough for it, but they can't set up shop, and that is the crucial part of this stack. Recoil just spraying through the first bit, Q in the back, and these guns are still proven to be too powerful for it. Spike finally goes down with more than enough safety, more than enough coverage. Azure Dragon restabilized despite the slight discrepancy. Watched like a hawk.
One enemy remaining.
We'll have another chance, but yeah, he's the only one left. Wow.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It's yeah, that just felt dominant. You see that there's ideas coming through from Nightblood Gaming on being able to step out there, find the kill, find an opportunity, but it's all very much shut down, and Hugh expertly navigating things all the way through. Sure, misses the timing, but goes completely unchecked in the midst of all of that. And I think that that is actually more than fine for him, because then that means that he's able to find the complete flank, goes undercover completely, and then just adds insult to injury on you know, a very dominant ADG hold, as Nightblood Gaming had issues even trying to get outside of showers thanks to just a single smoke. And so we're going to be seeing Nightblood Gaming take yet another time out, but ADG, Azure Dragon Gaming, ready to close this series out. 2 more rounds. Had that rough start against Nightblood, but have really started to turn it up. And once again, Recoil coming very much alive here on this initiator role. Has just been such a highlight player for me to be watching.
Yeah, really impressive work on the now buffed Sky. Seen a lot of players here in Challengers NA start to take up that mantle. Even just today, when Pigeons took on Shopify Rebellion in the 0-1 rounds, you saw Cuz switching up his raise to a Sky on Fracture, and he, I think, somehow got even more kills than he got last time. He already got so many. Like the ability to still be self-sufficient in this region as well on an agent like that. The ability you have to just let anyone go a little bit more forward. You can tell Recoil feels very confident. God, that refract takes him back far enough to thwart this early rotation from FBO. Smokes up on the A exec into the pit. It's going to be telegraphed as can be. Sacred able to readjust both times he's met early on that pit activation. No one there to help either time. Now Chaotic held up in showers. Fireball Ops can find that at the very least. Who's the next to dip out of the pit? It's Muddy. Searching for somebody to skate through the back. Hugh in shower, or in the lamps at least, finds the 2. And that will be the round. Practo hunted like a dog. 13-5 to start, 13-6 to come back. Is it 13-7 to finish? Azure Dragon have the dominoes set up.
Oh, the stars are aligning, and I hate it right now. It's so hard because Nightblood Gaming, they're floundering. That time we see Monty use the orbital strike so early on, and that was just Hugh baiting that ultimate out completely with just a little bit of utility. Oh no, I can't dash anymore. Oh well, too bad. You've lost your orbital strike. That's so hard coming through for Nightblood Gaming, honestly, because especially with the Viper Spit being set up, it would have been a lot easier to deal with if you have the orbital strike available. It feels like the pressure may be mounting for Nightblood, and at this point, unfortunately, it's looking like this might be curtains.
5 chances to do it. Practo in front of the screen. Anybody watching? Hello? Nope. He's held there for years. The GravNet will make sure that he can net 1. But B-Side's taken over.
Oh, no.
Sacred's got the lurk, and God, we're back to formula, aren't we? They barely changed a damn thing, and they're dominating. On a TP in from Recoil, ADG's just gonna switch back to A-Site. After Sacred's taking all of his space on the lurk. We're just doing the same damn thing we've been doing this whole time!
Spike planted.
And yet that cohesion gets Azure Dragon so far, so fast.
Attackers win.
A comeback unlike any other. Azure Dragon have a 2-0 record here in the Swiss and look so capable against a team that boasted all the firepower in the world.
It's so crazy watching this come together. I mean, one of the things we complimented Nightblood Gaming on was how they were so aggressive. You know, they're setting up all of these protocols to play off of one another. They're not afraid to kind of let some of their players loose, but mediate that aggression, all of this type of stuff. But then as soon as they kind of go back into more stock standard Valorant, Azure Dragon Gaming just come out and diff them completely. Recoil having a heater of a map in this final one. But one player who has been consistently really good and really impressed me from ADG has been Sacred. So good with those sniper rifles, so consistent with finding kills, but then immense value being found out of all of the utility kind of coming through from that Viper. A big congratulations to Azure Dragon Gaming. I mean, I'll be honest, I came into this one a little bit of a doubter just because after watching Son of Card completely single-handedly decimate an entire Slipper squad, I was like, there's no way that this team can be stopped. But it felt like ADG finally just, you know, played the game at what Nightblood Gaming wanted to do, and they just played it a little bit better, walking away with the victory 2-1.
Yeah, this is more proof than anything that Nightblood Gaming have the capacity to be able to win. They just can't fill it all the time. Azure Dragon Gaming have plans, have dreams, have ideas, and it's taken them this far. They'll have a little more time to come up with even more as they attempt to go for the 3-0 record next week. But let's send it back over to the desk to discuss the day.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill the. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. Looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek, bullet hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Heading into the final map of the series to say who was going to be taking the win, it was Bind. There's a lot of chaos from a lot of these teams, but through it all, ADG looking very cohesive and are going to be taking a strong 13-7 victory to be closing out. I mean, Emily, where we started the series, it was a Nightblood Gaming that was kind of unleashed, but as things went on, it kind of died down a little bit, and that just left all the room for ADG to take the stage.
The momentum that they brought over from that second map coming into this one, the first half, it was very close, very back and forth. It felt like there were a lot of team fights going on that whoever came out on top of that just kind of ended up being able to close out the round. And I liked what I saw from ADG. I liked how much they used the TP and trying to just kind of overwhelm and surprise them with this double duelist comp, even pushing down all the extremities like long and showers here. It was very impressive. And on their attack half, they were so willing to spread out and put pressure across the map and fight in pairs, not really allowing NBG to have successful and quick rotates. And one player that really shined for me was Sacred because of his lurks. They were so annoying. And he was able to hold pressure just by having him solo after they already defaulted and already kind of implanted the idea that, you know, they are spread out across the map. You can't just leave it even if you only see one, because chances are there could be more getting ready to exec on your site. And also a push down on their defensive half, being able to take space, not willing to just kind of play back on site, and being in positions that NBG just weren't really expecting. It was very impressive.
Yeah, I was absolutely loving the way that ADG was pressuring that B site with the double duelist, forcing rotates and opening up those lurks towards A, right? Because, I mean, lurking tends to work a lot better when the pressure is there, right? If the map is slow, if the map's quiet, you know, lurking doesn't really quite get the value that it needs to. But when you have a front line that's succeeding, when you have a front line that's putting a ton of pressure on Nightblood Gaming, that opens up so many of these options. And for me, that's really what bodes extremely well for this ADG roster. It wasn't just the display of mechanics. That's not all this match was. There was so many good moments of macro expression that was happening by this team. It was very obvious that they're playing well, they're calling well, and a lot of the stuff that they were doing was just strategic, and it just looked so good from top down.
It really did. I mean, this is the ADG that we've seen before, and I feel like both of these teams kind of fell within that same realm of, we knew that there is some capabilities for them, but maybe just not being able to get a couple of these wins to really be able to be the topic of conversation more, right? But with this win and now being 2-0, starting off stage 2 of Challengers, we can start talking about this ADG team just a little bit more. And with the player performance, I feel like it's, yeah, much needed. We'd highlighted so much of this firepower across the board when you're looking at players like Hugh, like Sacred, like Chaotic, but Recoil as well, Emily. We got to see a fantastic step up from, like, this guy was just going crazy.
Oh, he was. It was a big turnaround from what we saw in map 1 and 2. And I feel like Recoil is a very skilled player. Like I mentioned, he is literally a ranked demon. He's been around for so long. His mechanics was on point. He just needed a little bit more consistency. And thankfully, he was able to bring it out in this third map and able to kind of be there for his team a little bit more.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but he's also IGLing for the team. So, I mean, taking on that new challenge, having the IGL tax and still putting up these numbers is really impressive. And I'm sure he brings a lot more than just like freeze time calling. Like, he probably has a lot of say in the mid rounds. Him and Sacred seem to be working quite well together. And I feel like for the NBG side, I mean, it's just kind of the same thing, right? It's like, it's very clear that the talent is there. I mean, the meta interpretation on Bind is up for debate. I think I'm not sold on the deadlock. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not entirely sold, but I don't even think it's an NBG problem. I think they just played well. I think ADG had a really good game plan to push and pull towards that B site, forcing those rotates. Like we were mentioning before, it was very obvious that they had a very good game plan coming into it, and it worked out extremely well. So shout out.
And with that, they're going to be ending off week 1 with a 2-0. And to chat a little bit about it more in our Phillips Norelco interview, we have none other than Recoil. Recoil, congratulations on this win. The first question I have, we want confirmation. Is it you IGLing for the team?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so how did then that come to be? How has this experience been so far? How has that all been meshing with you calling it all?
Well, I've always been fond of like having the mid-round role, just like because I'm playing initiator. I feel like that's like the role where you're like initiating like XX and everything in mid-round takes, like taking space, giving it up, all this and that. And my time on Winthrop, they actually like wanted me to IGL towards the end, and it worked out really nice. And I've always like given it some thought, but these guys put faith in me to IGL. I brought up like the fact that I wanted to, and they gave me the freedom. So yeah.
I'm glad that they put that trust in you. And then how has it been so far? Because results wise, I mean, you're starting stage 2 challengers 2-0 undefeated.
Well, honestly, I'm really like confident about this team. Our results in scrims have been incredible. I'm really happy that my teammates are able to like bring that confidence into matches. And it's been like just an awesome experience so far with these guys because they're all my friends, right? From before, and it's just fun to play with your friends.
I mean, I love to hear that there is just that confidence and trust, and the friendships are amazing. But you're saying too, like, it seemed like there's the potential in everything else. Like, what beyond? Is it just the fact that you have that trust as friends? Is it mechanical skills? Is you just going off results? Like, what is it about this team that you know it's going to be good?
Oh, I mean, past the friendship, if you look down the board at this roster, you could just tell it's full of mechanics, just insane players. So much trust whenever I tell them to do something that they're at least going to come out with like a kill or two. So yeah, it's just a mix of both. They're really good at it.
They really, really are. Last but not least, looking back at this series, I mean, we got to see some shooters on the opposing end when it came down to that first map. So then when you know that you have this team that is more than capable of shooting, how do you kind of rally them together to make sure that you can get the results on map 2 and 3? Because that was an incredible turnaround.
To be honest, I think really highly of the enemy team. I mean, some of them are my friends, right? Especially Carson, he's an incredible player. But I really try not to think about what the other team is, like how they're shooting or what they're doing. I just focus on like my team and what we're doing, you know what I mean? So if they like get an ace or something, completely just brush past that, don't care. Like the round was lost, not because of the ace, but because we did something wrong, and we just want to patch those mistakes up.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, clearly it's working out so far. You've been doing an incredible job, and I cannot wait to see the run continue. Recoil, thanks for chatting. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ezel.
Thank you, thank you. Going back over to the analyst desk, I mean, he said that he had confidence. He wanted to call, and Roy, it's been working out so far. I mean, I love to see when players are confident, they step up, they want to do this role, and they just crush it.
I mean, you got a bunch of shooters on the team. You bring in another shooter who's also their friend that is new to the IGL role. They trust his calling. He's enjoying calling. Everything's going well. Hey, I mean, I'm on board. He sold me. I'm buying the ADG. I'm buying the hype. Maybe Emily was correct. Maybe she's a prophet. Who knows? But that was
maybe. Who was?
That was a good showing, though. I'm honestly genuinely impressed. That makes sense.
Other team, like calling out their friends and son of Car for just being an incredible player, but ADG was able to handle that storm, and they're going to be 2-0 to be starting this off. Emily, looking at the rest of the teams too, it's going to be YFP, SRB, ADG, and NRGA. NRGA taking down Core on that side stream earlier are going to be our teams undefeated so far in Challengers. That is a very, very stacked list.
No, it is. And I think they've all shown why they're kind of being in this position. They've all put in the work in this little bit of an offseason here, coming in from stage 1, going into stage 2. A lot of these teams actually did prove themselves back in stage 1, but we get to see a little bit more progression, a little bit deeper into their game plan. And I think I'm very excited to see how, like, just that much more competitive stage 2 will be.
Oh, it has been so fun so far. And you know that there's going to be so much more Valorant in store. That is, unfortunately, though, the end of our week 1. We got to see so much from these teams. Make sure to be tuning in next week so we can get all that Valorant Challengers goodness. But thanks again so much for everyone for tuning in. Take care, and we'll see you later. Bye.
Probably a quick round, but shoot, after last time, I'm not going to speak too soon. Exa been struggling to get on the board this game. Won't this round. Wins the 1v1 against Alvin Boy. See how much more he finds. Shoot, Spaz got 3 from here. Why can't Exa? Knocked out. Push it. Swinging the 3 angles at once. No way! No way! So might use that as an excuse to peek out into the crowd, whips everything, but sprays his way through until he can find Bonnie. It was touchy, it was dangerous, but it's still solid, and it's still Shopify's round. Caillou, long distance, able to hold off Spaz. He's got to still circle this, but Xander's able to just step out and make it clean. Shopify get that intel. Show NBG where they can start pinching. And there's the re-aggression. Son of Car now here to join FBO, and Chaotic forced to use the fast lane. And now the Hunter's here to try to get him out, but Son of Car just gonna pop his overdrive and start going crazy, going stupid. Zeke getting caught by the alarm bot, but Recoil's now isolated in the window, and Carson's got him next. He's on a feeding frenzy! Give the man his ace! Son of Car! Meteoric strike on this B site, and it's 6-3.
It's like it just shouldn't happen the way.
Nasty time, and yeah, well, like you said, yeah, the breach has felt kind of